Thank you, Glenn. So obviously deliberations day today. Just to give you a bit of a heads up on where we're at from a timetable perspective. We're in the second phase of the audit now, so the Deloitte are on site putting the remaining parts of the audit for the LTP. The next key date just after today is next Thursday, the 5th of September. We're going to have the LTP finalised and papers in the audit report in ready for AFR 12th. It's the LTP to be presented for adoption at council meeting on the 19th. So we're running at full steam now. That's the agenda slide. So for today, there we go. So the structure of what we've set up for today, Stu will pick up with some high-level financial updates on bits and pieces there that have moved since consultation. We'll then go through the feedback on the consultation topics and seeking direction on each of the questions that we posed as part of that consultation process. There's then a section on internal submissions, and you've had a document in the pack just on outlining what those are, mainly on expenditure, proposed changes to various sections of the LTP. Then lunch. After lunch, we've got a slot in for policies. If there's anything that hasn't already been covered in policy discussions that elected members want to have, there's a slot for that. And then we get into the external submissions. So the bulk of the time, obviously, around those submissions. Just a reminder of from the submissions report, what the level of submissions were from and what areas they were indicating. And then, because we're also doing development contributions policy, there's a section there to cover that off at the end, which will consider both internal and external submissions for that in its own right. And then as we get towards the end of the day, just a recap of anything we've actually covered in any direction setting that's been agreed, and then finally just a next step recap at the time of the day. So quite full on, it's quite a lot to get through. Let's see what's here with us.
I mean, advance.
Yeah.
A montage at the end of the day.
Yeah. Okay. So without further ado, we'll get into the high-level financial update. I'll hand over to Stu.
Again, good morning, everybody. At this point, I think it's important that we understand what work has been happening between when we adopted the draft and where we are now in terms of financially. So as you will recall, this is a very unusual timetable for the LTP. We've had a deferral of 3 months, which means we're actually into the new financial year, albeit not fully, because we don't actually have a lot of approved budgets. So that does cause us some difficulty, and with the requirement to set rates also, where that process normally happens sequentially. Normally we would adopt the LTP and then set the rates based on the final values. We're actually running that in parallel in terms of doing the rate setting calculation. So there is a lot of coordination to happen between those two processes to make sure that obviously that we have things correct. So the first thing I want to do is to give you an update on that rate setting process, which would normally happen after the LTP has been adopted, but now it's happening concurrently. So just bring up that slide, thank you. So the first thing to note is that every year we have to estimate what the growth is in the rating base for the new year. And we're in the position now of actually knowing what that is, because in the first week or so of July, we have received all of the information from quotable value for the previous year in terms of additions, new dwellings, new subdivisions, new property that is entered into onto the database. And the actual growth for the year is actually just slightly lower than that average that we had anticipated. So instead of being at 3.5 growth, we're actually at 3.3. So what that does is that there's less value or less properties to spread the rates over. So it does increase the average rates increase to 15.8, where it was sitting at 15.6 in the document. And we also need to disclose that that impact is not even across the district. Monica and the Upper Queenstown area has grown more than the balance of the district on this side of the hill. Arrowtown and Kawerau, the growth in that area has been 2.7 on average, in Monica it's 4.3. So the good news for ratepayers in the Monica Upper Queenstown area is that the rates will be slightly less than we have forecast in the draft document. And in the Whakatupu, they're slightly higher than in the draft document. I have provided some reworked examples, but I'll pause there if there are any questions in terms of that process and how we've got to where we are, so people are clear.
How often does that process the total value update? It's done 6 months, annually, or whatever.
They submit material to us through the year.
Okay.
On electronic files. They're out in the field inspecting property and updating their records. Okay. And they send us a copy of that for us to update ours. Obviously, it doesn't take effect until the next financial year. But as with these things, a lot of that, a high proportion of that, we receive in the last month. It's not,
understood.
So it's sort of drip fed to us, and then the last month there's normally quite a bit that we have to process, and that's done in the first couple of weeks of July. Drop down into the detail, you will have received as part of the pack. We're online pack these examples, but for ease, we've distributed a hard copy that shows you what the impacts are. These are the normal examples that we provide. And what we've done is shown the final movement in terms of percentage increase and dollar value for those different types of property compared to what was in the draft. And the third column that highlights the difference between those two figures. So as you will see,
Can someone say send me a copy of the handout?
It's on the OneDrive.
it's on your OneDrive.
Yeah, it was sent out ages. A while back.
So just in summary, the first page is median values, and the range of decreases for Wanaka includes there are sort of minus 0.7 to minus 1.6 for hardware, and there are increases in the Queenstown, Whakatupu, Arrowtown area between 0.41 and 2.14 for Queenstown commercial. Higher values, it's on the next page, similar story really. Obviously the actual nominal numbers are different, but percentage range is similar as with the lower values. But it's just there to illustrate the differences. I'm here to take any questions if there are any. It's pretty much there for information purposes. Questions again?
Just to clarify then, so the third column is the difference between what was originally given to us.
It was in the draft document.
Yeah, in the draft compared to now, and if it's negative, we've obviously put a negative next to it, so we can see.
So the decreases are in the negative.
Yeah.
And the increases are negative.
Cool. Thank you.
It's just a matter of calculation, really, in terms of outcome. Can't actually do anything about that at this point. Moving on to next slide. looking at the submissions and our timeline, and topic two, if you recall, was around bringing forward some community and sports investment in both the Queenstown, Whakataku, downtown area and also Wanaka. There were sports fields, 5.6, and the upgrade of the energy for the aquatic centres and the Arrowtown Pool. What we've done is actually assumed that topic as supported by council. It's in no way cutting across your ability to make that final consideration. We've done that to make sure that the impact is in line with what we expected, so that we can disclose that to you as part of your consideration of that topic. So we've done that work, and we're able to present now what the actual impact is rather than being based on the forecast. And that has been done because it provides an efficient way for us to move forward should you actually make that decision. So still got two live scenarios. One has got topic 2 projects advanced and the other doesn't. So obviously you'll make that decision later in the day. So this is just additional. You'll make that recommendation later in the day, but there's additional information that allows us to make sure that the impact is as we thought it would be. So in your handout, that same handout, after those first examples, there's a range of examples that shows the impact in the 25-26 year and 26-27 year of advancing those projects. And I'm pleased to say that it's pretty much in line with what we have expected. If we turn to the final page, there's a table here that's at a more high level that explains it at a macro level rather than the micro level of the rates sample invoices. So we are very much in line with what we expected. So the increase for 25-26 is in the range of sort of 0.4 to 1.06, and for 26-27 in the range of 0.83 to 1.83. These impact residential properties more than non-residential because the sports halls and libraries charge is the most impacted rate in that area, and obviously they are targeted at residences or properties with a residential component. The impact in terms of the high level is that we have increases, and that's highlighted in the amber section in 26-27 of that revised table. So what we're seeing is that CapEx has increased by 4.6 in year 2 and 3.8 in year 3, and the overall rates increase is up 0.6, 12.9 to 13.5 for 25-26, and is up 1.3 from 10.3 to 11.6 for 26-27, and the net debt increases by 4.4. So you recall that those topic 2 changes were roughly 50% funded by debt and 50% funded by increased rates. So that's why we've got both the rate impact and that debt impact. So that is in line with what we consulted on. So again, this is information for you to consider when you're making your consideration of topic 2, which will come later in the process. So happy to take any questions on that.
I would just like you to just talk through that again without saying all the numbers at the same time, sorry. So in terms of the revised CapEx changes,
Okay.
overall, we've got.
The commentary on the last page talks to the table above. So what we've, so that commentary that I've just ran through relates to that.
Okay.
We've increased debt and we've increased rates essentially for both year 2 and year 3. And that's what we said we would do.
Yeah.
What's what we said the impact would be in the draft. So this is just confirming that. It's nothing really new there. It's just highlighting where things have changed and what the actual impact is.
This is assuming costs will stay the same and don't increase when we actually start to.
Yeah, we didn't factor in the, we didn't factor in to a high degree in terms of emphasis, the change in operational costs, but there are savings from doing the upgrades that
Yeah.
flow through. There are increases in some interest and depreciation costs, but the savings in terms of energy seem to be significant. And
To what level has that been costed? Just wondering how much, we go in with 30% or we go in with detailed design, and how much change can we expect in the costings of those projects? Potentially
from now to.
from now, how well have they been costed?
You have to ask. Simon,
So they have a concept level QS estimate.
Concept level.
So a concept level.
Thank you.
Obviously, as we get closer to those years in terms of annual planning years, if there are any changes that we flag to you, you can make. And take further consideration of those. Okay, thank you. Community listening. So the detail around which sports fields are actually going to be involved in those upgrades and development will be something that comes to you in due course. Maybe through a workshop.
Topic one there. Yeah, so we'll move on to the consultation topics.
Very much. I'll step you through these. The intent here is just to sort of summarise the three formal consultation topics that were proposed, a 1A, and 1B, and a 2, and also just to touch on the third question, which presented as a consultation topic, just for sort of feedback. And at some point through this process, happy to do it at the end of this session, or perhaps make sure we do it later today. We just need to make sure we get a clear direction from the panel on each of these as to where you want to head. So I'm going to sort of step through them, and then it'll be a bit of a Niall and Stu show as I hand back to Stu for a lot more of the detail. So just a quick reminder, there were three formal topics, as I say, one around targeted rate relation to the street upgrades, 1B, which was the targeted rate in relation to the arterials. Topic 2 being one that Stu's just spoken to, being the bringing forward investment in community and sporting facilities. And then that third question, the third topic, the fourth question, was around community's level of support for council's intent to pursue alternative funding options, such as upfront development contributions. For the first three, they were all presented as per the LGA, the requirement to outline the options, the impact on rates, etc. in the consultation document. Again, that was not done for that fourth one because it's not formally a consultation question. So as I say, the direction is really now being sought from the panel on each of those questions. So happy to sort of talk through this whole consultation bit and then maybe revisit any sort of decision perhaps at the end of this section. So straight into topic 1A, which is that targeted rate on Queenstown town centre properties, the street upgrades 24 to 25. So just some reminder commentary there around the context of this proposal. So since the 21-31 long-term plan, the $69 million street upgrade programme has now been completed. Council's preferred option was presented as introducing a new targeted rate, subject to recovering 65% of the cost, with 35% of the cost recovered from the wider pocket Kawerau Arrowtown ratepayer. That model now needs to be finalised to recognise the increased level of service. What we've also included in that slide is just some of the feedback that we had through the submissions. So the first one on the left relates to, if I remember rightly, the broader submissions. which demonstrates which options they're looking for. Option 1 getting roughly 24%, around a quarter. Option 2 being 21%, and then a high level of neutral. And I think if I remember rightly, the big chunk of neutral came through largely from the upgrades. You know, being seen as quite a sort of Queenstown issue. If you drill that down into just the sort of Whakatipu-based residents, you see a very different picture. With 32 presenting option 1, 40% option 2, just like to where you're not seeing any support. I'm going to step through the next slides to hand over to Stu to go through a lot more of the background we've got to on this one.
Thought it'd be helpful to provide some background. There has been additional information that was provided to councillors after the LTP was adopted. But this targeted rate proposal goes right back to 2017, 2018. It's first mooted in the 2018 LTP. But there was a significant amount of work that was done developing both the QUITS program and the Queenstown Town Centre master plan. And there was extensive consultation undertaken at that time, both explaining the works that were involved, the benefits and the program with affected parties. From there, a business case for the works was jointly developed with NZTA and the LRC in 2020. So the program that this work covers for the town centre includes the arterial, which is 3 stages, the street upgrade program, car parking, public transport hub, and improved active travel options. The consultation that was undertaken in 2018 signalled the fact that a targeted rate was, there was a proposal for a targeted rate to fund a portion of that work, and obviously on the basis that there was more benefit to the properties that were closer to the improvements than those that were further away. COVID hit in 2020 and there was no decision made around the targeted rate. And then in the 2021 LTP, the council had developed a case for the visitor levy to the point where it was very close to being available to us. And that actually reduced the need for the targeted rate. So at that point, it wasn't really advanced, and there was a wait and see advance from the council at that point.
Oh, can I just ask a question on that one? And maybe make a statement as well. So that town centre master plan, that was just an engagement piece. That wasn't an SCP, was it? That wasn't. We didn't go through a special consultative process on the initial feedback that we got on the town centre master plan. That was an engagement piece of.
Yeah, it was a pretty thorough piece of engagement.
But it didn't contain that one. That didn't contain the who will pay. I don't think. I think the who will pay.
There were options around that were presented, I think, but there was no definite proposal.
I thought that we consulted through the LTP. Was that right?
Yes, that was
on the funding piece was through the LTP. Have we got the results of that consultation? We don't. I'm just trying to understand what people were thinking back then.
Sorry,
That's all right.
Consultation, the LTP.
Did we revisit those? Probably not, I suppose, because we've just done this one.
To compare with this.
Yeah, just because there was funding in the LTP at the same time and just.
That LTP was quite different.
Yeah.
It had assumptions around the level of NZTA subsidy for the arterial, that was at 80%. And it also had more than one stage included. So it was a much tighter time frame in terms of the program, and it had the public transport element as well as car parking.
So things are quite different now,
That's going to be the point I'm making. Thank you. Very on.
very different. Okay.
Question. Just, I just want to clarify, you say the levy took away the need for a targeted rate. I would have thought that the justification for a targeted rate would still be there whether you have a levy or not. Because the levy was to cover other more than just that.
It reduced the need for the targeted rate because the visitor portion of those benefits was to be funded through the levy.
Okay.
So it was still a case for the target rate, no doubt about that. But
Okay, that's, thank you.
the next slide talks to the main benefits. So I had a look at the documents, and there are a huge amount of documents in relation to the Queenstown business case investment. Covers not only the town centre, but other works further along Frankton Road and out to Ladies Mile and Frankton. But the benefits for the Queenstown town centre part are listed there. So a desirable place to live and visit, more available travel times through the town centre, economic benefit with more visitors coming to Queenstown, increased number of walking and cycling trips, reduced number of crashes, injuries and deaths on roads, so safety and an opportunity for urban development. So they were all seen as the main benefits. And if you wanted to summarise what they were, I suppose it's increased amenity for visitors and residents. It's a more efficient travel network with better journey times. There's also a safety element in terms of improved safety in and around the CBD.
Yeah.
Next slide.
Well, I realise there must be a lot going into, that's a very high level list of them, but can you tell me how many crashes, injuries and deaths we had on that small bit of, on this little road coming down the hill?
Well, this is the town centre, so I don't see any of the streets that have been.
How many deaths and crashes and injuries we have in the town centre? I don't, sorry, I'd be a wee bit cynical here, but yeah.
I can only remember one.
Eh?
One death, that was it. Poor kid on.
The term,
That was on Stanley Street.
Yes,
That's not in the town centre upgrades.
No, it's not talking about the whole.
but this is talking to the whole program.
Yeah,
Not
I
just
understand.
the upgrades. So, you know, the design concept for the town centre in terms of making the space more shared space definitely does slow traffic. And you see that people in cars are not as sure about
Yeah,
going
no,
out
that's
there
right.
because there's the definition is, I don't have any stats around whether that's.
Any e-bike crashes?
So you're saying it's made it worse? Keep going, Stu.
Sorry, Stu.
So I'm going to run through both 1A and 1B, and then I'm going to come back and what I'd like to do is deal with 1B first, because that's the correct order, and I'll explain why I'm doing that as we go through. But I just want to run through the background first. So if we come to the arguments that support the introduction of a CBD targeted rate for these street upgrades, essentially these are the reasoning behind the proposal. So, and that those that are within and adjacent to the upgraded CBD do benefit more. The increased amenity, increased visitors, active travel options, safety benefits, improved PT, and increased property values. The other argument that it's consistent with our prior proposal, and we do have a similar treatment using similar provisions for the rating of aquatic centres that has been accepted. So it's based on location and based on an assumption of an area that benefits from that service that's provided. The arguments against the introduction of CBD targeted rate for street upgrades is that everybody benefits from an upgraded CBD. It shouldn't be targeted to any particular sector. That CBD as part of a wider network that's available to all. Other arguments against include, the significant disruption that the upgrades, both the CBD and the arterials, have caused, and that it would be unfair to charge more in light of this. The area of benefit that's defined in the proposal is arbitrary. It relates to lines on that. It does refer back to the initial area of influence or area of benefit that was identified early on in the piece. There was pieces of work that we undertook to test that, to see whether it is actually a fair reflection of an area that benefits to a greater degree than the balance. You've been given copies of that work. And the CBD upgrade has benefits, wider benefits via the program over time.
Could you speak to why there was no separate consideration of residents versus commercial, given that commercial can pass on costs, and why that area in Park Street was included?
Yep.
Yeah, and benefits and disbenefits of King Street.
In summary, the core area, core area that was defined was the town centre zones and the surrounding high density zones. And what was added was the Lord's Road commercial and the medium density that's adjacent to the Queenstown Gardens and Lakefront. I think it was seen that they were close enough to be able to have the immediate benefit of the increased amenity and increased active travel and increased property values.
The thing is, the increased property value thing only works if you're selling your property or doing something with your property. If you're just living in your property, it's just a burden at the end of the day.
I don't have a strong position either way.
Just on the property value thing, is there, I suppose a bit early to tell, is there actually evidence that, especially alongside the arterial, that the properties with values have increased?
We're talking about street upgrades here, but
I thought we were talking about one thing.
it's one A.
Oh, one thing.
We're going to work through the whole thing, and I'm going to come, when we come back and what we're considering, I'll consider 1B first. We're just working through the slides and then we'll come back.
Yeah. Is there a point at which you get to why we use the same rationale, the same area of benefit for two completely different projects with two completely different sets of benefits? Is there any?
We'll talk to that.
Yeah, oh, great.
That's
Thank
really
you.
getting going further.
Yeah, that's.
Might get to all those questions that are there that the councillors have.
So in terms of options, what the council may do, option one is to apply the CBD rate for the 24, and we're talking about the upgrades in the 24-25 year, as per the draft LTP, or option two, which is not to apply and use the wider productivity rate for those costs. Put an option three here, although we don't prefer it, is to not apply the CBD rate and use the Whakatūpu roading rate, but come back with further analysis to support an alternate CBD targeted rate proposal for 25-26. We certainly can't do that for 24-25. Okay, section topic 1B, which is the same approach, but for the arterials. And the reason that the arterials are not included in 24-25 is the work's not completed. And we're only talking about stage one. So you can carry on from there.
I'll do my one slide summary again. So just with the topic 1B, so yes, targeted rates on the Queenstown Town Centre properties arterials from 25-26. So again, since the 21-31 stage one of the arterial has been progressed due to open in December. Council's preferred option was to introduce a new targeted CBD rate, once again, recovering 65% of the cost, with 35% of the cost recovered from the wider Whakatūpu Kawerau Arrowtown rate. Again, this rating approach needs to be finalised for 25-26, so a year later. Again, we've just got the a couple of the tables there that summarise the submissions that came in. So a similar sort of story with roughly that sort of 23% supporting option 1, 21% supporting option 2, and then again that large chunk primarily again from the Upper Clutha, not necessarily feeling strongly either way. If you drill that down to the Whakatipu residents, again similar sort of message from the first one, 31 on your option 1, 41 on your option 2. That's the brief summary, and I'll hand back to Stu, if I can find my cursor, to talk through the next steps on that one.
So 1B in terms of arguments, I'm not going to repeat all those because they're very similar. The only one I would highlight would be arguments against that there are actually limited benefits from the new arterial route. Only constructed stage 1 and stage 2 and 3 are not in our current 10-year program. We have some budget to further those, but to derive the full benefit, we need to have constructed all stages. The options are similar for 1B. Won't repeat all of that. But when we're coming to consider these proposals, I think we should start with 1B. And it's clear that a lot has changed since we first promoted the target rate process or option. And councillors must be aware that the targeted rate was derived on the basis of funding a program, not individual pieces of the program necessarily. Not to say that council can't do that, but if council, in terms of its consideration of 1B, think that that is not the approach that we should be taking, that does impact the consideration of 1A. Because if you were just applying 1A, you might have a very different prescription in terms of the benefit and potentially the approach. So I'm going to leave it at that and open it up for questions and discussion around 1B and see where we land.
Sorry, can you repeat that, Stu?
Which part?
The last
All of it.
piece.
We're talking about 1B.
Yeah,
Right.
and the impact on one.
The point I'm making is that the targeted rate proposal is based on funding the whole program from the CBD rate.
Match had parking and all sorts of things in it as well.
The arterials, the PT, car park, not so much car parking because it's largely self-funded. But the concept is that we're funding the program out of this targeted rate.
Right.
And if you're not comfortable funding the arterials from that at this point, it could be something you might revisit, and that has an impact in your consideration of 1A. Because what you're actually saying is that you're not going to fund the program from the target rate, which means that 1A in isolation, its treatment would probably be different if we were looking at it in isolation. There may be a different way of achieving the same thing, or it's difficult to then pick and choose and fit them into the previous model that was based on the program. You understand? I'm happy to hear your discussion on 1B, and then if you want, we can just reinforce what that means for 1A.
So I think just the other comment, and I'm sure councillors understand because it's been up there the whole way. The targeted rate does not mean that only that group of the population are paying for that, because even the targeted rate we proposed had a significant weighting of 35% across the entire Whakatipu Kaurau wards. So there's an element that there was always a percentage of that funding, and the council actually debated what that percentage might look like in terms of what that level was. So we shouldn't be thinking, should avoid thinking that actually it's a sort of an all or nothing, because there's already a shared payment towards that.
It's just the weighting.
It's the weighting we're talking about.
Everybody pays in both options.
Yeah.
It's just the degree of weighting applied to those that are,
And that's a good way to look at it.
that are seen as the prize beneficiaries.
I'm sorry. So would you say it's morally inconsistent to then vote one way on one and another way on the
I'd
other?
say it's morally inconsistent. I think it's risky.
Right. I hear it saying.
It's risky, because we've got a rationale that is, you know, we've got the justification, we've got somebody in and paid them, just, you know, define that area and put the rationale in place, and the package is completely different. It's, so I think relying on that definition of the area, and I think it's risky anyway. Because we haven't gone.
It's carrying some risk because it is relatively arbitrary, but you need to be able to stack up the benefits that we're trying to assign to that area that are higher in that space than the balance of the ward. And it's not as clear cut if you don't take the whole program into account.
There was.
I just wanted a clarification on the, sorry, you keep talking about the aquatic centre target rate. Can you just remind me what's the target area for the aquatic
Yeah.
centre?
Well, there's two. There's one for Wanaka and there's one for Queenstown. And basically it's the wards, the wider wards.
Yeah, just different, right?
Yeah, okay, I thought it was.
So the area of benefit is essentially
Different.
Yeah, but the target is for the whole of the Wakatipu.
yes.
You don't exclude the North because it's miles away and it, you know, doesn't benefit really. Yeah, I mean, let's face it. So what I mean is that, you know, we start, there was submissions around, you know, it's a slippery slope. Where do we end this whole targeted
Yeah.
rate? Thing?
So, thank you, I just wanted to, I thought Mr. Mitchell was more targeted to a smaller area, but it was not, okay.
Sorry, hang on.
To be clear, there are downtown rates across the country that have been set up to basically assist with funding of street upgrades of similar project to what we have.
So one quick, so looking at the proposal, so I'm seeing between the two options, option 1 and 2 for 1B. For the CBD rate, we're talking $3 to a $2 difference per week, depending on whether you're residential or commercial. But the interesting one for me is, why does the accommodation sector pay more when we go to the wider, the ward, the full ward? I know it's only $8 a year, but I'm still trying to figure out why they pay more when you actually spread it out.
Which one are you looking at? Wider CBD or ward accommodation?
No, options 1 and 2, you've got 503 and 513. Right. So if you go to the wider, everyone in Wakatipu pays, the accommodation sector pays more. I'm just trying to figure that one out.
Not sure, not sure.
We're figuring that out.
Lisa?
I'll find out. Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Sorry, at home with COVID today. I hope I haven't infected anyone over the last couple of days. My apologies. My question is, when we're talking about the program of work and realising the point here that the full benefits aren't realised until the program's complete, we had submissions around investigating route change to save the Memorial Hall, and I'm interested into what the cost of the program, how, you know, like looking at those reviews, bringing the cost of the program down, obviously demolishing the hall and things is quite a saving, and potentially around securing a route differently. Does that apply before or after we look at a rating option on that, because then I have more personal understanding of it, the benefits being realised across a wider benefit group more quickly. For example, Glenorchy are going to get home a hell of a lot faster when that arterial program is finished. So, yeah.
You're talking about how 1B affects 1A. So when we get
I guess I'm saying if we take on board some of the feedback from submitters around changing stage 2 of the program to a different route, and therefore are able to realise savings in completion of the overall program, I'm seeing a wider benefit across the Wakatipu roading rate, than I perhaps would see with the criticisms that we receive around the whole arterial program.
Definition of program that you keep referring to. I thought you meant this and that town centre. What do you mean?
Much wider program that includes all 3 stages of the arterial. So it's really about
now impact on
the test of concept, and also around if you were to apply that, when would you apply it?
I think the
But if
weeders becomes quite important, because obviously we've only put stages 2 and 3 quite a way out in the process. So there's obviously a lot of room for us to consider what our alternate design options might be and our commitments to that. And because it's so far out, we wouldn't be trying to predict those benefits in terms of striking a target rate now.
I'm just picking up on the things are very different now. Everybody benefits from the Tahuna environment and the increased amenity. And yeah, if we're talking that whole program, that probably answers my question. Thank you, guys.
My thoughts are, because I hear you that everyone benefits, but to Mike's point, everyone is still paying, even with option 1. So it's not like anyone is not paying.
That's right.
So if we're getting to the point, so I do have some sympathy for some of the residential ratepayers in that area. I do feel like looking at the visitor proportion and the accommodation is kind of an area that, because we don't have the visitor levy, we should be targeting more. They derive the most benefit from it, but I don't know if at this stage we can split that out or not. But I feel comfortable with the split, because I do believe we are all still paying a portion, but the benefit is slightly more in town.
And I think talk about option 3, aren't we? The alternate net.
But it was raised by like 8, where they went from an average of 17 to.
It will push us over 20%.
Yeah.
And so I am saying we are still paying, even if option 1 we're still paying a portion. I just don't believe it should be higher.
I look at the differences that you got from 1 to 2. The difference is you're reducing things by 3, 1.36, but you're increasing the other side by, it's like say 2, 3.2. But then I look at it again and I'm going, but the difference is like only $3 or $2 a week for the CBD people.
I think the problem is just that we've got the rationale that area's just not quite right.
Look, no one likes to be targeted, I can understand that, but look, I can tell you now, that's where this government's sending us, and telling us to target users and send price signals to change behaviour. That's just
do what the government's telling.
So, I mean, for me, the point is for me, I guess, that whichever of the options 1 or 2 we look at, it's being spread across the whole ward, off the whole basin, which is, that's fair in a way. It's just whether or not we target people in the wider CBD. I don't, in my mind, and you'll know this, that the people in that wider CBD area that's been identified are not getting double the benefit of the rest of the Wakatipu Basin from this project. And in fact, a lot of the people in that zone have had negative effects for the last 3 years, and it's still ongoing. The benefits that have been listed, you know, the one about property values increasing is questionable, I think. And for a lot of those properties, the values have decreased. And I don't think it's fair to lump the cost of that project, and the costs that are being applied are all overruns that weren't anticipated anyway, to apply that to the small group of people on the basis of some potential property value or increase or, you know, easier way of getting around, I don't think is rational.
Well said.
And I think the benefits, if there are any, are across the whole basin and should be paid that way. And when you look at it, I mean, the difference for the average values that are in the consultation document for a residential property go from $22 a year to $62 a year, I think it is.
That's what's said before.
It's minimal.
Talking $3 to $2 a week.
But the benefit for the wider CBD properties goes from $180 for the residential properties down to $62. And I don't think that extra $120 for the CBD properties is fair at all for this project.
So I say it again, for the commercial property.
For the residential properties in particular, but I think it applies to all properties.
What was the last figure you mentioned?
Well, I was just giving an example where the residential properties for the wider CBD, if we spread it across the whole ward, it goes down from 180 to 62. And for the CBD properties, for the wider ward, it goes from 22 up to 62. So it becomes 62 across.
It's like a $40 increase spread over a year. It's what I'm saying. It's only like
For
$2
all
to
the
$3.
remainder of the residential.
We're averaging $2 to $3 a week roughly over the whole lot. Depending which way we go.
So my view is that 65-35 split is unfair because they're not getting double the benefit of everyone else. And I think we should spread it evenly across the whole basin. That's my position.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same way.
So if you had, just to understand the whole thing of target rates, I know there's more pressure on now. I know we've talked about it years ago, and we talked about it, for example, Cadrona Water, whether we should rate the whole of Monica and Albert there, because Monica benefits from the economy of the Cadrona and all that. So it didn't go that way in the end. So have we got any other instances apart from the pools of targeted rates that we've discussed or debated? Yeah.
Tourism promotion.
Tourism promotion rate.
Right.
They're a targeted rate to businesses.
Yeah.
Primarily.
Yeah, okay.
I think some of us
I
struggle
think
with that.
each of our schemes is a.
Well, that's
Yeah,
commercial one too.
Our rates are scheme
Each
based.
of our schemes are a form of targeted rate because they're only applying the core of the development to benefit each.
Yeah, okay, so the Cadrona is targeted just for Cadrona, they gotta pay for it, 15 grand or whatever. If you spread it, we could have targeted and spread the target across the way.
That's why we have a Wakatipu Road rate.
Yeah, I understand, yeah, no, I'm just trying to get ticking around.
Waste management is also a targeted rate.
So,
Waste management, so all the properties that have a collection service pay a higher rate than those that don't. So most commercial properties will pay a lower rate because they're expected to deal with their own.
okay, thank you.
So what I'm picking up is, just for one thing, sorry, let me go.
Sorry, yeah, I just wanted everyone else to have their say before I had a crack. I concur with everything that my colleague next to me has said. I think the thing I also want to point out though is this assumption that businesses can pass these costs on. They absolutely can. Like it's in 4 years of a really challenging economic environment. We're now in a pretty bad state again, and to have to pass these costs on to our customers is pretty bloody challenging. Secondly, there was a point that I picked up in a conversation a wee while ago about how if this arterial route is a targeted rate and that goes through, that sets a precedence for stage 2 and stage 3, where the businesses and the residents of the small CBD, wider CBD, will also be targeted with a similar rate again. So we're going to this is not a one-off, this is going to continue through and through. So my challenge, I guess, with having a targeted rate and not being one is the fact that there's ongoing pain that comes with this. I also think that the arguments to introduce it, I think they probably could be challenged either way, depending on which side of the fence you sit on, as to whether these are benefits or not, or whether they're actually incumbent on actually realising these benefits, which I really struggle to see these benefits coming through for us, for some of them anyway. With the arterials, I don't know if there's been any data that's been pulled on who actually uses Stanley Street now. And I would argue that there's a lot of ratepayers that won't be targeted in this rate who use it a lot more than I do. And I think one of the submitters said they come to work, they park their car or they walk and they hardly use Stanley Street. So that was in one of the submissions. And I'd say that's probably quite true for a lot of people who work or live in the CBD. They actually don't use that Stanley Street or the new arterial as much as what we assume they do. So I think there's much wider benefit.
No, drive coming in at 9 o'clock.
What's that?
Driving in at 9 o'clock and back to back coming up, going out of town. But anyway, I've read Quentin. Quentin?
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to comment that the one of the other thing to consider in the mix is that the level of service, if you like, or the level of finish that we're provided in places like Lakeview and Brecon Street and others is actually much higher than anywhere else in the district as well. I mean, no one else has got basalt curbs, no one else has got basalt seats, no one else has got rain gardens. So we've just got to keep that in mind as well.
Yeah, thanks, but we're just concentrating on 1B at the moment. 1A was, I think, another discussion, but thank you. So what I'm picking up is a wider on the 1B.
And also, well,
that's what I'm picking up, so.
Except me.
Yeah, I
I'm
understand,
totally
yeah.
against it.
I think it'd be helpful if we just refer back to the options that we've got.
Yeah.
So it's option 2.
Mr. Chair, I think we also, you know, you have to look at all the submissions. We've done the consultation. We've got a pretty good, from the Wakatipu area, a pretty good indication of what.
I think we don't have a good indication. I think it's right down the
But Mel's
middle.
got a point. It's 9,000 people, roughly 9,000 people in the Lake Coast.
Yeah,
The rates are going to go up 3%.
exactly. And you're saying that the town was inconvenienced. You talk to anyone in Lake Hayes Estate, because of these roadworks, no one comes into town anymore. So they don't use it at all. So they have also been inconvenienced. So I get it that the neighbours may have been inconvenienced more, but everyone has been inconvenienced by this. People don't even come into town anymore.
In terms of the consultation though, if you look at the Wakatipu respondents who this rate affects one way or the other, either of those options. 41% went for option 2, 31% for option 1.
I don't think
So
it's
that's a
statistically
considerable difference.
significant. I don't think it's statistically
But if we're looking
significant.
at
If you
consultation,
looked at
that's what's come back to us.
no, but I'm saying I don't think it's significant difference. I reckon it's around 50-50.
I think it's significant enough for it in terms of the
I
consultation.
reckon if you had a stats person look at it, it's not significant, given the number of people.
And
who
that's the
responded.
nature of consultation because it's not a random sample.
And we didn't get a
But
lot.
also the numbers that
Yeah,
turned up,
so that's what I'm saying. It's like we got equal sides of the fence saying yes and no.
and also the numbers that turned up to talk to us, you know, there was a lot. Are weighted towards the wider outcome.
But it's still a really small portion of people.
I don't know.
Okay. So I think, I mean, the debate will be what, I see Lisa got a hand as well, but the debate needs to come back to the principles. We talk about people impacted, people think they've got benefits or don't have benefits. I mean, we've seen the amount of redevelopment that's happening in the town centre as a result of the town centre upgrades suggests that some parties see lots of benefits. So I think come back to the principle of what you're trying to achieve, and that is do you see that the benefits, and you know, it's Gavin's point, disproportionately are weighted to a group? And if so, there's a figure in there, and if not, then it's a spread figure. I think it's in that respect, it's a relatively simple set of considerations you need to make. Stick to those. Hang on, Lisa. Lisa, got your hand up there, Lisa?
I'm just getting my video on mute going. Thanks. And Mel, I really hear where you're coming from. You know, our eastern communities, particularly in that sector, are facing the higher end of our rate increases. And Mel's, what are we already, Mel, 17 or 18 or something down in there. And this is also they are our heart and home families, right? This is our workforce, and everybody's feeling the pinch right across the district. The wider benefits bit and the increased amenity bit and spreading it wider with option 2, I do still back that, and I think we need to look at how else we help out these communities with, I mean, prime example, developer agreements that don't include playgrounds for places like Shotover Country. I just don't know how we're doing that. So I feel the pain, but I see the wider benefit. And I also say, if you haven't been in there and you are avoiding it, going into Te Huna, the congestion is no better at Frankton. We've got to take the bigger picture back again. It's standing back and looking at the overall delivery of the whole program of work. It took 21 minutes for Mel to get out of Lakeheath, not even onto the highway the other day. This is about standing back, looking at the whole program of work. We are all in this together. The CBD have taken a hit. The level of service was higher at Lakeview to increase our investment in a global icon that visitors visit, and that helps all of us at the moment. It is our economic platform at the moment. If you don't like it, check it out on TikTok. The world does. We'll go in and have a look in person and go out for dinner, explore the streets. It's not too hard to find a car parked, honestly, give it a go. But yeah, Mel, I hear it. Our communities are really hurting, and especially in Lakehase Estate, Shotover Country, Hawea, all of the southern corridor with no PT, no playgrounds, no freaking playing fields. I reckon we've got to spread the benefit across as many as we can to lighten the load and get on with getting the other funding. And I'm going to shut up and turn my camera off again, because that's my pontification for topic 1 and 2. Yeah, A and B, go wider. It's me. Thank you.
Thanks, man.
Can I just have 2 seconds?
Yeah, go
Through the chair. Yeah, thank you. I think a lot of my thinking has been shared through the voices of Councillor Bartlett and Wong and Councillor Guy. I certainly hear where you're coming from, Mel, and being a councillor for part of that ward as well. You know, I know it's a big issue for those people out there. I did spend the time during the street upgrades visiting CBD workers and various business owners, and I showed my face. I dared to show my face after about 18 months of construction, and it was a very beneficial and quite a liberating exercise. Learned a lot about the history, even though I've lived here a long time. Learned a lot about the history of the CBD and some of the issues over a period of time that they've been impacted by. And of course, the street upgrades was just the next one that came along on the back of COVID as well, which was pretty recent. So in spending the time with a lot of the retailers, I got more of an understanding of what they had been through. So in hearing the words of Councillor Bartlett and Councillor Wong and Councillor Guy and others, I do feel that the 65-35 split is a little bit unfair.
So this is 1B.
Yes.
1B.
So that's where I'm sort of leaning at this point.
Throw on my 2 cents. I see the benefits of the upgrades making getting into town much easier. I feel the benefits of the CBD upgrades making being in town much better. So the amenity value or the amenity uplift of the CBD upgrades is immediate and it's already realized. The arterials is going to take more than a decade to fully see the real value of. And even then, the value is a lot to do with people getting into town more so than people who are already there. So that's where I sort of see them as different things, as much as it may be questionable in terms of the way we approach it. But I see there a very distinct difference between one that's actually realised and one that's still going to be sort of half finished, but also primarily focused towards getting people in. So in respect that I'm supporting option 2 for 1B along those same lines as fellow councillors.
Chair, I haven't spoken yet, but yeah, I'm similar position. I think one of the issues that I struggle with is just hearing the benefits that we're stating to our community, and they're just not the same benefits that the community are stating. So our benefits are very theoretical. Essentially, I don't think we should be putting more of a burden on
with option one, so I again lean towards option two, for that reason,
For one B.
for one B.
So yeah, I think the direction will give one B. Or we'll slide on later. Good, so you prepare the paper along those lines, Stu? Right, yep. Done, you wanna go one A?
Sure, that's what we do. I mean, there's a lesson in this one. I think that we have to make sure that when we propose something that we go out and consult and we talk about what it's going to cost and we talk about how we're going to apportion the costs at the same time to push go. Because it makes it really difficult at the end otherwise. Yeah. You look confused.
We did
Are
it.
you talking about now or are you talking about before?
Future.
So in the future, when we look at, you know, programs, and it maybe applies, the comments apply more to the street upgrades, but I think we have to comprehensively tell the community and ask them, do you want this? This is the plan. This is what it's going to cost. This is how we're planning to, and then see whether they want it or not based on the cost and how much they will personally have to contribute, because otherwise we get into this awkward situation.
Right now.
Well, we did do that in 2018. That was in line with the wider consultation on the Queenstown master plan. A lot of things have changed between then and now. Needed to be brought back to the table and it needed to be dealt with because it was still live, technically live, and council can make.
Oh, look, I agree with you.
motion. Yep.
It's just about how
Okay.
we do it next time.
So yeah, one A.
Start up, Stu.
Just Stu, when you,
Sorry.
you wanna rip through it?
Yep. So just want to reiterate where we're at in terms of one A. So percentages in one A are based on the program weighted average of the benefits of the whole program. So if we're looking at applying a targeted rate or some kind of differential to just the street upgrades, there is a case to say that we need to relook at it because it's not part of the program. There is a risk if you apply the 65-35, that in its own, that in isolation of funding any of the other benefits out of the program in that same way carries a risk. Happy to.
Okay, over the floor, one A.
It would be good to understand what an option three looked like in this scenario. Like my gut says, there were probably businesses or property owners that pushed for the upgrade in the town centre. And as you say, there will be significant benefit, not necessarily to the people renting, they may not feel quite as much, but to the property owners certainly. And yeah,
So, yeah, to that point, Nikki, I
Yeah.
can remember back in 2017, 2016, it was the CBD businesses pushing for this upgrade. There'd been years and years of no investment in the CBD, and it was the CBD businesses and the chamber actually pushing for this upgrade.
now to what
And
it's-
now when I've seen the end of it, I just walk around as with the one business owner and a property owner, and you see 8.5 million investment in the fit out. He showed me another 1.5 investment in the fit out, then another 1.5 investment in the fit out, and he showed me through another 2.5 million investment in the fit out. All this money we've invested in the CBD, you're now seeing the fruition of further investment from the private sector. This is probably one, when I look at the CBD upgrades, I do feel that 65-35 split is probably leans the right way.
Yeah, me too, except I just don't think we've got the area right. So that's where I'm talking about option three, because I don't think if you've got a property that's not, you know, if you've got frontage that's now got, you know, greenstone things, I mean, you've got a direct benefit, but anybody who's, I just don't think that area works. And I don't think the residential, I don't agree with that. I think, yeah, commercial visitor accommodation, if your frontage has been upgraded to that level, I think there's some merit in, you know, charging them a bit more, but I don't like the area that we've got in that map and the inclusion of residential properties. If they were to upgrade their property and become commercial or visitor accommodation, sure, that would happen.
But it's going to happen anyway.
But I would like to take anyone who is residential.
No, I just wanted to, if we could explain the risk again, you talked about doing them differently, and is there any legal risk to us here or challenges on this?
I think councillor Glanning has touched on the risk. I think if we were to look at the street upgrades project and a recovery model for the costs associated with that, you'd probably have a different area of benefit than you have for the whole program. And to the mayor's comments around who was actually pushing for this and who directly benefits. So there is a risk in using that program derived area of benefit for the targeted rate versus a more targeted approach to the actual town centre zone.
Understood.
I don't have as much of a problem with the area, but is there any way that we can just target commercial in that area? No.
Well, that's
It's option three.
What would the process be if we wanted to do that? Like, what would we need to do an option 3?
it wouldn't be available for this year.
Yeah.
So this year would have to be spread.
Yeah.
We would need to change the focus from a program to that particular project and potentially look at how others are structured around the country in terms of the downtown rate, which is how a lot of them have been referenced. And obviously we take some guidance from council and maybe have to get some external input into to help us define that. But I would start with the town centre zone as the area, and that's wider now, go up to Lake View.
And this could be done during the annual plan, next annual plan.
Yeah, you then have to consult on the next annual
Yeah,
plan.
you have to consult on the new proposal.
In the annual plan process, or we're going to wait for the next LP?
Well, if we were able to do it by the next annual plan, then it would be then. I think that's a relatively tight timeframe, but it depends on, you know, where we get to in terms of what the actual proposal is. I'm not trying to steer you away from option 3. I think option 3 is a valid option.
Quentin?
Gee, can you remind me, is this the third time we've consulted on the targeted rate or the second?
I'm not, yeah, it was referenced, it wasn't fully consulted on in 2021. There was some discussion around it, but it wasn't fully consulted. It's the second time.
But the indication at the time was that it was going to be a 30% increase in their rates in the town centre, was that right? Without the CIP funding?
I don't recall that number, sorry.
Okay, I mean, I recall it being significant, much more significant than where we're sitting now anyway, in terms of the impact on the targeted rate. But anyway, I just wanted to just clarify. I mean, while I get the idea of going back out to consultation, I mean, you know, how many times do you consult on one topic? And I accept it changes a bit, but I mean, I painted a picture over a long time that the town centre master plan was going to be weighted to the town centre in terms of its impact. And yeah, but anyway, just wanted to reflect that because we have consulted a number of times on this.
Yes, that's correct. I think if you look at the original weightings, when they looked at the street upgrade project, that was weighted 90-10, something like that, in terms of benefit to the downtown area versus the wider ward.
And I would just reflect on the mayor's comments too, that I mean, you know, yes, we had a lot of complaints during the disruption, but the town centre businesses aren't complaining now, apart from the car parking, but the, you know, the loading bays and things, but the actual businesses appear to be doing or benefiting from the improvements.
And I'll probably add to that, Quentin, and I think your recollection is correct, because the original cost for that would have been fully borne, but there is the CIP shovel-ready funding, which came and was actually made the cost of that for the central city quite a bit cheaper than it would otherwise have been.
Yeah, that was my point, is that, yeah, the actual was going to be, as you say, going to be fully
The original-
borne, and
So
but
you said
now
the original weighting was 90-10
On the full cost.
on the full cost, but with the CIP funding, it's now 65-35.
No,
Across the whole program.
It was a weighted, the 65-35 comes from weighting all of the program element.
Oh, okay.
And the 90-10 was part of that.
Yep.
65.
Yeah.
But the cost impost is significantly different because there is the funding from CIP that made that cheaper.
So this is a bargain for them then.
Dirty Mel.
That's what we're saying.
You go,
But it's nothing fair on everyone else who's captured in the decision, like, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I just had a question or two, maybe this wider CBD area that's highlighted in red in the document. Was that area included in the previous consultations? Yes. Right, and was the 65-35 split come in as well? Yes, right.
It is, that was the package and different programs.
Yeah,
within the
based on-
package had
Yeah,
different
based on the whole
weightings.
program rather than just the
Yes.
town
One
centre.
out.
So there were different weightings for different projects.
Yeah.
And the average of those weightings for the whole program was 65-35.
I was surprised when you mentioned that the town centre businesses were crying out for upgrades because it hadn't been up so long, because my recollection when I wasn't on the council, but as a resident, was that it didn't seem to have been that long since some of those streets had been upgraded previously.
I think if you do recall, there was the downtown QT, which was a group of businesses that were put together, and they developed an advocacy program, and their whole thrust of conversations with council was about actually upgrading the downtown, renewing all the surfaces, moving towards a more pedestrianised area. So that was very much part of the genesis of the downtown master plan. And obviously, you know, because of where we came to with Lakeview and the aspirations for Brecon Street and connecting through to the town, to the gondola, that's actually what created the town centre master plan work.
Also, just raise another example, the resilience issue. I think we had, a burst water main down the wall that time. That cut businesses off for quite some time, and now with the new reticulation under there, we have the rider mains, and now we have a network under the ground. So if it ever happens again, we can actually control it a lot better. So there's been a lot of work to increase the resilience of CBD.
To your pedestrianisation point, Mike, that the arterial going back, that enables shot over to be pedestrianised and adds a lot of value to shot over street.
That's right. I mean, and it's interesting because there's commentary, I think, over the last couple of days about benefits about going past the CBD, but actually going past the CBD actually creates benefits within the CBD to enable a better environment for pedestrians and retailers to operate in. So
Actually enables better PT, but
so
the road then becomes the issue.
none of these are singly defined benefits. That's, I suppose, the reality.
Which was why it was a program and it had all been worked out, but now we're trying to run with the same concept, but it's.
Yeah, so we're in a different space because of how far and how quickly the program is moving. What I hear councillors saying is that people don't really dispute the fact that the town centre businesses have gained significantly from the street upgrades. And really it becomes a question about, if you want to reflect that, I think the advice from Stu is 65-35 probably isn't a sound basis for that. Which may either lead you to say, actually, in the grand sweep of things, we should just zero it all out, or we should go for option 3. But bearing in mind, I think Quentin's comment and Stu's comment that would probably end up with a much more significant impulse on the business community, because, you know,
You're shrinking the area, but
you're shrinking the area, but actually what you're doing is highlighting the direct benefits to that particular group of landowners.
Yeah, that's what's always made me uneasy about it, isn't it? You're saying that there's so many residential properties that are included in that zone who they're not getting that benefit out of it necessarily.
I would argue,
Well, I'd argue against it. I think
Yeah.
there's been some
I think
benefit.
for the town street, they do get they get more benefit from the town centre upgrades than they do from the arterial.
Properties up on Allenstein Street.
It's personal. It's if you believe, if you're the sort of person that goes in and enjoys it, I think a lot of people would say they don't even bother going in because I think that you can apply. I don't think you can tell people whether they're benefiting from that or not.
when you live at the footstep of the CBD that, you know, the urban form is your backyard to some degree and, you know, it's accessible, pedestrianised, it's a huge increase in amenity. So like, I'm fine with where it sits at option 1 and, support comments of Glenn. So, yeah.
I support option 3.
Option, so I've got 3, 1, 3 for me.
Can I have it, what you say as well?
Yeah, go for it.
If you don't mind. Look, I know we're trying to sort of look at the whole bigger project all at once, but this one in particular, as a business owner in town, I'm fine paying for CBD upgrades, as you say, Glenn. We are the beneficiaries as business community. And I do feel sorry for the residential ratepayers who probably aren't as benefiting from the CBD upgrades. I think, you know, the town was looking pretty drab and now it's looking fantastic and we're going to benefit from that. Whether it's going to increase our visitor numbers and people spending in our businesses or not, questionable, but it looks great and we should be proud of the CBD. And if businesses do have to pay for that, then certainly we have to pay our fair share. So I'm not sure how we treat this, but I think I'm leaning towards option 3 then as a result of what I just said.
Yeah, just thinking in light of my comments, the previous discussion, that option 3 is, you know, that I'm looking at.
Can we do option 1 for this year, but relook at it for next year?
I was just going to get to that.
Okay, sorry.
I listened to this. Yeah, because I want to find out the timing and how much pressure it puts on the organisation.
So for me, I mean, option 1, I'm quite comfortable with when I apply it to business. We've got business on Bracken Street, definitely benefited. You know, it's amazing. The pedestrianisation is amazing. It's a huge investment that's, I think, helped a lot of businesses. I'm really uncomfortable with some of the residential areas, so it comes back to that boundary line again. If we were able to target just commercial, I'd be more comfortable with that, which then leans me towards option 3. So I'm kind of torn between 1 and 3 at the moment.
It's a clean sweep of the Whakatane Ward councillors.
Yeah, but we're acting as a.
Yeah, but wait a second, wait a second.
Sorry.
But my
we're
ward is
acting as a
affected,
district.
my ward is affected completely
Yeah.
by,
Yeah, true.
so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Not
there
quite
is-
necessarily,
So that, yeah.
we're acting as a district.
yeah, and like New Zealand and the Olympic medal tally.
Yeah.
Per capita. Yeah. Sorry.
Talking sports. Stu, I'm going to ask you a question that's probably Stu handicapped. How is working as Mel had said regarding option 1 for the first year and then option 3, look at option 3 at the plan. 1, do you have enough time to do that, or can we go to option 3 in this financial year?
We can't go to option 3 in this financial year, it's getting consulted. We're setting the rates at the same time we adopt the FTP.
So, okay.
That's clearly not an option. It would only a revised option in terms of consideration, the earliest it could possibly happen in 25-26.
Yeah.
I wouldn't recommend going with option 1 for only 1 year. I don't think that's the right thing to do. No.
That just creates further inequities.
So you mean you would lean towards option, if we were going to look at option 3, it would be option 2 for the first year?
Option 3 is option 2 for the first year.
Yeah.
Option 3 is that.
Yeah.
So let's just say that again, we've got
It's
option 3,
okay.
and I've got, you saying
Yeah.
option
Yeah.
2, so option 3 is option 2 for 1 year and then another option after that.
I think that needs to be,
Consideration of another option.
Yeah.
that needs to be considered, because it's not like there's no consequence across, you know, like it's increasing everybody's rates again, across the whole district again.
Not the district.
Well, across the,
Outside of the hill.
Whakatane, sorry, the ward. But
2 wards.
This Monica wants to pay too.
oh, I'm frazzled. But yeah, it's not like, there's no consequence to waiting for it to be more perfect in a way. It's definitely gonna have an impact straight away, so that's, yeah.
It is concerning though that we have to consult again, even though it's good practice to consult, of course, I've never undermined that, but it's a consultation.
Slightly different, quite a different proposal.
It would, yeah.
Yeah, that's my point. My concern is that, you know, we've got the 60-35 based on the whole program, as you keep saying.
Yeah.
And I don't know, worth threats, but I don't know if there's any opportunity for legal challenge on, we go ahead with option one now, based on the 65-35 split, how that was come to based on the whole program, not based on just one thing. So we've really put ourselves in a wee bit of a corner. And Stuart alluded to that right at the beginning, when we started talking about 1B.
It's just back the question, why are we consulted on it in the way we have?
I mean, I don't think it would be that much risk. I mean, the cost of bringing a legal challenge would be more than you'd ever pay in the rates. You know, so, but it's about, to me, it's a perception of fairness and doing maybe the right thing.
Yeah, I think,
Even if it is another set of consultation, personally, I think the community would rather we did the right thing and ask them again and come to a principled decision.
and the point about the consultation though as well, if I think back to what I was doing in 2021, I wasn't thinking about LTPs and reading those documents. I was trying to save my business from going under. So
Yeah.
the engagement, I don't know what it was like, but
It's 2018.
yes, well, that was the one before that, the LTP. But
So I also remember, you might have been there, a town hall meeting on the cusp of COVID coming and the business community being there and I think it might have been, wasn't the Prime Minister at the time, asking us what we needed, and there was a strong voice around actually investing in the CBD. And that was seen as a COVID.
Was that based on the government paying for the whole thing?
Yeah,
It wasn't, that hadn't actually been announced, but
yeah, right.
but yeah,
Official.
there was a lot of enthusiasm at the time for.
Yeah.
Clearly you would be there, yeah.
So we can, I think option 2 first year, option 3,
Well-
looking at it at 24, 25.
Option
Option
three
three.
is,
Option three.
Option three.
do
No,
not,
just option 3.
it is, yeah,
Do not apply that.
it's
So like
included.
follow option 2 who comes the first year. Right.
But what I still
So
don't
what-
understand,
what-
why can't we do option one in the first year and then still relook at it to just be commercial?
So what you're facing, I'll just put that to you, what you'll face is a smaller area concentrating on businesses.
Costing businesses.
Or businesses paying more.
Yeah.
And it won't be because we're going to go to option, so this is the feeling I'm picking. We're going to do option 2 in the first year, so it's spread across the ward, the 2 wards.
Yep.
And then when you look at doing option 3 in that second year, what you're going to get is you're going to get CBD businesses paying probably 3 to 4 times more. So I'm just putting that out there. That's the sort of submission and pushback you're going to get next year.
Well, I guess
Why
we
don't we
don't
just
quite
plaster
know
it now with option
what
1
those figures look like, but
and just keep going?
it will be more.
But this is what happens when you start looking at individual projects within a strategy. You start,
There was
I
no
think this
surprise,
just
I
gets a
mean,
little bit.
when it was originally put out, we didn't know.
Stu, have you got any comments about, I know you can't say exactly what that consultation would look like, but have you got any commentary around, you know, what Glenn's just said, essentially?
My major concerns are that the area of benefit will change if we're just looking at street upgrades. Start rating people this year, knowing that there's an obvious risk there in terms of challenge. And secondly, there may be other ways of deriving an increased contribution from businesses by simply looking at things like differentials rather than the target rate. So there will be different options because we're only looking at a slice of the program pie rather than the whole
So it'll
pie.
be a combination of different tools and a
Yeah,
different
they're the options.
proposed consultation.
They're the options that we.
Yeah.
Quentin?
So I was just going to say, you know, I don't really support the idea of consulting on it again. I would rather we come to, albeit a difficult solution. I'd rather we came to one now. I think reconsulting on it for the 4th time is going to be just as sort of Stu indicated. I mean, I just think relitigating it over and over again is not going to get us closer to a fair distribution. We just need to make a call on that. So, yeah.
I disagree. I think we will be closer to a fair distribution, 100%.
And you've got to realise the proposal, what you keep saying, we don't know what it'll be a different proposal than what we're looking at right there.
And that's what it needs to be.
You won't have
And what are we trying to achieve? What you'll be trying to, what you're actually going out with, what are we trying to get extra to cover? Exactly.
But option one's very arbitrary, the model is very arbitrary, so the street upgrades.
Which is sort of my point, is you're never going to get to a perfect outcome, and you're always going to load any decision you make is going to be seen to be unfairly loading a sector of the community, whether it be the business community or the members of Lake Hayes or the residents of Lake Hayes or wherever it is. I mean, I'm just not convinced that consultation's going to give us a better guide on how to distribute this. We've got to, and look, I appreciate the risks associated. I mean, unfortunately, it's been a little bit harder to follow remotely today, but I mean, at a high level, I can see the targeted benefit for the town centre works, but I do think that the transport related stuff has it's harder to target that. So, and I appreciate the point around the program and the risks associated with that, but I do think that's a balanced and considered outcome.
Hang on. 40 cents a week is the difference we're arguing over.
How do you know what the difference is? Because we haven't-
We've got.
No, but we don't know what the new model would look like, so we don't know.
No, if we go between options 1 and 2 right there.
I see what you mean. Well, that's more of a principled position around
For
using
based
a
on
model
median value.
that probably shouldn't have been applied and then undoing it later.
And if that's the case, if the position that 40 cents difference between if we split those two in half, then why not just stick with the differential, the split that we've the option 1 split, which is imperfect, but it.
89. Can you explain that? What that figure you just gave us? What was that?
He's talking about residential properties in the town centre, the medium.
So at the
how much
moment,
extra they
they're
pay.
looking at paying $89 extra a year on option 1. That's a 65-35 split. So all I did was 89 divided by 65 times 50, because now they'll be paying 50, like 50%, right? 50-50. Roughly.
Not really, it's
On the fly
It's
method.
across.
89
Yeah,
versus.
let's not do maths on that.
Let's not do
That
that.
should have been
And then you just divide it by, then you just take the difference, divide by 52.
But it has a different effect for everyone. You're looking at a median value. You don't know what
So
it's going to do.
it's
Higher
less
or
than a
lower.
dollar.
It's the principle. And if your model is wrong, just because you think looking at your median numbers that it might be okay. I mean, it's not quite right.
But I still think that in principle, there is added value for residents near the CBD.
Yeah, I agree.
That's
No, I
why,
agree.
like, if everyone
80
assumes that
cents
there
a
is.
week or whatever it was, or 40 cents.
Well,
a
it's
week.
less than a dollar. I know it's less than a dollar.
I'm option 3. Get it right. I don't think the area, looking at that median density residential.
It reminds me of perfect is the enemy of good enough.
Well, the model applied to a package with different weightings and so on. We just happened to have chucked it in there and used it again because it was easier, but I don't think it was right.
I don't think it was even chucked in, but
Yeah.
40 cents
Just
a week.
work cost to redo it.
No, I'm saying it's less than a dollar. I just realise it's not fair.
But for me, fundamentally, if that area was determined based on a whole program, it's not the right area for the town centre upgrades on their own.
Yeah, but it's my view is they're still getting benefit. They'll argue against it, but they are definitely getting benefit.
Well, it's used.
Yeah.
It is
How
arguable,
much?
and
Yeah.
I'm not convinced.
I'm not convinced.
I think, yeah. it's back down. It's back down.
Okay,
So
how long do we?
You just leave it. No.
Oh, no, I think perhaps you give it a bit of a show of hands about where it counts, because I see here a variety of positions around the table. But we need some direction. And
These are discrete options, 1, 2, and 3. I don't think we should be looking in terms of the way we have in terms of
One.
2.5 or whatever. So I think if we can go back to the options as they're laid out and get a steer on that way.
Yeah.
it'll be better.
Put it to councillors to make up
Just
your.
remembering it is Whakatipu and Kawarau wards that, are impacted.
Yeah, It's
A positive, but.
That's saying, you were saying that one of the people can't
No,
make an
oh,
informed
no,
decision.
not at all, not at all. I'm just suggesting that, you know, it impacts more.
You've also got more water.
Okay, Lisa, I haven't heard from you before. Do you mind if I?
Thanks, team. And yeah, I've gone backwards and forwards probably 3 times on this, listening to everybody's points of view. So great deliberations. Thanks, guys, for confusing the picture. I suppose the bit that's kind of swung me a little bit more at the moment is the fact that the first consultation was around 90-10, and what I'm hearing is that the resident group were aware of that in the previous consultations. Is that right?
Yep, and push back then as well. Yeah.
And push back then as well. Yeah. So I suppose I'm swaying more on towards option 1 than I was earlier, but with the group feel around option 3, I'm happy to be in that camp if that's the majority. But I hear more and more of why there was evidence around making it targeted into that CBD area on this one. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, as a business owner in the CBD, you've got to be careful here.
Oh, yeah, which costs us more, but is that more equitable? I think it probably is.
Is everyone comfortable with their position?
District, I'm looking over
Yeah.
official interest. Well, please.
That's what I always do.
Demonstration of it.
We're all going to think.
Although I'm not actually shareholder of business. but-
So what you're saying is actually is option 1, it's actually a better
I
option.
think I'm going, yeah, I'm picking up 1. It's doing war.
I'm a 3.
Yeah, I
I'm
know
a
you're a
3.
3.
Anyone who's the 3?
Oh,
Don't you?
No.
Come on, mate.
It's gonna be a fun meeting.
I'm really comfortable with 3.
Give me a coin.
3 doesn't give what we did in the first year. 2.
Well, but you're
That's-
saying it doesn't
no,
make
no.
much difference anyway, so what's?
I think.
What's the difference for Lake Hayes?
It does, mate, that you're going to put ours well over 20%.
So Glenn, the
rate
first
rise.
year in
And you've
option 3
been
is
about
spread.
people- You've been talking about the everyday people.
I find it a bit difficult when you're saying, sorry, Lake Hayes, you don't get playgrounds shot out of country. And the residents here on the outskirts of the CBD get a pretty good amenity.
Yeah.
And what you're saying is, oh, sorry, Lake Hayes, you don't get the amenity that you would desire, but you get to pay for the residential amenity around the CBD.
Yeah, but
Well,
That's where I'm taking it.
And in the years after
So-
that, they may be paying less because we don't know what option 3
But
looks like.
it's how.
So you've got
So that's
one
what, that's what I
year.
said.
Kicking the can down the road
Yeah.
again to make
Yeah.
it more perfect. But again, like you pay for the pools, even though you're far away, there is a certain element of shared cost and imperfection when
You
it
do
comes to the
get
stuff.
to
But
know.
I feel like since what's presented as option 1 is fair. I don't think there's much discrepancy. Like even the discrepancy that's there is palatable in the grand scheme of how things are, so.
Oh, I'm dead against option 1.
Well, whilst it's not a decision point, just
Yeah.
reaffirming Mike's suggestion, perhaps for a show of hands, so we can sort of move
on.
on.
I don't want to go show hands because we're not making the decision today.
Well, at least to give us some sort of direction.
And that direct.
You got direct on that.
I've made my point.
We've still got, we've got to have enough clarity so we can. sit
Yeah,
in.
at the minute, we're not sure if it's 1 or 3.
It's all
Okay,
on
we
that.
have to go.
No, is it?
4, 5, 1,
I mean,
5. I know it's 5, 5.
Is it 5-5?
Yep.
What did you count here?
Right.
Sorry?
What'd
Hang
you
on,
count?
did I?
Oh, sorry, no.
What were we voting on?
So Quentin, where were you leaning?
well, if we're
Option
doing this,
one?
let's just put our hands up so it's clear,
I
guys.
think I'm leaning to option 1, thank you.
Okay, option 1. Done.
I'm leaning towards option 1 too.
Oh,
I'm up.
Oh, man.
option 1, moving on.
And just be really clear that on the basis that I don't think we want to reconsult on this, that's the primary reason.
What does the community want to do is what's the point? I mean, not whether we do.
Totally.
Hang on, we've moved on.
Awesome.
Done, moved on. Right, okay.
Yeah,
Next one.
So we're comfortable going to option 2, I think, sorry, topic 2.
Hang on, for that. Good stuff, guys. Good with that one.
2-minute break.
Ready?
Yeah.
5 minutes break? Okay.
Hi there.
Hi, you having some tea?
Yeah, I'm just with Annabella.
Oh, yeah.
Just finished mini muscles.
Oh, okay. That's all right.
Barry, you haven't got, you've got your microphone on. We can hear you.
Yeah, sorry. Hang on.
supporting facilities and the energy conversion.
Yeah, so brief summary, back to the proposal for council to bring forward funding to year 2 for 3 key initiatives being Sportsville Community Building at 516 Ladies Mile, new sports field provision in Wanaka, and clean energy upgrades at the aquatic centres around the district. The rates impact was outlined in the consultation document. Very different response to this one. So the proposal to do it was option 1. And at a district level, that's come back with roughly 75% of the members supporting option 1. Around about 14 supporting option 2, and very small neither or neutral. So that's generally a summary of sort of the consultation document, question and the submission information that came back. I will again hand over to Stu to chat through some of the background detail.
We worked through the implications earlier and I highlighted those reworked rating implications and the higher level financial implications for topic 2, which are pretty much exactly as we had forecast. So, and with the rate of submissions received, assumption of the council would support. Obviously, happy to take any discussion.
Councillors?
Happy to support.
Just some questions around the energy upgrade, because, you know, obviously in principle, I want to reduce emissions and I think that's a great idea, but just in terms of cost benefit and more importantly, even the capacity, I don't know how much electricity it takes to heat a pool.
That's fine, that's fine.
And it might be fine, it might not be something that I just thought a bit asking.
Right, so probably the first thing I'd say is we reached out to the experts just around the conversations we've been floating around with government around LNG and back in versus electrification. There has actually just been an announcement from government around trying to, what should we say, help subsidise the electricity infrastructure. And so that is actually where they're sort of heading. They believe it's going to be, the experts believe that in essence, the LPG stuff is still going to still have massive price spikes with that. So essentially they didn't think LPG, that proposal to bring LPG in was probably going to be politically, there's a political appetite for it. Simply because of the carbon emissions and the climate change aspect to it. So from an event centre perspective, as far as the replacement of LPG, we've actually just brought in a brand new 11 kVA line, so a big high voltage line via Aurora. So that's actually increased the capacity for us to be able to hook into electricity on that site. Obviously, remove the LPG, we'll get rid of our major carbon emissions, both in Wanaka and also in Arrowtown
and just following up, because the airport, I think, has converted as well from generator to electric. So just the combination.
Why that line is going down. Yeah. It's gone down to Cowra Road to eventually connect up the airport.
So that combination load won't be an issue. And,
no.
The other thing is there a way to, because I'm thinking if you ended up, if there was a capacity issue in the future, you wouldn't really want to run a generator on diesel or whatever you'd have to run it on. Would it be better? Is there a way to keep the system for the LPG into?
That's one option to be explored through the design process about whether we keep the LPG boiler as a backup or a pop-up.
Yeah.
So there could be a range of different options from biomass boilers to the combination of solar and biomass or wastewater heat recovery or heat pump.
We're getting our concept level.
Yeah. For that.
I think if we're having issues, I think it would be more of a grid issue rather than just a pole issue.
No,
it would be bigger than a pole if that was the case.
Yeah, no, it's the cumulative effect of the extra additional loading, I guess. I'm just wondering how much, we've obviously got issues. And where was I going with the last question? I've now gone on topic. Cost-wise, because it's concept level, is it going to be another one of those things that grows and grows and grows and grows, or are we going to go, this is it?
No, so we're essentially at the moment, we've investigated the market, what's out there at the moment, and the pricing is looking pretty sharp. There's a lot of companies looking to do this thing throughout New Zealand. So the costings that we've got here, we believe are generous for where we need to land. What I would say is operationally, depending on what option we range from, we essentially range from a saving of 452,000 annually up to, which is the heat pump option, up to $613,000.
Even with electricity
Annually.
spikes and.
Yes.
Awesome.
And that's
So
not
there's significant
massive.
savings to pay back, I guess, the CapEx
Yeah.
over a shorter period of time or a long period of time. And it's always going to be,
Does that include the ETS as well?
no, it doesn't.
Okay,
So there.
so there's further savings there. Okay,
Yeah.
Q?
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a couple of things here. There's, firstly, I support the principles of them, happy to bring them forward. I've got, I mean, a lot of the questions around detail I do, and as I raised in my questions, I mean, I'm concerned about LPG as a direction because I think that there's sort of a lot going on in the LPG industry in New Zealand at the moment. It doesn't feel like it's gonna.
We're going electric.
Hang on.
Yeah,
Let Q finish.
Removal of.
Let Q finish.
So yeah, I mean, I think we've got to be careful about that. Regarding the sports fields, I mean, once again, I'm very supportive of bringing it forward. I'm still a bit confused as to what and I suppose what came across in the submissions was that there's more than one issue. It sounds like there's some issues around condition that I haven't probably appreciated, and drainage that I haven't appreciated as much till this point. And I think some of the potential solutions, like the additional training space at the rugby grounds and even the additional training space at the Wanaka Rec Centre, all have sort of challenges and delays associated with them. So I'm just a little unclear of our strategy. What's our focus and strategy? I mean, around the best benefit, we obviously need to upgrade some drainage. We obviously need to gain some extra space, but clearly, strategically, Ballantyne Road is the focus of where we need to get to long term. So I just feel we're a little bit all over the place in Wanaka. Obviously, the Queenstown rugby grounds also sound like we need some drainage work as well. So yeah, just trying to be a bit clearer on the actual strategy and direction there.
So we've done an extensive amount of work since about 2017 around sports fields. We've done condition assessments, we've done usage analysis, we've looked at renovation programs, we've delivered a whole bunch of stuff during that period of time. What we've just recently done is wrapped pretty much all those condition assessments, all the usage by the different sports, all the the drainage issues, all the rest of it into basically a sports field plan. So we've got a draft there at the moment. What we intend to do basically is to look at the recommendations of that, look at the affordability of what we can try and achieve, which, as I said, we've got 1.2 mil basically being brought forward for Wanaka, and essentially looking at sports fields at Ladies Mile. So we just need to spend some time and look at the different options moving forward to see what we can actually afford to do in the short term. Ideally, we want to do something now. But we do know that, we want to make sure that what we're investing in now isn't going to necessarily jeopardise what we invest in the future, particularly if you're talking around Ballantyne Road. So there's a bit of debate about sports fields as the type of surface, whether it's a soil-based, a hybrid, or a sand carpet, or whether it's an artificial. Those are things that we want to talk to you a little bit further once we come up with the options.
So I think we need to see this as an optimisation.
Well, which sort of
but I mean, the thing with we heard over the last couple of days a whole lot of expectations from a whole lot of groups. We are aware of the growth issues in demand. The discussions we're currently having around Ballantyne Road give us some other options. And obviously, to Simon's point, we want to optimise investment for the long-term benefit of the Upper Clutha in that area, but across the district, obviously. And I don't think we've got an actual set of answers today, and some of this will depend on how fast and how far we can move with Ballantyne Road, whether we need to do something that's more interim in the short term, or whether we can put more of our focus into getting that solution underway earlier. So I think none of these will actually ultimately give us everything that everybody wants on day one, but it's a bit of an exercise to work out how we best marshal that investment to get the optimal benefits for that community as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and look, I understand that. I mean, I would record that I'm a bit disappointed we haven't got further down the solutions road here, because like I said the other day, that we've known where we're heading with Ballantyne Road for a long time. We've had money in the program. We've had money in the program for rehabilitation of the rugby grounds in Wanaka, that we didn't end up using. We ended up diverting somewhere else. But you know, I mean, the fact that we don't have a clear direction, I think it's a real problem. I think as Simon said, we've been doing this work since 2015 or something. I mean, we need to be clearer about our plan and our strategy. And quite frankly, this is, you know, the investment, even bringing it forward, isn't going to cut it. It needs a bit more.
So anyway, do you want the investment brought forward or not? That's the question.
Well, absolutely,
Okay,
absolutely. But I want it to be.
Ferg, hang on.
It's not good. I'll signal it's not good.
It's on Ferg's turn now. Ferg.
Yeah, no surprises from me that I'm in favour of this, and you know, heavily entrenched in the sporting and community as a whole, right across the district. So this to me is like Christmas Day in a lot of ways. I know the work and that's through longevity and having seen the can kick down the road for community and services over a period of time. And I mean, there's a great opportunity here to do a lot of work that our communities will see right across the district that will benefit them when we can get these jobs underway, and when we can see that these jobs are going to be completed into the future. I guess my frustration comes over the years from, and this is with every respect to staff in Tony's department, but I've sort of seen property and infrastructure as the bully, and community and services getting booted down the road. I'll buy you a beer later, Tony, don't worry, mate, and your staff. But I mean, that's just a tongue-in-cheek comment, you know, with the greatest of respect to the work that's done in that department. But there's a great opportunity here with what's planned. And, you know, with Ladies Mile and when I was first made aware of Ballantyne Road, you know, and I went and paid a visit and just had a look around and just saw that the opportunity that existed there for the Upper Clifton community, no brainer. So definitely in support. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I support the bring forward. I do actually understand what Quentin's saying, and I think it's so important now, based on the submissions and the level of expectation that we have to manage in Wanaka, that we do need to bring this to a head after all the work that's been put into the sports field plan. And I assume we're going to be discussing later on a bit more about Ballantyne Pond's remediation options, but we've got to be seen to be doing something now. I think we've got the remediation thing happening, but with the sport field, the trouble in the lines in the that we're showing here, where they're bringing forward the money to what to do it for. Well, that's most probably out of date now. We'll be updating that based on the plan, and the groups they've sat down a lot with Simon and worked on this plan, but we do need to get them together. And I think the Ballantyne Ponds remediation doesn't provide sports fields for some time. We've got to do something else, and I think there are options there, working with the community groups and as a community project to get other funding raised through the community, not just relying on public money to get something done. And that's the important bit we've got to go forward on this one.
Okay. So I'm not getting any pushback on not bringing this forward.
Yeah, I don't want to leave
So
the point.
look, I'll just say, just go
Question.
happy with it.
Can I just ask the question, just about the difference between, just looking at how much has been brought forward for Wanaka versus Queenstown? Can you just give me how much more is Wanaka getting versus how much more is Queenstown getting early in the program? Because
related to sports field, so essentially the sports field and the floodlighting, remember the floodlighting that we bring forward for Wanaka?
Yeah.
So that's the 1.2 million, and we would, two sports fields for Ladies Mile, probably around that 1.4 mil, plus floodlight would be another maybe 400-500. So there's, if you look at that comparison, that's.
I guess I'm not reading this right, because what I've got in front of me that's in the consultation document was bringing forward $100,000 into 25-26 for new sports fields in Wanaka and 300,000 for lighting. So it's only so it's just for design.
So construction money is in 26-27. So we're putting forward basically money into 25-26 to enable all the design work to be done and all the.
Yeah, so there's no extra money really for Wanaka. It's just bringing $100,000 1 year forward for design. And the floodlighting. So they're not actually getting any more space earlier necessarily. I'm just trying to.
Well, no, the money we're bringing forward was further out in the plan. So we are actually, as I said, showing to be actually doing something earlier.
Well, it doesn't look like it on here because you've got your existing budget. You've just taken $100,000 from 26-27 and pulled it forward into 25-26.
Yeah, for the design component.
And
This was the consultation document.
So the Wanaka itself's getting an extra $400,000 in sports fields in the year 25-26.
it's not extra. You're pulling it out of 26-27 into 25-26 for, they're getting an extra $300,000 and 100,000 just being moved forward a year. I just wanted to make sure I've got that right, because then you look at what is happening in Wanaka, in Queenstown, and you've got, it's quite significant. So I just wanted to make sure everyone in Wanaka was clear on that.
I think probably the clarification is, you've got to remember that we had, in 23-24, we actually had $3.6 million sitting in the budget for Ladies Mile, for the government Ladies Mile, but that did not include necessary sports fields. So we brought forward money to put sports fields, which means it's come up, plus the additional stuff that we're doing.
If you remember Paitara, when we did Paitara, the model was we'd do Ladies Mile at the same time as Paitara, and we only did Paitara. So all we're doing is we're just moving the work that we're meant to have done when we did Paitara. Now,
When were we meant to have done Wanaka sports fields?
sorry, no, that's, it's no extra to.
I'm just saying,
It's this,
it
it's
sounds
it's the lag from Paitara.
It sounds like-
And we raised the rates back then to do Ladies Mile.
all I'm saying is that what Wanaka's getting is $100,000 a year earlier for a bit of budget and an extra $300,000 for lighting. If the $300,000 for lighting is what they want, that's great. That's the key need. All I heard was sports fields.
Simon, are you,
Simon?
Simon?
Yeah. Sports fields, most that can't at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it might,
Hang on, the question is, do we want to bring the money forward?
I'm just understanding it before I give an indication, that's all.
Can I just ask, Mr. Bedford, about the benefits of lighting, floodlighting in this proposal?
Go for it.
Yeah.
So in essence, the issue we've got in Wanaka is that we have one field that is floodlit, and that's the same field that people are training on and also playing games on, and people gets thrashed. Because all the teams need to train football on that one field. By providing additional floodlighting in, for example, in Wanaka, we increase the capacity of those teams to then train. So essentially it's going to take a little bit of behaviour change for the sports and different days they might need to train on.
Night shifts.
But essentially, night shifts, whatever that might look at. But essentially it just provides a lot more capacity for them to do training, which is one of the biggest issues they have over there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Simon.
I've just got one question. So with regards to removal of LPG, I mean, it's probably pretty obvious that I would back that. There were some questions from submitters around like end of life of the current LPG and what that looks like. And you mentioned that there's a kind of backup plan.
A redundancy plan, yeah.
So
in essence, the first gas boiler was put in 2015. We added another gas boiler in 2020, when we did the full roof and the ventilation and heating components for that. So those two boilers generally would have an estimated life of something between 15 to 20 years.
okay. Thank you.
Question has been asked, do we want to bring the money forward?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, use your direction, regional.
Thank you very much.
Thank goodness Stu already paid.
I just want to.
One final slide. One final slide from me, which is topic 3, which does not require any sort of direction. This is just basically summarising the question that we asked around whether there is support for pursuing alternative funding options, such as early development contributions. Just to sort of clarify, roughly over half of submitters supported seeking that, with 6 opposing and 41 having no real view either way. And the largest one theme in there is that developers should contribute more, and the business levy came in close. And that was it.
Right, general submissions.
Can I ask a question about this?
Go for it.
Sorry, I don't understand, because you said it's under the LGA, this isn't a formal question. What does that mean for us if we've asked that question to our community?
It was generally because so it wasn't good question. So it wasn't proposed in the normal way, as it was just sort of a drop-in question, which we've used through previous consultations before. It's more about seeking a general direction as opposed to something that is a formal decision. And where through some of the earlier steering conversations, there was discussion around potentially using a different model for development contributions, rather than pursuing that at this point, which will be something later on. The choice was made through those steering groups to really just sort of test the water. So there's no sort of formal outcome from this. There's no decision, no investment, other than pursuing.
Yeah, I guess it just, when you steer a direction, you then pursue a direction, which is in itself making a decision about something.
I think that, I mean, there is no formal proposal on the table, so that's why it's not a formal proposal in that sense. I suppose, I think council at the time we discussed this wanted to test the community's appetite for alternative funding models. I would suggest it's an indication, but actually any decision on any formal funding model will ultimately need to be made by council on a case-by-case basis.
It's probably quite an odd question to ask in a way, because, you know, conceptually, do you support us as an organisation seeking alternative funding outside of rate paying and borrowing?
Yes.
Was there a
But it's
reason
good to have that confirmation.
the reason that development contributions was, I guess, singled out in the question versus a levy, or?
Generally, because it was the concept that was largely discussed around the steering groups.
What does?
Sorry, oh, Lisa, and I'll go you, Q.
Thanks, guys. My question was around getting the reading there that, they're in support of us looking at other ways to do it, right? But some of the questions I've got and some of the submitters raised yesterday, and I think the staff offered us a workshop, I'd be interested in the gap between what we projected we were going to need and what we actually needed, and whether we collected enough in that workshop. And some of the submitters' questions around some of the transport queries and things like that just to be addressed, but not around this decision. I think we've got a pretty clear steer here that we just should be looking at other ways to do it, but understanding really clearly, is what we're doing effective? Have we collected enough to cover what we thought we were going to cover with it? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to reflect too that, I mean, look, I think the answer is this gives us a mandate to pursue other options. What they are is, you know, we'll have to work out in time. But I think it's really evident that the community, and even by the neutral stance on these, that the community's understanding of development contributions and how it works is very, very poor. And even Tim Williams, who was acting for Universal, you know, his understanding of the IAF and how the development contribution.
Yeah, you don't want to single people out, certain individuals out, just stick it to submissions.
No, but okay, so I mean, just to highlight that even the industry, there were a number of submissions that developers who misunderstood the development contributions, how they're derived and stuff. And I don't know how to resolve that, but we need to somehow paint a better picture of how development, and look, the other side of this is I've raised right through this process that, and Lisa just touched on it now, is our development contributions cutting it in terms of meeting the growth related components? You know, are we falling short? Are we, and as I've said, one of the biggest issues in the LTP for me is that that our development contributions are a declining percentage of our revenue throughout the program. So,
Okay, we're talking about DCs later on this afternoon, so we can touch on that later. All good?
On this one,
Yep.
just, it depends, I mean, do you support council's intent to pursue alternative funding options? That can mean an awful lot of things. So, I mean, what do you mean by pursue? Are we just investigating? What is it? Just to be careful with it, because we need the detail. Again, it's all about deals in the detail. So, you know, by all means, go and look at other options, but there's pros and cons to all of them, and ultimately someone's got to pay at the same time. So I just think rather than giving the sort of freedom to, pursue them, investigate and come back and give us the details so that we can understand the pros and cons and unintended consequences. With the development contributions coming up front, I think there is this risk that the bigger guys can afford it and the little guys can't.
There's no direction, there's no decision. I think we do.
No, I know,
Just telling-
looking
I
at
think
the
we
way
have to
it's
move on.
written up there, just
Yeah, I think we do have to move on. We've got a bit to go on. So,
Just to acknowledge, I mean, we are planning to come back with a workshop for councillors on what seems to be a growing range of funding tools. Again, just to basically, I suppose, paint a bit of a picture of what's out there. We're not trying to promote one or pursue anything at this stage. Well, we're alert to them all and alive to them all, but we've got a workshop plan for you for that.
yeah, that sounds good.
You going?
Okay, internal submissions. Just for reference, in your OneDrive folder deliberations, there is a V2 that would likely to be tidied up first thing this morning on that. Run through each of one of these. First one, Stu, to just mention change. This is
a relatively minor change. In our prudential benchmarks, we do reach the balanced budget requirement, but that's in relation to the progressive increase in terms of funding of depreciation. So it's a conscious decision by council. We will need to acknowledge that in the adoption of the final document. Highlighted that first clause and rejig the existing paragraphs to make it clear that there is good reasoning behind that.
Just concerned because this year we couldn't say that we balanced, could we? Because we overran on. No, I know. I'm just saying we didn't this year, and then we're running into the next year. Is that this year?
24, 25, we don't, but we
in
could
23,
do it.
24, we didn't.
Don't think so.
No.
That would have been for different reasons.
Yeah, so I guess where I'm going is we overspent on OPEX in the last year. If we're already not meeting our operating costs with our operating revenue, we just have to be really careful going forward with setting a cap on OPEX. We have, you know, limits on our capital spend, but our OPEX just seems to keep going up. And so I think we need to look at, as a council, setting some caps on OPEX so that there's not the discretion to just keep spending, but as the
10-year plan shows that we're making surpluses and balancing our
But
budget
so
for
did-
every year other than the first year.
but so did last year.
Last year, crypto spready and we also had.
Yeah, but my point is there
That's
will always,
the reasoning
there will
behind.
always be things. Before that, there was
There's going to
COVID.
be
And
even more now with the ETA cross subsidies for
there will
emergency
always be
funding.
something, Glenn.
There'll always be something. When it comes
Which
to
is what I'm
emergency
saying,
management,
is if we're already
it's
not
emergency
balancing.
management was the reason.
The auditors are aware of this, I think.
They'll have, yes, they've got copies of all of us.
Yeah.
Part of the QA we've done has found that there's some information that we should have included that's not. That's the number of rating units. That's a specific requirement. So that needs to be added, suggesting that goes in page 2.4.
What does that mean? Sorry, that we haven't put in the.
You haven't put in the rating units forecast. That's listed there.
It's just an addition to the, it's just estimate 3.
Just some additional information that is required that hasn't been provided.
That's just based on.
Was that not picked up in the audit, or is this in the audit?
This was our internal audit.
Yeah.
So just to be clear, that our external audit that we pay a lot of money for didn't pick it up.
To be fair, they haven't finished that.
Yeah, they've
This
not
was
finished.
before.
But for the draft, you're correct. That's correct.
It's
I'm glad we pay a lot of money for that.
Bill, who we base our inflation adjustments on, rather unhelpfully have provided an interim update on their inflation forecast. Their full final update is not going to be completed until October. So the revised forecast shows a slightly higher inflation over the years 3 to 10 than what we've recorded. There are 9 councils that are in a similar situation to us because the balance of the sector have already adopted their LTPs. We've looked at the information, done some modelling, talked to the auditors, and we won't be adjusting on the basis of these revised bill estimates because they are only an interim update and they are within the margin of error of the bill forecast that we are using, which is the full forecast from several months ago. So we are just flagging the fact that these revised estimates exist and that we won't be adjusting them.
okay. So we've had some changes to the KPIs as a result of the DIA. Informing local government authorities changed the mandatory performance measures for drinking water late in July. And these actually came into force on the 21st of August. So just taking the opportunity now to reflect the changes. And these are the non-financial performance measures from 2013 that need to be updated because they used to refer to the drinking water standards from 2005, which no longer are in play. So we've got 2 existing KPIs, which we're just making some changes to the text of the compliance of that. So the bacteriological one and the protozoal one. So there's just changing wordings there. But going through all the other requirements of reporting, there's a new KPI that we need to add in, which was around microbiological monitoring and the distribution. So we've added that in as well to make sure we're compliant with the mandatory KPIs now that are now in force. So hopefully it's very straightforward and I wanted to flag those because that isn't anything that I've dealt with.
Final slide on this section, I think. No, it's not. Oh, yes. Is around the citizens engagement policy. As you're aware, when we sent the second draft back to you in February of this year, we made some amendments to the strategic asset list and how certain things were presented. One of which was how the relationship with QAC was presented, which corrected an anomaly in our previous policies that referred to us owning Queenstown Airport. The requirement under the LGA with reference to strategic assets is one that now models every other council that has a similar relationship around the country. So with the exception of one, so for example, Nelson, Dunedin, Invercargill, Napier, Far North, Hastings, all who have a similar shareholding relationship with an airport through a CCTO model, use what we've presented here. The exception to that is Auckland. Auckland operates under the Local Government Auckland Council Act, which has a different requirement. It's done.
Not, yeah, it does, but not with respect to that part of the act.
No,
Like,
no, it
can-
does. It has a requirement to list,
To-
it has a requirement for an accountability policy under section
Exactly.
90, which no other council has.
Yeah, but it has a requirement for an accountability policy, so they can list it in the accountability policy and the policies around there. That's not the reason they listed it in the strategic assets register. So that's a different thing. So
No. So they do, because under that policy, anything that has a shareholder, sorry, has an asset value of greater than 10 million has to then be listed under their strategic asset list. So it's the fact that it's under that policy and of a greater value is why it goes on their list. Again, that's only a requirement for them as a council under that act.
do you think there's?
Hang on, just rabbit hole here, just keep going, Niall. Let's-
So that's the reason why it's been presented in this way, and that's for consistency with the act and with everybody else. What we've done here through the submissions is responded to what we've heard around some concern for the value of the shareholding being presented. Again, there are different approaches from different councils, some list it, some don't. What we're proposing here is that the 75.01 shareholding is included, and then we make a clearer reference over to the section 5 requirement on the next page.
So there'll be an opportunity to discuss this later, this in policy section, or do you want to discuss further on this now? Yeah, because I mean, I've seen this policy section down on the track.
Yeah, that's from the
We
matters that
can-
aren't raised through the internal submission.
Yeah,
So
so we can address that. there.
Good now, okay.
Do it now? Okay. Yeah, I'm in support of obviously noting the 75.01% shareholding. But I'm also interested in, writing the airport in, and this might sound silly, it might sound like, you know, it would never be sold out from under us, or parts of it would never be sold out from under us. But these are the equity shares in the corporation, and the corporation is a different thing to the airport itself, right? So, we could still have our 75% shareholding in the corporation if it decided to sell the airport. The airport would belong to someone else, and we would still have our equity in the company that had sold the airport. I'm not suggesting it's going to happen. I'm suggesting that these documents are about just protecting for anything and just understanding what our strategic asset is. So our shares are a strategic asset, but our airport is also a strategic asset for the district. The runway, as our submitters have said, has been noted as a strategic asset. The airport says it's a strategic asset for the district. So I don't see anything in the Local Government Act that says we can't list Queenstown Airport itself as well as the equity shares in our strategic assets register. And that's what I'd like to do, because I think it covers all bases, and why wouldn't you? It doesn't do any harm. It just means that if the Airport Corporation did want to sell, and look, sometimes they do things they're not supposed to. They have in the past. I'm not saying this board at this time would do it. It's about protecting for in the future and just getting the policy settings right. So I'd like us to put Queenstown Airport in there. There's also some stuff in the policy itself. There's 2 paragraphs that are contrary to our CCO, what's the word? What?
Policy CCTO governance.
Governance manual. The LTP makes it sound as though we're just reporting on policies that are driven through the SOI process, whereas our CCO governance manual is very clear that the LTP is the only opportunity that our community has to adjust the direction. And I think the wording in those 2 paragraphs, and I can find it for you. So it's on page 131 of the LTP. And it says QLDC's policies and objectives for the airport are addressed through the annual statement of intent. And we've prepared a statement of expectations, which the council has agreed to prepare 3 yearly in advance of the LTP. So it's saying that's where the objectives and policies are developed through that process before we agree the LTP. And it goes on, so there's 2 paragraphs there. I guess paragraphs 2 and 3 on page 131. And I'd just like staff to go and have a look at it and go back to our governance manual and see what it says about the long-term plan in there, and just reflect the intent that this is where the community can have a say on policies around the airport, because that's what the governance manual says.
Sorry, I'm slightly confused because that's
So,
rather than referring to the
councillors, is there
significant
any-
engagement policy, that's
See,
in the LTP and the governance manual.
Sorry, this isn't the significance engagement post. Sorry, it's on the airport,
Right.
so I can address
I
it
would
later.
maybe just say that, well,
Yeah.
for me, I'm really comfortable with now that we're stating the equity shares is 75.1%. And I would just suggest that offline, we deal with all of the detail around it, because I know that just in conversation, we're comfortable with, there's no reason not to. So we can take the steer and look at this, not in this meeting.
But we've got a significant engagement policy, so what's the? I think.
I agree with that.
Okay, right.
What I'm saying is that
Would you want to add the airport as well itself?
I suppose the fundamental position there.
Well, look, I mean,
Just own the airport.
no, exactly, that's
Hang on.
the challenge.
Thank you.
just reflect that I do think adding the equity shares is useful. I don't see any downside with adding the airport itself, and I might be missing something there, but yeah, I don't know why we wouldn't, as opposed to why we would.
We don't own it, because we don't own it.
Yeah,
We don't own the shares, we own the shares.
that's the fundamental.
We own-
We own 75.1%.
Shares of the
0.01%, and our constitution as the owner means that the prospect of some sort of random sale down has already been protected. That's the relationship we have with the airport.
But the council
Yeah.
doesn't own the airport, it owns the shares.
Yeah.
Yeah, but as you say, Auckland, and I disagree, I don't think that policy does require it. I think they've by choice.
Oh, I think we've had that discussion and staff disagree with you, Nikki.
Clearly.
Well, we're
Yeah.
allowed to. Jude, you got anything else?
Do we own Victoria Flats landfill?
Yes, we do. Yeah, we're the landowner.
We're the landowner, but not the operator. The scope's the operator.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, I was just trying to make comparisons
Yeah, fair enough.
with the other things listed on the schedule. I mean, I think you're right in one respect that everything else there we do own. Queenstown Event Centre, Wanaka Recreation Centre, etc., etc. I mean, look, I think that yeah, as I said, the equity share component, adding the 75.01 goes a long way to helping. I'm still not 100% clear on the other point, but I accept your advice. Thanks for your advice.
Oh, I was just going to say, sorry, I haven't got the information in front of me, but in terms of the groupings and significance of engagement policy, we had something like community buildings instead of for our Gorge Road buildings. And the grouping, there's a point made by a submitter around if stage 2 of the arterial occurs, then it might be more challenging to protect those assets. So I wondered if it would be worthwhile us looking at that grouping and determining if we wanted to separate it out.
So I suppose one thought around that would be one thing that is listed within the proposed asset list is the library service, which would include downstairs, which is fundamentally part of this building.
It's like a
Struggle.
service, but it could exist anywhere.
Technically, yes.
So I think that's the.
Are you indicating you feel that this building is a strategic asset?
Well, it was a strategic
Potentially,
asset in the last significance, or the one that's operative now. Why has it been taken out is the question.
Well, you question why this would be a strategic asset. Yeah, start. It's a building. It's just over.
Well,
just
the
meeting
conversation, I don't know.
Earthquake frame
about
requirements.
establishing
You have to spend a fair bit of
Well, the
money.
point is, should the community be consulted if we were to say?
Clarification needs is it's in that appendix 3. And appendix 3 is referred to by the significant streets and asset list. So you go to appendix 3, it's listed there. So I don't understand where else you want it listed. And also the question I have is, well, some reserves are listed and some aren't. So do we own some reserves and not others? Like the Wanaka Recreation Reserve is not listed there, but some other reserve is.
This is whether it's a
Ellie Point Reserve is listed. So I'm just trying to understand the asset list.
Well, if you go to the significance engagement strategy though. The Wanaka Recreation Centre is listed individually, and then reserved land is listed in a group of other things. So both of them come under there. I mean, I suppose the question comes under that grouping when we ran into that problem with Lakeview as to whether, because is that issue around whether campgrounds collectively are a strategic asset or whether they're individually an asset. Does that line reserve land, including Wanaka, Lakefront, Wanaka, and Queenstown Gardens, land held under Reserves Act and land used for parks, cemeteries, gardens, campgrounds, sports fields, and recreational areas? Does it cover all those or only collectively? So I suppose that's it.
And I suppose one of the things that we've looked at here is thinking back to the steering group session that happened that led to this second iteration of the asset list, was the council started to go down the pathway of, well, is it this piece of land? Is it that building? Is it this piece of land? Is it that building? Is it that asset? And therefore, because that got incredibly challenging because of so many assets that the council does own, that's why we went away and looked at a different model. Now, this model is tried and tested among many, many other councils that focuses on a level of service and things like, so the library's service is something that is seen as a strategic asset. That happens to have buildings that we own. It happens to have buildings that we operate out of but don't own. What's important is that we have an actual service that we offer to the community. The same is with regard to reserve land, that we offer open spaces, reserves, etc., to the community. Some of them are listed because they're perhaps a bigger space or seen of greater significance, but they're also an example of what sits within that bucket.
Okay.
So one of the things that comes back to when we come to make a decision whether something should be considered significant or not, and whether we go through a special consultative procedure or if it's feedback or decision can be made at council level, it comes back to fundamentally there's a recommendation by staff. You as elected members can make that decision as to a level of significance around it. It's only ever a recommendation from us, unless it is something that is mandated to follow an SCP by the LGA or other act.
Yeah.
The flip side of that, by doing those groupings, so the fourth last one is land holdings, including Arrowtown Jail land, Cadogan Street, Arrowtown. So land holdings. So that includes Connor Street. It includes the remaining part of Sker Heights. It includes, all these bits of land because they're because that's grouped in as a land holding. It includes every bit of land the council own, including the ones we own freehold and intend to dispose of. So have you inadvertently caught all land holdings into the strategic assets? Because that would be unintended, I would say, because not all land holdings are strategic.
I mean, this policy is about giving the community certainty on.
Sorry, can I just close out on that question?
Sorry.
Am I correct in my interpretation of that? Is that have we inadvertently included all land holdings, including the ones that shouldn't be strategic?
Can you leave that with me? We'll go away and take a look and come back to you.
Okay. Am I referring to the right page as page 26 of the significance engagement policy for the list?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Good spotting. No, come back to you. Come back to us.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Thank you.
So just on that grouping issue, I do think it makes sense for network infrastructure and so on, that absolutely makes sense, and the community wouldn't expect to be consulted on, a pump station or whatever if you decide to remove it. But there are certain things, and particularly in the small communities when we're a long way away, if you did decide to remove something without consulting, and what usually happens is it ends up in an item, comes to a council meeting, and it's citing the significance level, and to go back and consult at that point is just fraud, right? It just doesn't happen. But this is about us around the table getting a list of things that we know the community would want to be consulted on if we wanted to sell them or remove them from the land. And so I think that's what we need to sit down and work at now. It's not leaving it up to the start to sort of decide and then come at a meeting and then we can backtrack. It's about front footing it and going, we know these assets, so there's an expectation for consultation. I think the way we had it in the last policy was better. I think we just needed to do what you've done with the grouping around network infrastructure, but the other assets need to be dealt with by ward. And look, if the grouping policy stays, Penelope's preference through submissions is to list its assets so that we know that around the council total, there's no chance.
Before I go to you, Lisa, so apart from goose spotting, is there any appetite for that, councillors? For what you just.
I have appetite for it, yeah.
Anyone else gonna, is that just silence?
Lisa's got a hand up.
Lisa.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, good listening. I agree with the groupings, but I think that we need to maintain an organisational framework that identifies what we're all alluding to around our community sentiment around items. We've just seen in Arrowtown the impact of the removal of one vintage sign from Wilcox Green without our understanding of the sense of culture, heritage and other social cohesion factors around some of our assets. I'm hearing what Nikki's saying about keeping a kind of a register by ward of things, and Tarsi and others in the team have been really responsive around the learnings in Arrowtown. And even though that's a tiny little asset, one teeny tiny sign, for staff to have responded with saying, there is a way that the community can register stuff through heritage registers or significant trees, or link back to their family associations with these things in the community. But on the largest scale, I think we do need to start thinking a bit more node-based and groupings, because this also starts to affect things like our insurances and our risks and our appetite for risk across other dimensions of the business. So really great to see that reflected in the 75.01% shareholding, but happy to take the advice of staff that around how the actual physical infrastructure is represented. But I do think wherever we land, our community want us to know that some things we don't just chuck out, whether that's a little old signpost or a big building like the Memorial Hall. They want to know about it and be part of the vision. So it's me. Thank you.
Nothing further?
Well, can we just get clarification on what Noel's going to do from?
Yeah.
Well, so it's going to follow up on Quentin's point.
But are there going to be do some more work on the list of assets?
No, just to chase up on the land holding, the land holding question.
Well, I mean, and the question, the question, yes, we'll follow it up. We'll see what it gets to. The question is, what can we do about it? Because we can't. It's going to be very hard to fix. If my interpretation is correct, it's going to be a very hard thing to fix, because we've consulted on including all land holdings, and we can't just suddenly take it out because we haven't had.
Hang on,
scope. So it's been interesting.
No, I don't think we stand an issue if we, on the basis that we consulted on this as it stands. Correcting this, we're taking on board feedback. We're responding to the concern for potential error. And I think correcting an error is not a problem.
Is there anyone?
Well, it is if you're removing land holdings from the strategic access register without having consulted on it. It could be, but anyway, we'll come back to this on advice.
We'll get the appropriate advice on that, Quentin.
So with Nikki's point then, is the question here about other buildings other than what's specifically listed on this schedule, whether they should be separately listed?
Yeah, so what?
Such as this building?
Yeah, so the
other than the library part of it,
yeah,
and whatever other buildings we might have, I don't know what other.
Yeah, so if you went back to the existing significance and engagement policy, for example, Glenbrook, it's got its hall and its library and it's all listed, which means that if the council wanted to remove or sell them, it would automatically require a special consultative process. If you take them out and you put it into the groupings, which is what's been done this time, then the community is not guaranteed consultation if any one of those buildings within the grouping is set to be sold or demolished. It can be done so without being consulted on because it's part of the group. Does that make sense?
So why have they been taken in?
Well, there's an annex,
Further, isn't it? No, I said before.
appendix 3, you know, this building's in it, civic
To make
building, Wood Road.
It's to make it easier for the council,
Northby
you
line.
don't have to consult as often.
Oh, I
So-
think I've got an appendix 3.
So,
Well, that's,
Appendix
that,
2, sorry.
you wouldn't
It's in,
group.
it's in the document, it's page 26 of the significance engagement policy.
This one's really important because it goes to trust of.
But I guess the question then is either to Niall or Mike, is what Nikki is saying correct? So let's just use one example of, what is it in Glenorchy, a hall? A hall, okay, so if we wanted to demolish the hall, do we need to consult on that based on this?
You wouldn't have to, no.
You wouldn't be obliged to have a hold an SCP, but nothing stops you from consulting on any of those topics if that's what you
Yeah,
want.
and we have listed community centres and halls within the strategic asset.
But as I said, this gives confidence to the community because what usually happens is a proposal is put to the councillors with a level of significance in a
And how
report.
detailed do you want
And-
to go? Like, you go down.
How is the building
Hang on,
coming
you
by?
go down, hang on, you go down to the
It's-
sign level.
It's not. That's
No,
the point.
well, that's just silly, as you said to me earlier. You don't, of course, you don't go down to the sign level. It's strategic.
No, but that's
What
what you're saying.
assets?
Hang on, you've said enough. What you're saying is there's a spectrum. You want to go here, Lisa says, well, you go to the sign level. And what the current significance engagement policy is just here, you just, it's where do we want to go?
I think it's more about the fact that there's some cynicism in our community about arterial stage 2. And they want to be consulted on what happens with this building.
That's the wrong basis.
It is the wrong-
About this building.
It is, but the thing is that what we could look at is to say, well, what is significant in our list of groupings that we as a council agree on and maybe uplift those out.
Yeah.
If we agree on it.
It'd be very hard to say that. This
It's
building
not
is
about this
significant,
sign and this sign, it's more about.
Given that we've got 3 other offices that we don't own. that
Except
council
it was
operates.
in the significance and engagement policy in the list of strategic assets. It is now,
It's gonna take
and you're
that.
pulling it out. So
Yeah.
it's not hard
So
to say
what's
because you
your-
said it last time.
What's your point?
Well, my point is, you've got to go back to what's significant. It's about actually enabling the council to deliver the services that are important to local government. And I think if we take the Gorge Road building, less than 20% of our operations
I
operate out of
completely
here.
agree, yeah.
It's an irrelevancy in terms
The
of
building is
of
irrelevant.
the significant. If it's being used because somebody wants to, has got some sort of idea that this is a tool to somehow stop another piece of work, then that's the wrong basis for having it in the significance engagement policy. That's all I'm saying.
It was in there before, I guess.
Well,
This is our council base.
No, it's not our
This is-
council base. Our council base is spread across 5 buildings in Queenstown and 3 in a site in
We're
Monmouth.
sitting in chambers right now, giving direction. So, I mean,
Okay.
every other building.
I'm
we
gonna
have
cut this
actually-
off. Look, do we want to go any further on this? I don't get
Well,
any.
Well, I can definitely see the benefits for listing this
Okay,
building. If
one,
For what reason?
well, because I think it is, this is a strategic asset.
How? This building.
Well, if we
It's
look
so
at it,
close
we
to-
put our
It's so
workers.
close to the bloody thing moving. If we lose it, we will have made that decision ourselves.
Yeah.
And we wouldn't be getting rid of the service, we'd be disposing of a building that actually was an old working men's club.
Look, I don't want to make it just about this, at the end
No,
of it.
that's the.
Yeah, no.
Well,
no,
I-
but this is about.
Hang on. Ask the question. We've only got 3 coming back. So we're just going to move on. Nothing has changed.
So the
Right.
Monica Arts Centre, just so you know, has been taken out. It was an individual.
Look,
Listed
we've just moved
strategic
on.
asset.
Nothing has changed it.
Okay.
Keep going. Go on, please. Thank you.
Well done, put the application.
What are we up to? Expenditure, Stu.
So we wanted to be clear about the approach we're taking in terms of internal submissions. They have been minimised, and they've been minimised mainly for the purposes of achieving the timeframe and efficiently getting the LTP adopted. Doesn't mean that there will not be changes to budget through other processes. But there are no proposed budget changes for OPEX or CAPEX other than topic 2 in the LTP. We have heard recently around potential CAPEX budget changes for projects such as Valentine Road or Stanley Street. But these both require further work, and we'll be dealing with those specifically in the slides that follow.
Sorry, just what do you mean by further work? I mean, because obviously everything needs further work. You know, we've only got a concept level for the LPG shift to electrification, just as an example. So not including it just because it needs further work. Why is that?
Well, it's not in a state that is able to be brought to council for consideration.
What?
You can put placeholder budgets in, but they are dangerous and not recommended.
But we've got that already for Stanley Street. It's in there. It's just way down the other end.
That's what I'm talking about. As you move the projects forward in terms of program, it needs to be better supported with information.
More than concept level.
I don't understand the issue.
I'm just trying to compare the two
We want to give you more information so you can make a good decision.
Yeah, and it's okay. All right, but it's already.
That's normally what you ask for.
It's already.
He's about to give you some more information.
Okay. Sorry, I just see it's coming from a reforecast. It doesn't.
So staff are actively working on capital budget adjustments for the following projects. So I've mentioned Stanley Street. To bring forward the budget to the earlier years of the LTP, and the Valentine Road site works, bringing forward budget to enable the finalisation of an agreement for early site works and remediation to create a green canvas. We can include commentary in the LTP to reflect the attention to prepare options for these projects, and the process for actually adjusting the budget would be a reforecast. Next one, Stanley Street. Same, I've got, that's good. So with Stanley Street, we've currently got around $5 million in year 33-34. We need more time to fully determine the costs and revenues of the option, and that will be done to enable a budget adjustment to bring that funding forward. And the proposal at this point is to include this item as part of a CAPEX reforecast at the council meeting on the 24th of October. The good news is that the early consideration of the funding of that suggested the project can be largely self-funded from car parking revenues. We don't actually apply the surplus we accrue in the parking operation to rates. That is kept separate and can be used to pay for parking projects, to reduce parking debt, and also to fund public transport initiatives. So it's, the payback period on that should not be too long if we're able to bring a set of budget options back that are confirmed by costings. Valentine Road, that's currently in the LPP, 5.7. There is more time required to progress an agreement, potential agreement covering costs, risks, and timing to enable a budget adjustment to bring that funding forward. Obviously, we are supportive of the outcome and are wanting to see a successful completion of that negotiation. And again, the proposed way forward is to include this item as part of capital reforecast at the council meeting. Financial impact of change can be accommodated if the QLDC contribution remains as indicated, with also a progress payment option. So staff are working on that, as you know. Just clarifying the next steps for the CAPEX program, which is the next slide. So we are finalising a number of we are finalising a capital budget adjustment for the carry forwards that are required. So they are the budget that is needed to complete projects that are underway at this time that haven't been provided for in the LTP. There's always an issue around the cut-off timing for those projects. We make an assumption when doing the LTP, and when the year end comes around, if there are alterations to that or other projects that we've failed to recognise that will be in that category, we need to tidy up the budget side of those projects. That's a normal BAU process, and that will be coming to the September 19 capital meeting. We have the capital budget adjustments that occur through the reforecast. We've mentioned 2 potential projects there. There are others that we will be bringing to the October 24 council meeting. That again is normal business. It's BAU, and obviously things are dynamic in that area, and we need to optimise our delivery and decision making in that space. And thirdly, it's not on the slide, but it is also required. There is a revision of the roading budgets as a result of the mismatch in timing for the Waka Kotahi budget allocations to be finalised versus what we have in the LTP. This will be largely OPEX, but again, there will need to be consideration of what changes are required and what allocations are made, given that our program is not likely to be on a directly, or it won't be on a directly comparable basis to what we have currently in the LTP. So all of those things will be coming to council over the next months. Happy to take questions.
Quentin?
Yeah, thank you. Question was really in anticipation of the CapEx reforecast and stuff. Are there any significant CapEx projects in the first 3 years that we already know will be substantially escalated that will affect our headroom or deferral of other projects?
Our approach to any projects of that nature will be to try and preserve our existing template in terms of sticking to our basic needs. So the first year is pretty constrained, but we will have the opportunity to rejig things in some areas. The amount of spend that we're talking about with these projects and the others means that we're trying to preserve a neutral outcome overall. So without talking to specifics, there'll be a number of potential changes that we'll try and offset without damaging the integrity of the budget as it stands. But obviously,
I mean, I suppose looking at it at high level, I mean, things like the Hawea pipeline project and stuff with the IAF and everything have the potential to see significant escalation. I'm just interested to know whether we're anticipating that or not.
I'm not anticipating. I've got some of the P&I team here who they may be able to speak to it directly, but I'm not aware of any significant escalation in that project. Jesse, you want it?
With that project at the stage of
Thank you, Jesse.
Apologies, I didn't hear that. Apologies.
So it's just Jesse just saying they're comfortable with the budget and the program.
Okay, so the detailed design hasn't revealed any major escalation there.
No, that's what I'm getting.
Okay, thank you.
Just with reference to the Stanley Street car park, you may have already covered this, but where in the LTP year are you thinking it might fall?
My understanding is that we're looking to advance it into years 1 and 2.
And this will probably come in the September meeting anyway, but I'm just really intrigued to know where the breakdown of that 5 million comes from. You may not be able to answer that.
I can't answer that, but the staff are working through the options in terms of using that area for parking. So obviously there are different ways that can be approached, and they have a different outcome in terms of parking and cost.
So I return on investment on that as well, yes.
Oh, I'll just put it to you, now that it's all open and the fences are all down, the longer people are driving past it and not getting used, and it's not getting used, there'll be some fair pressure on us to actually get that car park up and running.
It was getting used yesterday, there was a tent there.
Oh, Mike and I talked about 10 years. Was there a 10 year yesterday? It was
Oh, it
Sunday.
must have been Monday, it must have been Monday when I left here. It was-
Sunday, no, Saturday.
Okay, well, it must have been still there on Monday.
It raises a point, if we're thinking a ballpark of 5 million, that investment, that probably means that the time frame to deliver a car park is probably going to be a lot longer than, within the next 6 months, so.
So I think, again, staff are working up those options, and I mean, there's an option to potentially aggressively build the car park as opposed to doing a sort of a single build out. So we're looking at ways of trying to expedite getting parking into that space.
Sure.
Is it an old hand queue or a new one?
Old one, sorry.
Thank you. Right.
Just a comment in the question, just appreciate all the work being done by the team to get, which looks reasonably optimistic for October 24th. The Valentine Pond remediation project for Wanaka is a biggie, and we can get that over the line. It'll be a major achievement. Thank you. The question is NZTA, you talked about the operational impact possibly on things, but is there any like impact on the capital side? Because we haven't got NZTAs. Have you got NZTAs budgets in that for?
I sent you those indicative ones about 3 weeks ago.
I'm sorry if I stand correct.
And they were substantially less than those activity classes of active travel, and what was the other one? Safety.
Yeah, I was wondering how it impacts on the lines and the LPP.
We haven't got full approval yet, so we've just been drip fed information. So once we do, we'll do a comprehensive review. But the important thing is we won't be increasing the local share.
Thank you.
Is that a statement? Okay, councillors, I think we've got a fair bit. We'll break for lunch and we start up again at 1 o'clock.
Ben, once you get the team sorted out.
There we go. So whilst we've covered off significant engagement policy before lunch, this is an opportunity for any further questions or direction from elected members on other policies within the LTP. There's nothing to show.
Okay, councillors?
Assuming this includes the development contributions policy, or if it's later, it's like.
So have a later.
Okay,
This is
yeah, yeah.
separate.
So I have to grab that now.
Just as a comment, I don't know what happened at this point, but just some of the differentials in there. There's, you wanted to look at them, page 355.
Policy, sorry?
It's just the differential calculation, so I don't know if it's going to.
So just financial policy.
Yeah,
In the what? Finance.
it will be within your financing policy, yeah, I guess, 355,
Oh, right.
just land use differential categories and look. Is that in DC's?
Yeah.
Okay. Touch that later. Yeah, there's no discussion, I'm just gonna go move straight on.
Yeah, if it's in 355, yeah.
Okay. External submissions.
Okay, so as we get into the external submissions, just recap some of the items that were in the submissions report. So we've got the who submitted summary there. So we've got nearly half the submissions were from Monica, by ward, again, showing from the Clutha ward there. And on the bottom graph, the 327 responses and submitters who stated they belong to an organisation. Those organisations with multiple submitters outlined in the chart. So you've got members of Wanaka Football Club, 87 responses, 30 from the Clutha Rugby Club, 15 from Clutha Netball, so they go there. So hopefully that's familiar. Just stated there as a reminder. Key themes from external submissions. 290 submissions received, comments received by submitters when asked to comment on any aspect of the draft long-term plan. Comments were varied, and many community groups use this to advocate for specific things in the district they wanted. And then we've got 163 submissions through supplementary comments, where they're able to upload supplementary documentation. Like the other comms, above, many residents submitted on the desire for specific facilities. That's the general gist of the recap. And then we just pulled together a slide on the key themes based on those that have registered to speak in the hearings over the last 2 days, and that was just a summary of the key themes that were expected based on the speakers you had there. So your Snow Farm, target rates and CBD, which you've got, we've discussed, aptitude for sports, facilities, performing arts, climate biodiversity, significant engagement policy, and active travel. Just those are the key things that pulled out from the speaker list.
Like a water supply? Do we get to add things? Should we?
Well, no, that was just a reminder, summary of what we were seeing. So really now is into the, you know, here we are to discuss obviously the things you've heard over the last 2 days, the submission report, and what things that you want to direct us on from your own perspective.
Could we go back to that list and maybe
Yeah.
use the list as a starting point?
Yeah. Makes sense.
Right, do you want to add anything further more? No, I think it's really up to councillors, and you've heard the submissions that were presented verbally, you've obviously heard the submissions that were all submitted to you. There's an opportunity for councillors to raise anything, and obviously, I mean, obviously, I think it goes without saying that we're we know as we entered this, we're fiscally tight, so if we're going to change things, it's about changing. The opportunity to simply add without compensating it in some way is not really that practically available. So it's really up to councillors if there's anything they've heard that they either want to ask questions about or more appropriately have a debate amongst yourselves about whether you want to see any changes in response to what you heard submitted.
I think pretty much everything there is adding stuff.
Well,
So I just was gonna stick on the list for removal, because it's in scope, because it came up, was the council building and arterials too. Just so if we're talking about swapping out, I don't know what other people heard around what they don't want done, but it was definitely.
I see what you mean.
Scope, well, yeah, I mean, these are all add-ins. If we're gonna add in, like saying we need to swap out something, so I'm just putting on the list of things for removal, possibly could be council building, could be arterials too, which are significant.
So you understand, it feels, I'll go straight into that. I'm happy to start at Snow Farm, at least, but just, I think we heard a lot last year in the annual plan, and this year as well, obviously a lot of submissions, a lot of people speaking on behalf of it. I have an appetite to sort of try and meet halfway to provide some sort of facilities there, just because I think they've had such a strong continued effort within some sort of remit for us to provide under public toilets. And I reflect on the sentiment that Simon made at the start of just ensuring that we're malleable to adapt to the community's wants, to ensure that we are making these processes effective at the end of the day. So wondering how people feel about Snow Farm facilities.
Well, my view on it is that I think we've got a question that we need to ask ourselves, which are kind of shared with councillors, which is around, you know, it is a reserve which a charitable organisation has enabled a lot of visitation to. I'm sympathetic for the need for toilets, but I guess it just remains that tension of like, should it become a council burden? But it does have wide use, it is growing, it's an amazing facility. So, I mean, I don't have the answers, but I think I'm with you in terms of like, how can we meet halfway? What can we do to kind of achieve an outcome that's going to benefit our community? You know, and I guess give some support to the charitable trust, but ensuring that they actually, you know, bring some money to it as well.
I don't think they've got any.
No.
That's because they've had to go and build a new base building, which they've done in pretty short order since they submitted to us last year. And that was my view. I mean, they were really mobilised last year. It felt to me like it was all a bit, you know, like it was too late in the piece. They came to us asking for some help with things then, but there was no chance that it was going to happen at that point. You know, when we were doing the annual plan, and they have put a lot into what they've done to get themselves, to get the facility that's there now for the winter. The other issue for me is that there's a high level of use of it in the summertime, and there are no portaloos there in the summertime. So there's an environmental issue. You know, people are going to have to go to the toilet somewhere, aren't they? And it is, you know, the council reserve. So.
But I'll go Lyle and I'll go Lisa and then I'll go Q.
Yeah, okay, it has come up a lot. I just look, we've got a line in the plan for new toilets in Wanaka. Yeah, it doesn't come until year 3, and we've obviously got other bids for toilets on reserves in Wanaka. If we're not going to get any new money, I don't know, I guess we can't move this money left, but what I say is it's really comes down to the decision how we use that new toilet funding line that's currently in the LPP. Whether we use it at the Snow Farm, Lismore Park, or somewhere else. Timing is going to be the thing. If we can't do it for another 2 years, then it's going to have to muddle by for another 2 years. If the community board and that assesses and makes a recommendation, that's where they think the toilet should go. That's why I don't think we can suddenly drag up a whole lot more money so that we can't unless we give something out. So, but I'm saying there's a line in there already. It's going to have somehow use it.
Okay.
But we need obviously a bit more detail, you know, like you say, they could contribute to it too, I don't know, but that's something to sit down and work out. And I don't know what sort of toilets you have on the top of the hill in the middle of winter.
Well, I said they've already done some design, they've got.
Yeah, I realize.
Scheme of
We don't have to revisit that now. I'm just saying there is a line there that, you know,
That is available.
we have to rely on, I think.
Lisa?
Thanks, guys. I suppose reflecting on what everyone said, these guys have got a really good case behind it. They were a bit late to the party last year and have demonstrated the need again, and the tension between the other activities that happen up there and the other land kaitiaki. The environmental bit is something I think we need to consider, but really I come back to how can we use private capital as well. And there was some discussion around their own fees and charges, but looking at if there is this huge summer demand and we're starting to see so much, it brings us back to this is a challenge across all our trails with high user numbers. And I looked to the four-wheel drive proposal around the Maystown Road and some good figures there around how quickly you could recover costs with a vehicle toll. And while it's not a preferred outcome, I just think we've got to look at other ways that we can, on every conversation, explore other ways of accessing some private input rather than coming back to the ratepayer every time. But yeah, that's my thoughts. Thanks.
You?
Yeah, thanks. And yeah, look, I suppose similar to that, I do think we need to come to the party. They put a huge amount of investment into that site on behalf of the community, and that's, you know, they're not asking, well, we haven't given them a lot apart from when we originally gave them the land. It's not dissimilar to a toilet block next to a bike park or a even a rugby club or the, you know, the Wanaka Tree, or, you know, at the rowing club, the arrangement we came to with the rowing club to provide for the public toilets at the Wanaka Tree. My view is we know how much an Exelou costs. We can be very certain of that price. We should offer to pay, and I think it's in the order of about $160,000 effectively for the capital cost of the Exelou arriving on the back of a truck. They install it and operate it. We come to an MOU around the, you know, that we provide that on the basis that they provided the public access to it over the summer. And I think that's it's a fixed cost for us. We don't get caught up in cleaning and operating it because it's a long way away for us. We're not well placed to do that, but it's a meaningful contribution and it's a fixed cost. So anyway, hopefully that's my view. I do have a view of where it should come from, and I know it's probably not always a popular view, but I was absolutely gobsmacked to hear from the Wanaka Chamber of Commerce the other day that they've got little to no engagement with startup Queenstown Lakes, and I'm over that. I want to pull that. We can find 600 grand over 3 years by dumping startup Queenstown Lakes and paying for the toilet in year one at the snow farm, and possibly even bring forward the wooden floors in Wanaka by dumping that operational cost. So that's my view.
And imagine the headlines being economic futures turning to shit.
Well, only if they're producing any outcomes, and that's my point. Is I don't believe they're producing the outcomes. I'm not against diversification and economic development, but I am against wasting.
Stick the topic.
We didn't talk about where it's coming from. There was a request that the exec made, so very cool.
Yeah, well, I tend to support, you know, how needs more answers.
Yeah.
I just wanted some advice on just how.
I was going to say something, but I know Ken wants to speak.
Oh, okay, sure.
But I'll just touch on a few reflections myself. What concerned me a little bit was we had quite a few people coming in, and I think one submitter said we're an incoherent bunch, was what he said. And I think I'm going to have lost my place. I think we're 25 different stakeholders was mentioned in the one submission. What concerns me is we've got different trusts that we give money to across the district, and we usually have to say we're a part of the trust at the board governing level. If we think back last year, they made a decision to do the musterers hut. They now think, well, the feedback we got during last year's submissions was if they knew they were going to get kicked out of the proving ground buildings, they wouldn't have invested in the mustering hut. So that just sort of raises questions about how they're governed and how they're making their decisions, especially on that trust. So for me, if we're going to start actually giving them some ratepayer funds, I think we've got to have a little bit more of a look about how they're funding, and to suggest we give them a toilet and then we don't have to look after the ops and the cleanup. I'll just mention Ruby Island. I think that's a pretty good example of where we've been landed with the ops. I think that's correct. Look, to just say we're going to give them a toilet and then just walk away, but we're kidding ourselves. We'll be involved. So it's an ongoing issue. But I'll leave it over to Ken. I think you wanted to say something, didn't you?
Don't need to, but I'm happy to.
Well, you're looking at me going.
Oh, no, can you get some officer comment? You know, we're all looking along the back seat here.
Oh, right. Well, you're in my highlight, so.
Yeah, well, look, I'm happy to just comment. We've clearly been working with the chair and the likes of Mr. Peter Sammy over the period since last annual plan. And it's, you know, a toilet facility, water power, as well as they had requested a shelter if they were previous submissions. It's a large reserve, and a lot of people know that we won't repeat what's been stated, but within the fiscal envelope, picking up on Councillor Cox's point, would be the window we would need to look through. We would look to reprioritize within our existing toilet program. We would work with this group to have
Figure that out.
discussion, and your point, I think one of the submitters also talked about how do you facilitate pulling this all together on that site, as well as some of the other services, including that OPEX cost, which we see as being substantial. We're just having a very honest conversation with them about how we take this forward and report back to this table on that basis. But it would need to be a reprioritised project, not new monies.
Okay.
Barry made a suggestion about talking to Doc as well.
Yeah, I was going to raise that as well.
That would be part of checking in with the parties, but we've got Dave Carey, and he's reached out through that channel, and they would not certainly be in a fiscal position to do so. Marie on the right has also been in recent times looking at different alternatives. You may have heard of a scheme called Kiwi Kingdom, which is done with the portable facilities with some of the homeless issues around the country. So there might be some schemes that have got some equipment that might be very fit for purpose on the top of the mountain. It's working alongside the trust to understand that need and how we take this forward and report back to this table.
Totally support that, and I think you could keep one or some of the committee board involved and help with that liaison to keep the community so they can see that something's happening. Would be quite good. So we work with Ken on that. Would be really good. The other thing, just a general thing, we've got these things in the lines and the ears and that, noting that we do an annual plan every year. So I guess there's an opportunity whenever, as things change over the years, there'll be reforecasts, and then we can look at timing for some things. Absolutely. Okay, cool.
I think just to Ken's point though, we shouldn't underestimate the OPEX obligations that will ultimately fall to us. You know, if it's a pipe, it's 13 kilometres just to get down to the road. It's probably not going to be a pipe. It's not an easy environment to operate in. So we or somebody will be regularly pumping or airlifting waste out of that site. So that's probably the other one. And I think the other point that we just need to have regard to is, you know, the origins of this were a piece of reserve that was set up because the trust approached us to establish a reserve and then to take a lease over the reserve. So arguably, yes, it's got bigger use than perhaps was envisaged, but arguably the trust entered into this with a long-term view. It's a 99-year lease over this land. It charges people to be members of itself. So you just got to be careful about us stepping into an arrangement that we previously established the basis of how that operates. So I think we just got to be very mindful as we go through that as well.
So my question is, they've got a 30-year.
Yeah, and I just can I just speak to that too? I mean, I'm conscious of that in that, you know, I don't think, you know, I've tried to detach the operational expenditure because at the moment they do already have that operational expenditure. They're already covering the pump out fees of that and the other toilets. That's why I think if we take the view like we did with the Wanaka Rowing Club, is that we can contribute to it. They still build it, well, you know, look after. Well, not, I mean, we clean that in that case, but I mean, the point is there's different arrangements, and that I think there's an opportunity here to, and I just reflect. I mean, I don't think it's fair to criticise the trust because they have invested over $2 million into that site in the last 3 years, and sometimes at personal expense to the trustees that are holding, you know, financial arrangements with the trust. So, you know, they've got significant skin in the game, and they have done that on behalf of the community. So I just wanted to, you know, I don't think it's fair to criticise them for being not functioning correctly. If we want someone from the council or community board to sit on their trust, I'm sure they'll be open to it.
I agree. I think they've done a fantastic job, and I mean, look at everything else that we do around the district with trails and so on. I mean, this delivers for the community, and it also delivers for tourism, I guess. And they've done it all on their own in terms of the capital. So yeah, full credit to them and the speed at which they get things done. It's yeah.
I think the accessible place goes back to what the mayor raised. They do need to sort out how they're going to manage it and get all the groups involved. And that one submitter, he was asking for that, so they need to be encouraged to get on with it.
So moving on, are we looking at the line item in year 3?
Well, that'll be
pretty much handing it to the.
It's a lot of years of toilets, I mean, isn't it?
Well, I mean, I think
the nature of the year,
quite
it's the financial constraints we have.
Yeah.
It's just the bold, stark reality we face in years 1 and 2.
But I've given us the pathway to pay for it, and
it's not agreed to.
I'm happy for.
I'm looking at
but as I said, I've put forward a pathway to pay for it, and that gives us an option to do it in year 1. And to be fair, the need is in year 1 because they really need it now, not down the track, and that's why I think we can, you know, we should have a pathway to it.
Yeah, I'd support that, Queenstown.
I wouldn't. I don't support giving up an economic future for some toilets if they help.
Yeah, very short-term thinking in my view. Very short-term.
Well, with respect, we're not giving up an economic future. We're giving up an underperforming.
That's your view, and I have a completely different view.
It is my view.
As
and I've for the last 3 years have asked them to demonstrate their worth to us. They have failed to do that over and over again.
That is your view, and I have a different view.
But obviously, everyone around this table has different views.
Yeah, I know, but just to say a blanket note to say they've failed. That's Q's personal view.
And that goes without saying. Whenever we speak around this table, we're not speaking for anybody else, and so we don't need to make the point that it's their view. We can let people have their view without attacking them.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we've got the line there, and as we work through this year and see what the free forecast and what's available next year, we work on.
Okay.
So we'll have a lot more detail then. We'll have a confidence that they've got the right group coordinating all the activities up there. They're able to bring some money in from the stakeholders to contribute towards the costs, and we can be very comfortable that it's all working well.
Okay.
And I think it'd be a good idea to put someone on from the community board or elected member onto their management group. That's up to the community board.
Yeah. With that?
Yeah, I think it's reiterating what you've said, which is ensuring that there's good management of the stakeholder group and the charity that's going to take it. And that we explore the options that Ken said, which is that it isn't necessarily a flushing toilet, it could be could look like something else. Potentially.
Definitely doesn't need to be.
So
Yeah.
just, exploring those options.
Well, long drops work. I mean, you don't need water. I mean, if you're flying the stuff out, the water's just more carbon emissions.
We've moved on. Okay, targeted rates, we don't need to talk about it.
So can I just confirm, so the direction of the answers is actually from an LTP point of view.
It's a reprioritisation of existing budget.
In year 3.
Forecast.
Well, I think it's, I really
It's more than that.
It's
exactly what we're seeing.
looking towards the option of reprioritising, but I think what I've heard is discussions around ensuring there's a clear OpEx understanding and there's a clear management relationship.
Yeah.
That's what I heard as well.
It's probably too much to decide to put it into the LTP, isn't it?
Yeah, but we can signal the process. That's what we can signal.
But I was being very specific and just being clear, there's no change now.
Okay. The submission does go into a detail.
Can, regardless of what the direction is, can someone come back to us with an exact amount on how much an Exeloo, a 3-bay Exeloo would cost on the back of a truck?
Both flushing and non-flushing.
An Exeloo is a flushing toilet, to be
Oh,
clear.
that's true.
I think we should leave that. We should.
Yes, yeah, that's like.
Just coming on.
No, like Simon, just.
Oh, I really want to hear.
No, I've got moved on sports facilities. I think you really want to talk about that, don't you?
Exclude the not product in their Alpine
Yeah.
environment.
Okay.
Sports facilities up at Queenstown.
Sorry,
Sports facilities up at Queenstown.
and are we referencing Valentine?
Well, the
Just in general.
And we already covered that with the. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Two, yeah.
Okay, arts and culture, centre.
Pass.
sorry, to be, hang on, sports facilities.
Yeah.
Can we just cover that one off first, please?
Well, I got an indication that
So
you
we've
wanted to
talked
talk about previously.
A couple of things that, sorry, you go.
Go, Q.
Well, okay, the wooden floors was the other one. I mean, we're fortunate that we have a sum in year 3, and I mean that does, the support was there obviously to ensure that the year 3 money, well, at least remains. I mean, I think we should. I've asked Simon previously. We've got some problems with that floor currently, and I want to understand the cost benefit of either spending more money on that versus replacing the floor earlier if needed.
Yeah.
I can comment on that. So we've just had a couple of quotes come in to another repairing the floor. It's estimated about 130,000 for the floor, and we estimate to replace it with quarters circa 500K.
Oh, okay. So
But it's good. It's good money after bad though. So it's.
So that 130, how long will that
Okay.
130 last?
Oh, that'll last another 10 years.
Okay.
It's only patch repairs. essentially.
Only patch, okay.
Patch repairs.
Would it get us through the?
Well, it's
Get us through- get us through
a
till year 3
Okay.
minimum.
How many?
it's a substantial spot. But you wouldn't be required to spend that 160 if you spent the 500 earlier, is the point. So you know, there is a financial benefit, a net financial benefit for bringing it forward if there's opportunity there.
So the issue is at the moment, as you're well aware, is that we need to replace the lines for sports for the winter and summer as well. So it's not only just repairs of the floor, it's also the line markings, etc., that needs to be done. So we could split that out, but essentially it makes more sense to repair it now for a longer period of time, and then address the wooden floor issue in year 3.
But,
Again,
well, let me ask you a question then. Are you going to argue that we've spent 160 grand on it this year, therefore we don't do the wooden floor in year 3? Is that what you're going to argue?
No,
That's not what,
that's not what I said.
So.
Oh, that's not what I asked. Is are you going to argue that? Are we?
Hang on, Quentin.
The question is.
Hang on,
Yeah.
I don't think that's a reasonable question, Quentin, sorry. So.
Well, okay, so we've put the proposal in the plan for year 3. I just want to say, and we've consulted on it. we've received support for that. I just want to make sure that we intend to follow through on that.
Well, when we-
As long as we don't blow out everywhere else, it'll happen. So residents need to mind their budgets.
Okay,
How bad is it for people's, because the bit I was concerned about was kids' Achilles blowing. Is that a thing or is that?
Well, we can get into a big debate on that.
I think probably the easiest thing to say is the surface that we currently have at the moment. The decision around that was to make a rebound base floor, which is quite hard for predominantly tennis. Netball, basketball for a little bit more cushioning to play on. So the floor that we've got certainly is hard. Again, that was a speak before my time. So the ability to actually put sprung floor enables different sports to hold different events, and also covers off that issue of around cushioning.
You think year three?
but Simon, I think you've also noted that this is a multi-purpose stadium, and this floor suits some sports better, and the softer floor wouldn't suit those sports as well. So we're always going to be compromising for somebody in some fashion.
I guess the benefit is we also have obviously Potara, which is an artificial surface floor. So those sports that would potentially use the Wanaka Rec Centre are able to use Potara. So if we put a wooden floor in, then again, we're just about how we use any wood.
Are we going to move on? Year three, sorry, go.
Yes, well, Mr. Patrick Standing, I just asked a question around the Luggett courts, just a refresher, and
In Wanaka?
in Luggett, yeah, in Wanaka.
Oh, okay.
Now, further.
Yeah, so very quickly, the Sport New Zealand National Indoor Court Strategy indicates that the benchmark for courts is around 7,800 per person, 7,800 residents per court, and that means fully available court. So that's not counting school courts, which aren't necessarily available to the public at times. So in essence, at the moment, we've got 4 courts. So you do the math around that and you work out what our population is in the Wanaka area. You would probably look and say, well, potentially we don't need courts for a long period of time.
But then the argument is that at Luggett, obviously, like you've got kids, what they want is something for their kids to be able to walk to and use. They don't want necessarily to all the factors.
Sorry, we're talking about different things. We
No,
outdoor court.
I think
Oh,
I think you misinterpreted.
Sorry, you talking
Luggett, the Luggett,
Ah.
sorry, I should have said courts, my apologies.
Yeah.
My bad.
The Luggett court.
The Luggett outdoor court, at the moment, we're working with the developer to look at doing a court. And we have an understanding at the moment that they're meant to be doing some earthworks. They've delayed those earthworks. At the moment, they have got to put a consent in to make that happen. But in essence, we will look at making multi-purpose courts. The question is just how quickly we can do that. At the moment, we had an indication those earthworks would be done in May. And it would mean we'd get on with this project, and we would look at repurposing capital to build an extra multi-purpose court.
So
there's one of the submitters at least referenced the Frost development as being their solution, which we've shared with the Luggett community on a number of occasions.
Yeah.
can they hold it up for as long as they need to? Like we're relying on them and.
Well, we are relying on them to do that. We can't do it
Without-
ourselves, but I guess it's the reality is they build one, we'll build another one, which provides the level of service that Luggett is looking for, and it also provides the multi-use that we want for that community.
There's no condition on the timeline.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Where are we up to?
Performing Arts and Cultural Centre.
Can I just sum up there, sorry, just quick,
Yep.
sorry, with the sports thing, if we get the remediation of the Valentine Pond, this is based on all the submission there, if we get the remediation of the ponds, we've got some money brought forward, we've agreed to before that Simon's worked on with the playing field plan and everything. And in addition to that, I know we've been considering whether to try and initiate more of a community project. We're not asking for more money out of here at the moment. It's just to give you a heads up that we'll work with Simon and the other groups that submitted, whether we could get a community project over the line to do an upgraded field beside the rec centre. But let's put that on the table. So
Fine, talk with
so
the soccer, no, the football club now.
yeah. So we don't want to be just saying, oh, this is all we're doing. We've also got to try and work with the community the sports community to get something additional done with external money.
Yeah, I'd be quite keen to understand, because Valentine's getting remediated, but it's getting fill put in, but is that enough and how much more do we need
Lots of
to make?
detail on that.
It's all under control.
Yeah,
We
it's
don't
all under
need more money.
Thank you, Laura.
It's all.
Is that-
No, you can't make promises like that. I mean, I think the thing is,
As much as it can be.
there's a lot of active work going on, both in terms of what, as I mentioned before, about how we optimise our investments there. So the reality will be we won't meet everybody's need in the time frame they want, but we need to try and optimise how we invest it. And we are working very closely with, you know, Mr. Dippy around his enthusiasm to achieve this as well. So there is good work going on in that space. But you know, as we know with any of these, you know, the devil, as someone keeps reminding us, is in the detail. We need to work out what the true cost benefits of these are and what it's going to cost the community short and long term.
Okay.
I think it'll be quite rough, but we've got a bunch of fields developed over here and the others still lagging behind. Yeah.
Performing arts and culture.
Sorry, quick, one more question on
Dan's
sports facilities.
Dan's just so
Just to check, so I preclude the sports facility, no other changes from an LTP or action or changes we've captured.
everything, yeah.
So, yeah, it's fine, just clarification.
Thank you.
One of the submitters raised the Southern Corridor pool. I think, what is it? There's $6 million in a latter year for a Southern Corridor pool. Is that right?
That's correct. So we're currently working on a Southern Corridor structure plan at the moment. And part of that, we've did some work around a social infrastructure framework for what we believe with the future population down there, what will be required from a social infrastructure perspective. That $6 million is essentially a design component for the pool, along with, I think we've got community centre in there as well. Again, that's 20% of what the total cost of that project is. Again, it's year 10. So depending on what population and what happens down in the Southern Corridor over the next years, we'll look at whether there is a requirement for a pool or not.
Okay. Look, I'm not opposed to a pool in the Southern Corridor, but well, firstly, that $6 million is an extraordinary amount of money for a design sum. And secondly, I mean, yeah, is it really?
It's not pure design. It also involves all the project management costs and all the ancillary costs, etc. Towards obviously construction over the next couple of years after that.
Still an extraordinary amount of money. Anyway, I suppose that yeah, I mean, I've got some concerns about that. The project, has it got a site? Has it got a scope or anything? I mean, do we have any idea of what that project?
So it's got an indicative location that we've identified through the social infrastructure framework. Whether that is the location, we'll have to work through that over time. As far as the actual costings for the pool, we base those on benchmarks from current facilities that have just been built around the country, including leisure facilities and also a learn to swim pool, plus the ancillary facilities like change rooms and reception.
That have $6 million worth of design and project management.
Yeah, that's year 10 and 3 LTPs.
Yes, I know, but you know, as we've been pointed out many times, we're financially constrained. I'm just trying to work out whether is this a meaningful sum against a meaningful project. So
the rule of thumb really when you're building aquatic centres is from I'll call it design, and then it comes to a whole lot of things, is roughly 20% of the project. So that's why we divided it up into 20% and an 80% being the construction component. Which is
so that's so it's a $25 million project. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
But we are talking more than a decade away.
Yeah.
So this is part of us also, I suppose, doing what we should be doing, actually putting placeholders in for design work that as we bring it closer into the near term, we'll be refining,
Well,
and deciding what to do.
And this is sort of my point, is I think you'll be better off spending a couple of $100,000 in design and scoping a business case at a, you know, at a meaningful time frame than putting a magic number, a $6 million number later on. I'd rather have 400,000 in year 5 that actually correctly informs the project than having $6 million later on. Because
you were using this to compare something, were you not, Councillor Smith?
Well, as I said, I'm just trying to.
We're talking about, yeah, exactly. We're talking about
just make sure that
sports facilities, and we're talking about the Southern Corridor.
Just trying to keep this on track.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Rightio. Performing Arts and Cultural Centre.
Yep, that's a good one.
Yeah. What did you say?
That's a good one.
Good page. So, submission was 20 million at 27-28, another 20 million years 28-29 with land. Then they'll raise a further 30 million. They'll operate it for the first 5, and then it gets transferred to us. I think that was the
$500,000 a year.
right, and 500,000 in OPEX, yeah.
Operating costs.
That is what is before you, councillors.
Well, it's never all, I mean, that's before us, but there's always pieces to things, isn't there? I mean, there's the land bit, there's 2 asks of 20 million, but that doesn't mean that's a proposal. Like, it doesn't have to be all or nothing, I guess is the point.
That's a good point.
Well, I was going to say, it probably runs back to that conversation we just had about the Southern Corridor, that how do we keep the development of this project alive without, I mean, I think the mistake that we made was not including this in the consultation document, because now we don't know what the rating impact would be. We haven't asked the community directly whether they want it, although we've received a lot of feedback that they do want it, because even though it wasn't there. So, I mean, I think the mistake that we made is by not consulting on it. Now, how do we keep this alive and, and understand the rating impact and understand the borrowing impact and understand, to ask a question like we've just been asked is, do you want $40 million added with an operational cost? I've got no idea, because I don't know what the impact is. And but what I would say is there's clearly a very strong desire for it, and we need to somehow reflect that and give it life without and be able to consult on it further and understand the impact of it.
Just before I go to you, the mistake. So we had 8 months of steering group. I don't think I ever heard 6 months of steering group stuff. More than that, I've been told. Not one Wanaka councillor raised this to put this in the LTP. So I'll just put it out there. And then I don't think that's correct. You're saying it's a mistake. Where's the mistake?
Well, I'm saying that we would. Well, I think it. Look, clearly we had. Well, we did, because we had multiple meetings with the guys, including feedback from the
2 months before we released the LTP.
But we can have made a mistake.
Anyway,
no. Anyway, I mean that. Look, I'm not saying that. Yeah, I mean, we would have been in a better place if we consulted on it. Clearly, now we all we didn't that, but I'm just trying to find the way forward to say, well, how do we get to that point and understand the impact of it when we haven't at this point. So,
Well, with the way before, is it possible that I didn't put it into the LPP, but they've done an assessment. Can we just address the land issue? Don't put dollars in the LPP, and the next revision of the LPP, look at if there's how far it's progressed by then. If we are now under our current land strategy going on, because there's various work going on what land we retain and what we use some of the land for. If we included it in that, their preferred site, and that got over the line with council to lease it or whatever to them, and then it gives them some certainty that we are behind it in some way, and they can work over the next couple of years to advance getting funding, design, more detail for the next LTP. And if it all goes wrong, the land's still there, we get it back. So the land's not going anywhere. It's not only giving them money, but we would be giving them some sort of encouragement, certainty for the community that there's a stake in the ground.
I like the sound of that. That sounds good.
Yeah, look, yeah, I'm in the same boat. I mean, I do think it's a lovely idea, but it isn't nice to have, a definite nice to have at the moment, and we're so constrained. But and the other thing was just a lot of people supported it, but one woman I asked a question of and wasn't sure she was interested in other art stuff. I think there was a lot of support for the arts, but some of the submitters may not have known exactly which aspects of the arts would be catered for. And if we're doing it as a council, and if like half of the capex or more is coming from us, and if there's ongoing maintenance costs that the ratepayers pay for, I agree with Q, we need more detail, and we need to know exactly who's being catered for, and we need some feedback from the community on what exactly they want out of an arts centre, for how much. So yeah, I like the idea of going with the land and then working on it behind the scenes.
Yeah, I mean, I want to also support the sentiment and all the work that a very capable volunteer group have got together to do. There's obviously clearly support from the community, but sitting in our seats, it's very hard to see how in the world we're going to fund something like that. So it's just more the fact of acknowledging that we see and are up for the appetite of it, but that we have no real understanding of how to put it together. I mean, that's my impression of what I can throw out into the group, is that of course they want that, but in the world that I'm looking at, it's really hard to see how that's going to happen. But I think it's really important not to discredit or to ensure that there keeps momentum, so that we can keep figuring out these other things, and the land feels like a constructive step forward to really reciprocate that intent.
Okay, Lisa?
Thanks, guys. Sorry, clicking in. Agreeing with what people have said, really want to see some forward progress on land strategy around arts, but hearing voices from all over our district and region about this, and all credit to the Upper Clutha and Wanaka for coming behind this shared and collective vision. But I also hear from our other parts of the district that this is the bit that we kick down the road that also has so much potential to bring that economic benefit back in, and our arts culture platform could be such a driver for our whole region. And I hate to see us having to choose one location over another. I'd actually love us to get behind arts and culture in Wanaka, in Queenstown, and again in Cromwell with what they're doing there, and really put the destination on the map, so that we really you see what happens to global areas when they really embrace arts and culture through their venues, and also their teaching and training and practice and performance space, and feed into that part of our community. So we can't come up with the money. Again, I go back to how can we get more private capital, and I agree with my other councillors, if there's stakes in the ground to say we've put these sites aside, these are the best, highest value uses we can think of these sites, is to really dedicate them to arts and culture. And I come back to Manawa later on that thought, but yeah, I reckon let's give them some land, and let's keep the conversation going about where else we might be able to find them some money, understanding the challenges that government's just raised with us around focusing on our basics and not necessarily our nice to haves. Thanks.
I think the point for me yesterday at the hearing, and like others around the table, I'd like to try and offer encouragement and support, and obviously in the fiscal situation that we're in, pretty difficult. But one element that struck me yesterday was the human element of the makeup of those that are involved in the project. And the likes of Michael Sidey and the people that he's got with him. And, you know, I think one of the submitters talked about a moment in time because of these people. Excuse me. And I just want to put that point forward as a point to always remember, maybe, it's the quality of the people that are involved that they've got around them for this project. I think is quite exceptional. Thank you.
I'm just gonna, again, test your thoughts and challenge your thinking here. Okay, so just touching on the land law, we had 3 submitters suggesting 3 bits of land. We had the trust with 3 parts, we had the heart of Wanaka for the CBD, and then we had another individual out of Ely Point. So when you say give them the land, what are you thinking there?
Well, what the trust is, they represent the wider, they've got their.
Yeah, they represent.
Harm Wanaka, he mentioned globally, but he also wants a connection. The trust looked at Ely Point, looked at all the criteria of the system, they did an assessment on all those sites, and it didn't make it up there. Now, I know Manawhanawa, they want it out there, but I don't know how involved they've been in it. I think they were asked, there was representation on that trust from Manawhanawa. So, yeah, that group got so organised. I'm just going by what assessments they've done on all the sites that were considered. And if you don't make a call and make a stand at some point, it's never going to happen. I speak to Michael Sidey the other day. You know, someone said, "Oh, we use the dock site." Well, if you start going there, it's never going to happen. And so their assessment is that site out there for a lot of reasons. And like I say, we're only allocating it to them. If it doesn't happen, we've still got the land.
Okay, right, we'll go back. Okay, so we got the strategic point of view that Lisa raised Manawa, raised the Cultural Arts Centre in Wanaka. Now we know how, let's say, testing the Manawa site has been. That's an arts and cultural centre as well. We've got another one proposed in Wanaka. The question is, how is that going to be paid for, and who is going to be paid for? When you talk about, with Lisa saying, let's do both, I'm saying, let's just take a step back and actually work on a bit of a strategy here, especially on a land strategy, as Lyle has said, and actually start thinking about talking with our officers to go away and actually have a think about this and come up with some options for us. I think diving in straight away, given that it's only been sitting with us for 4 months now, and I'll be a little bit slower than what the Arts and Cultural Trust would want, but there may be opportunities within Wanaka, do land swaps, do land deals, land receipts to fund this. If we can really look at it, probably might come out similar to what we proposed for Manawa, which I might find quite ironic, but you never know. Look, I still want to see this happen, but I think we've just got to take a step back and work through some of the options before us. Look, it is a very well organised group. I'm not saying they're not, but when I look at what we've done in Manawa over the last 6-7 years to get to a proposal pretty similar to what they're offering now, I've got to question, have they done enough work on the strategic case and actually how this fits in across the district and the region? So that's just where I sit.
It's a teaching, isn't it? Because these groups, look at what's gone on up at Snow Farm, and they can act at speed and get things done. And the longer we leave it, or the longer they leave it, the more expensive it gets, and you go round and round in circles with different councils turning over. I mean, they've organised themselves and they're asking for help. They're not asking us to come in and take over. So I think there's a tension there where if they're asking for a significant amount of money, then yeah, we've got to have a hand in it, and that tension's got to be. Yeah,
but long term, we take over the operations. And
yeah,
if you look at Takina and Wellington,
yeah.
I do really love my little mare from Wellington, so I'm not going to blame her for anything, but it's losing money. Let's be honest, it's losing money. Okay, so Barry.
Yeah, thanks, Glenn. Yeah, I'm
listening to all the various comments, and this is quite a nuanced situation, but the underlying thing that concerns me is if we kick the can down the road too long in this, we're going to lose that momentum and enthusiasm and possible philanthropic funding that is currently sitting there. And I don't think we can afford to kick it along for too long. We've got to give them an answer, reasonably soon. I appreciate there's quite a bit of work to be done, but to make this work, it's crucial that we get that enthusiasm and philanthropic funding as part of it.
Okay. Thanks. Clinton?
Yeah, and look, I think we're many of us are arguing the same thing. We've got to try and make the most of the social capital. We've got to find a pathway, and I mean, this is the key. I think is breaking it down. What's the next steps? And in my view, there's three. Okay, and one is that we go through a process, and it does need to be a process to confirm that the site is, that we can have some sort of intent to lease. Secondly, that we get a better picture of the financial implications of it, including borrowing limits, rating impact, like you said, who's paying for, operation model, all that sort of stuff. And thirdly, we've got to consult with our community on it, and we haven't done that. As like I said, we've rightly or wrongly, it didn't make this draft LTP, but we don't do $40 million projects or $70 million projects without consulting with our community. So we need to set up either an SCP or the next, whatever it is, annual plan, long-term plan, with the information for our community to actually consult on it. So they're the three steps, and I think we can map those out through our response in this LTP by sort of indicating that we will go through that land process, that we will allocate some resource and some money to, our own operational feasibility, and that we will consult on it.
And it's effectively a PQP, isn't it?
So on that, my question, do we have OpEx capability to look at that in the first 2 years? Would we have to stay within the current? Right. I mean, consume resource, I know. But it would consume resource, it would consume time. I mean, at the end of the day, I think the more fundamental question is, effectively what we've got, and all respect to Michael Sidey and the team that have put this together, is a facility that ultimately will become a cost to council and to this community. We don't have the capital headroom to make the contributions that are being asked. And I think we have to understand that if something like this is developed, then ultimately it becomes a council asset that needs to be operated and maintained, because that's the model they're offering us. So effectively what we've got is some very enthusiastic people who've done a lot of work to try and put up a development proposal. It's following a very similar pathway to what happened with Manawa, but it's a long way short of actually having the level of understanding and detail and cost that goes with that project. So and with all respect, I don't think this is something that's going to be answered within 6 months or a year. There's a lot of work to go under the bridge before this council would want to tie itself up to another $70 million of capital and a lifetime of operating costs. So I think, we can do that. We can start that process, absolutely. But I think we just need to have a very realistic time frame around how that's going to travel, because this will be, this will be the single biggest piece of kit that we'll be buying, and it's not something actually we've actually proposed. It's something that someone else has proposed to build.
Yep.
Anything further? So the first question, is it going into the LTP? No.
No.
No, we can't.
Can't.
But do you have some comfort it will be included in the land strategy review?
Certainly do that. We can certainly. I just don't think we're going to be giving them the certainty that they probably would like to see. And to be really brutal,
the level of business case that's been done is not sufficient for anybody to make an investment decision on. This is a very high level business case that's been done. I know they say that Powers have done that, but it's actually a cookie cutter business case. It needs a lot of work to understand it. And that's not trying to be disrespectful of the work that's been done at all, but it's a big, big project. And I think and again, I don't want to poke the bear, but to the Wellington Council, this is a Skirt Heights Fund. That's an asset fund to put into facilities that the community really, really want. And I think we need to start thinking about how that ultimately gets consumed as well. This is a key priority for uplift the community.
Well, and look, to be fair, it may well include a contribution from that. But yeah, and I mean, as I said, I go back to that Southern Corridor thing. We've even on a lesser business case, a lesser community input, lesser support, we've got $6 million towards a swimming pool in the Southern Corridor. So how do we signal that, yes, we're supportive, but it needs further work, but not say no? And I mean, that's the critical, as I said, I've laid out 3 steps there that I think can fit in the LTP and our response to their submission.
The reason why that is signalled in 10 years is so that in 10 years' time, we don't have the same situation we face now with the sports fields in Wanaka. It's as simple as that, pretty much.
Yeah, I get that.
Can we commit to an engagement? Can we commit to an engagement, like a high level, for input with the Wanaka community on this? Because we were saying we need to consult, and we would need to consult on a detailed project down the track, but to get an understanding of the detailed needs. A lot of people might have said, yes, we want to support the arts, and I totally get that, but do they know that what exactly they're supporting, and could we do something high level?
So, yeah, but Nikki, it's not just Wanaka, it's the whole district, because if you put a facility of that scale in Wanaka, that is going to, but that's going to drive visitation. So that's going to require more accommodation in Wanaka. Then you're going to get the accommodation people in Queenstown going, hang on a minute, I'm paying for that. So there is a lot of work to happen. And driving visitation to Wanaka, then that opens up another question about how do we do that? And then that probably opens up about what a career for.
We have to start somewhere.
Yeah,
we want to know what the community thinks. I'm sure we can pull together something that gives us a little bit more information that we need to give us some comfort to move in a direction. We can't just sit here in our own minds and think about what.
But it's not just Wanaka. That's what I'm saying.
That's fine. You don't make a big deal of that. The point is that could we start the ball rolling by, doing a high level engagement piece concept.
And I think CE's actually indicated is a pathway, and we can look at doing a work program for it.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
CE's advice.
All good. So we're not going to. I think we'll just have to go back and figure out how we indicate that the work program is still live, but we won't be anything in the LT.
I say offer a hand and not a checkbook.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Climate and biodiversity, what was raised there?
Wasteman potentially, we could swap waste busters into that if we want to. I'm not sure, but maybe I don't know if there's anyone in the waste team and the
Can't sweep the waste.
can't sweep waste, just because there is some money in there for projects, but it's not clear exactly what it's taken through, like new waste facilities. I think on page 93.
So that was Gina.
Yeah, it was Gina.
Yeah.
And so they're proposing, I'm gonna get the name of it again. Sorry, my kids. Circular Economy and Environment Hub. So that was, I asked her because she didn't actually say, but when I gave her a ring, it was $20 million in a 35-year lease on 189 Valentine Road.
So we're doing a bit of work with 189 further down, now that we've purchased it. So there's a work package in the LTP route.
Yeah, I mean, 189 is long term set for the development, and it's our preferred location for the MRF. I think we'd be happy to work with Wastebusters and see what opportunities for co-location. I think it's another step, a significant other step of council being asked to make capital contributions to a facility.
Yeah, I was just wondering what conversations might have been had in the background around that because,
Land, they want-
because I thought we were doing something here anyway. Yeah, it was
well,
fine.
that's what we do. I don't know that
Wasn't
we've had
clear.
any conversations
No, so
with one of the way.
They've been ongoing discussions that I understand, we've got to start at the moment, it's
Okay.
about future side and things and having in 3181 Valentine Road. So those are discussions as far as I'm aware.
Okay, so the money that's in there, we work with and.
Yeah.
Well,
receive
the money that we've got in there is largely for what we need to provide. It's not,
Okay,
it's
it's
not
not
for other providers, but I think there's already, as Tony's indicated, ongoing thinking about as now that we've got 189 Valentine Road, how we rationalise long-term use of the entire site. Because my understanding was that part of Waste Busters, and I could be speaking out of turn, Tony, had an aspiration to use part of the site that we currently operate, which we will be moving from if we ultimately develop balance of 189. So I think it's more around co-location of facilities rather than funding of new facilities for
Okay.
them.
It would just be great to sort of be kept in the loop, maybe from an infrastructure perspective on what those conversations with Waste Busters are and. I can.
I want to jump to
anyway, but-
active travel now, because I think it came through quite strongly across both sides, both days.
Yeah.
Given, and I was just saying to Mike, on the first day, we all seem to be going back to lack of public transport or the service that's provided is not meeting the needs that we require. And we seem to pick up the slack, but look, I'll open the floor for active travel. Let's face it, as you've seen those indicative budgets from NZTA that I sent the other day, I think they were like 20% of what they, yeah, so question is,
Yeah.
what would we like to see?
That doesn't change the need to have something.
Yeah, I know, it doesn't change the need, but it certainly shifts the burden of finances from one entity to another.
Longer it goes on without anything happening at Jack's point, and it should have happened ages ago by the transport agency. The more chance there is of something seriously bad happening. We've already had an incident last week where someone was claimed they were run off the road.
And there is the safety issue too with some of these other places of having the gaps in the system where you've got encouraging people to cycle and then there's no question, they just have to jump onto congested routes. I mean,
The Trails Trust is itching to get something underway.
Oh, I'm sure they are.
So how do we make it happen?
yeah,
Well, I think we're jumping between different locations of the site. If you take the Jack's Point route, I mean, we know that fundamentally the biggest constraint, apart from the fact that NZTA have no funding and are unlikely to confirm funding to us. So there's a funding issue. There is a land issue because I think you raised that there is no land, particularly through the cutting, through the gully.
Yeah, I'll comment on that when you finish.
Yeah, so I think, I think it's really, I suppose, from our perspective, it's looking to see what we can continue to extract from NZTA. I don't think anyone disputes the desirability of what needs to happen. It's just about how's it going to be funded and when. And at the moment, we're not getting any support at this stage that we can see from the agency.
Yeah, so as far as I know, from speaking with them, that there is still, there's $250 million for a big project at Brenton. Some of that, I think, still includes some capital allocation, which they're putting towards the A2 route over the new bridge. And I've tried to say to them that the higher priority for the community is the A7 route, because there is already an alternative route for A2, under the highway rather than over it. So potentially there is still some money that they have earmarked for active travel, and it's either A2 or A7, but it's not both.
So just for A2 is the
Shire Country to Frankton, so the Jim's Way Bridge.
Jim's Way Bridge, which I think they do have some. There's Mr. Avery waving his hand.
So I understand that the A2, which is the bridge over State Highway.
Yeah.
Okay. Jim's Way.
Yeah.
It's still currently in the potential for the Alliance project design, but it's questionable as to whether it's going to be funded or not. As we know, the government's withdrawn basic funding from active travel routes. It's really put a kibosh on most of the NZTA related projects. I think if we were to look to do any, I think we should be anticipating 100% local share. I don't think we should really be anticipating NZTA contributions to that, given the current government's GPS and where they're focusing
My understanding is that the bridge, Jim's Way may still be in the project, but I'm still not clear that it's actually being funded. There are other problems with the route down Jack's Point that are much more costly. And it was just, I think it is, won't get any support.
So, yes, I guess my point is that if there's any money in the current project, that it goes to A7 rather than A2,
So, but that would be an NZTA decision.
it would be, I know that. And then the other aspect is the Jack's Point route. Now, there's been a lot of to and fro about where it goes, but I understand that now there is a much clearer direction that it will be on the western boundary of the Q2 and against the bottom of the hill, not through the middle of it where it was originally intended to go.
The latest zone I saw did indicate that.
Yeah.
Because of the concerns from QE2 running track through, but I don't know if that's been confirmed.
No,
But
that's
that's stated.
So when you say the western edge, you mean the road edge?
no, the other side.
The other
Against-
side.
Against the bottom.
Against the bottom of the part.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So which brings you out onto the state highway and then obviously
Or
there's
the
issue.
gully.
Yeah, issue to get through there, but yeah, that solution there would just involve running along the side of the state highway. You know, before there's any, I know they're anticipating an active, a passenger transport lane. That's probably not likely to happen anytime soon either, but a shoulder for a bike lane to get to the bridge from that corner. I think that's achievable, and with what Trails Trust has been able to do around the district, you know, I know they are keen to try and do something that would be well within their scope of ability.
And sorry, again, I suppose it's somewhat speculative, we don't know now, but you know, if there's along that bottom edge, there's a greater opportunity to utilise something like the trail trust. Yeah, they're not having to deal really through the ZTA, and the question is, will they become something, not something? Yeah. And I would just caution that while we may see A2 being diverted to A7, the Queenstown improvement package is very much focused on that Franklin area. What I'd hate us to be doing is saying, well, we don't think we need A2, and they say, that's great, it's a saving.
Yeah.
So I think we just need.
Well, that's why every time I've spoken to them, because they do talk about A2 and A7 still being in the scope of work, but not money for both of them.
Right, okay.
The priority would be A7, not A2, and not none of them, neither of them.
Surely. Yeah, okay.
But it's
Well,
the, it's a difficult.
I mean, it's obviously the
NZTA. I think we call it NZTA, they're all focused on A2.
I know, that's what.
Well, that's what Tony's saying, that that's still their default is if they can, sorry, my understanding is Tony's reiterated, if there's money remains in the project, their default position is A2. What I hear Gavin saying is, can we be promoting A7 as an alternative?
And I think their default to A2 is because they're a little bit further ahead on the planning for that. You know, there's a bit more of a clearer path to make it happen, but it's lower priority.
Bright Stone Bridge.
Yeah, exactly.
Tony, if, now this is hypothetical. Speaking of hypothetical, yeah, if we had money set aside for A7 from the council, are we actually able to construct on the state highway? On the state highway? Yeah. Well, presumably, yes, but the plan wouldn't, the current design of the route is not on the state highway, except for that bit where it comes out. It comes out from where Gavin was saying across the Calvin Heights. Intersection. It's very tight, but there would be a decision with the NZTA. As they control the roads there.
And to be honest, I mean, even if you're on the highway there, there's a lower risk on that stretch to the bridge than there is on the. Around the border by, yeah.
Go down the path and then find the money and then get told, no, you can't go down state highway.
Do transport development contributions get used towards this sort of thing?
Yeah, they would.
Transport development contributions from out there get used, can be towards this type of infrastructure.
It can be if they're in our program.
Yeah, that's the point, isn't it? And everything's getting built, and if we don't have anything in there, I don't know, I'm looking at the money for the council building, and I can't see us building a council building in this 10 years, but I can see us building active travel. And this was exactly, I don't know if this was actually Amanda's submission. I think she was talking about the arterial funding sitting in there for the arterial route, but there is money in there that for projects that are a bit, you know, that we could do, and if we had them in there, hang on, if we had them in there, then we could collect the DCs for it. If they're not in there, we don't. And I don't know, I can't imagine we collect DCs on council building because it
New
would,
trail is,
they wouldn't drive the
it's
need.
not, it's not, certainly not all growth.
No,
It's
exactly.
the
So
level of
all that
service.
money that is sitting in there for the council building doesn't collect. We're not getting DCs
It's no growth.
because there's no growth component. But if
it's
we-
not-
if we
it's not
tagged it-
Type of infrastructure.
No, exactly. But if we tagged it to active travel, then we would be collecting DCs for something the community actually needs.
Can't do that on the fly.
No, we can't. Well, I don't know what everything we do is on the fly, but can, we, you know, we have had some, hang on, we've had submissions on, and we know our routes. We've got our, work to be active travel network, Bottom. We've got the case, we've got the routes planned out. I mean, they're not in there at the moment. They've been taken out. Why on earth?
This is an NCTA project.
Okay. Is it?
Yes.
It's entirely NZTA.
It's NZTA.
Okay. How do we, what's the process for claiming that and making it as our own and proceeding? Because that's what we're being asked to do in submissions. What do you mean?
But
no?
we've also been asked to increase spending in public transport and improve public transport. We don't have the same questions.
Yeah, but we can't do that, can we? But
Oh, well,
we
hang
can
on.
create trails.
What do you see?
I mean, sorry, I'm just putting an idea out there, and the idea is that hopefully staff can help with next steps and how we facilitate it instead of sitting there with a blank and going, there's no way. I mean,
Well, I think what we would look at is we need to understand what our final funding picture is from NZTA. We can continue to work as we have been with NZTA staff around what they might prioritise investment into. But what I think we can't commit to is a funding program because we don't know what capital impost of that is, and it would be an additional cost to our current capital budgets.
well, it would be just like anything else we're being asked to add.
But yes, and that's right, and it's the same for Twin Tail, everything we're being asked to add. We don't have, as you know, we don't have the headroom to do that without substantially either eroding our increasing debt and eroding our headroom, which is what council has required us not to do. So, and we agree with that. So we're always going to be up against too many demands and not enough funding to do that.
Well, I've just proposed the alternative. You know, you say if you want to put something in, you propose it. And I'm not saying we have to do it now. It might be that we do it, we think about it and we work it up, and come annual plan time, we can go out and consult on it with a funded program. Presumably NZTA's got costs around that program. So why don't we propose that we do that we look at that network, active travel network, go out for consultation on the annual plan and
So
talk about whether we want to swap that out for funding a council building and give our community active travel.
I think the indication we got was they wanted the track well before the council building.
Don't come up with problems. I'm coming up with solutions.
No, well,
You're coming up with more problems.
But that doesn't solve the problem. That doesn't solve the problem. That just sees a track in 2028, 2027, when they're saying they want it now.
I think if we start, everyone wants everything right now. I don't think they actually put a time frame on it. I think they wanted it in the LTP. And what I'm proposing is, yeah, obviously it's too difficult for now. I can see that, but we're doing the annual plan in not too distant future. We'll go out for consultation in what, February, March? We can work something out between now and then to look at whether we can swap them out.
But that doesn't change, that doesn't help.
So council just be a little bit wary of adding a whole lot of extra work program to the organisation, which has already got a full.
Well, presumably we're working on building the council building. We've got staff that are continuing Manawa in
You've
this
got,
project.
we've got some instructions about how, what we need to be proceeding on by council resolution, which we're doing.
Can we ask the councillors what they would like to do?
So sorry, Nikki, every time you don't like my answers, you can't divert me to.
But that's what you do with me.
No,
And
no.
I said,
Hang on,
I'm
hang on,
responding to
stop,
submissions.
No, no.
Right, just stop.
Sorry.
Stop the period. Right.
Oh, sorry, Finger. So can you give us a logical way forward then to progress this if we're not going to?
Not in the short term. I can't think of one, not in the short term, unless we pull something just like in the next, pull a project in the next 12 months.
You just said we could,
But sorry, just follow on from that, I understood that there is still work going on the whole Southern Corridor structure plan and the travel, and one of the key things is the transport side of it. So it's not as though nothing's not being done on it. We'll have a lot more information on that. Or not.
We've been given the
We're waiting for
indication, no, we've been
NZTA.
given the indication that NZTA will not be progressing with A7.
In which case, can we pick it up?
Okay.
And I think the big challenge is we don't have a plan or a rough estimate of cost in front of us either to even consider. So, you know, that's the first step in my opinion.
NZTA will have that information.
I don't know whether they'll have that new route.
It's changed.
That's something they built, yeah, because it cuts out a whole heap of the highway cost.
Because they went down the bridge, the new bridge, and the geotech was just.
Don't do it. So how do we progress with this from here, even though in the next 12 months it's challenging?
That's
Because I don't think we want to get rid of it. I don't.
do something.
We want to keep talking about this. So
Yeah.
How do we keep it in the conversation and alive?
Yeah.
Well, a lot of it be coming out of the work being done on the structure plan, trying to pull everything together, I guess. So,
Yeah, and Lyle makes a good point, if I'm allowed to speak. That actually, through the work that we're doing on the structure plan, there is a key travel component there, but, it's not something that's at a project funded level of analysis. But, we can continue to talk to NZTA, we can continue to look at it through the sort of the structure, the long-term structure plan for the Southern Corridor, but there isn't an obvious short-term funded solution.
But you're not collecting DCs in the meantime, and so we've got a pool in the, I'm trying to understand the rationale for sort of the strong pushback, because we've got $6 million, and I'm not disputing that needs to be in there, for a pool in the Southern Corridor, that's not high level costed, that's all for the planning. Why on earth can't we put active travel in there in the same vein that we know it needs to happen? It's not fully costed yet, but we need it. We need to collect DCs from the developers that are growing in that area that are driving the need for that trail. And yet it's a firm no across the board, and active travel is key. It's key to our achieving our emissions reduction. We desperately need it because of our roading networks. We have to get people on bikes, and yet we're sitting here trying to find a solution, and staff aren't putting forward a solution to, how do we get these trails in? If the councillors want to do that, they might not, but if we do around the table, I think we would expect staff to be accommodating it and suggest ways forward, but I'm just not hearing that.
To be fair on the stuff, I think it's highly unfair on staff, given that NZTA have only just given us an indication in the last month that they're pulling the funding and they're stopping A7.
It's a concept level. I'm just talking
No,
at
no,
a concept level.
You're just-
How would we do it?
Hang on, no, you're accusing staff of not providing options. It wasn't an option because it wasn't our project. And it's only last month that they told us that there was no funding
No.
available and they were stopped
Glenn,
working
you're
on it.
misinterpreting me. What I'm saying is just talking about this now, like it's just come up, and all I'm looking for is guidance now as to how we would do it if we wanted to. Instead of, no, we can't ever, never.
I don't think we're saying that. We're just saying that if you want to do it, you've got, in the very short term, you've got to pull something out.
Well, I have suggested what we could pull out,
But
which
that's in the long term.
No, but yeah,
not in this year.
It's not this year.
yeah, to jump in, what I'm sort of getting is.
I'm not saying we have to do it now, because if we
Yeah.
can't do it now, we have to put it in for some time. It's
I guess
later is better than never.
Yeah, but the only question I'm really answering is how we're going to do it the next 3 years, because I mean, it desperately needs to be done in that time.
No, it's not though. It's the DC question about whether we're collecting on those. If we put that money in for those routes, we're collecting from the developers, so that we're not paying, the ratepayers aren't bearing the whole burden down the track. It is actually more sensible.
Can I ask a couple of questions just to?
Go.
So yeah, thanks for that. Look, I understand the problem, but how much of this is on NZTA versus, because it comes down through Wilshed Lane or down the middle there, doesn't it? Or is it all on the highway?
I think Queenstown, what we've heard is that, it was at one stage along the highway, well, it was stuff in the middle, then it went along the highway. Now it's being proposed that it's going against the back of Deer Park Heights.
So we're doing it.
Okay.
Phase 7.
So
yeah.
So just to be clear, there's been no funding from QLDC as far as I'm aware for that.
always been an NZTA project,
Yeah.
off the state highway. So
Yeah.
that funding we provided, that I'm aware of.
So to the extent that, look, we've had this problem in lots of cases where, look, it's really hard for us to invest on NZTA land. I absolutely get that. It's like us choosing to do something on school land, on Ministry of Education land. So, but in the case where it's off-road and it's on developer land or on a paper road or something that fits, we can choose to investigate an unsubsidized option like we did with the schools to pool, can't we? Is that right?
Yes, you could always do that. But I think to come back to the context and come back to last point, you know, we're actually still in the process of working out all the infrastructure requirements for the Southern Corridor. We don't have policy set for a lot of those. So there's an opportunity to wrap this conversation into that broader discussion, which is in fact what we sort of explained earlier. So to me, it needs to, if it's going to be there, and understanding that, and if NZTA aren't picking it up, there's a chance for us to start wrapping that conversation into the infrastructure plan of the Southern Corridor.
Okay, and so in terms of the point about development contributions, those things like connecting the Southern Corridor to Project Shotover, is that included in the LTP?
Oh, that was my recollection. There's funding out further. But whether that's a connection to Shotover or whether it's a
standalone is uncertain, but there is a sum. So we will be collecting development contributions for wastewater in the Southern Corridor in the meantime. Yes.
Yes.
So if we put a nominal sum to support the off-road components of A7 later in the plan, we would be recovering contributions for that through the development in the Southern Corridor.
I'll look to the DC expert for that. But what it all comes down to what's in our program. There are placeholder budgets for all infrastructure in the Southern Corridor. So until we've got the definition of what that looks like, it's hard to explain what's in and what's not in the placeholder until the design work's done.
Yeah, but the design work on A7 is, at least at concept phase, is fairly advanced.
Yeah, and
more than our
no, it's not. Not A7 under this sort of supposedly different alignment. I don't think there's any ideas at this stage.
Okay, all right. I mean, what I would say, and look, I'm not going to go on again. Look, as I said, I understand the problem. We're not going to invest on NZTA's land. I mean, I don't think that's feasible, but I do think it's feasible for us to put a placeholder later in the plan for, subsidized or unsubsidized investment into that route. So I think it's worth considering. I'm not going to die in the ditch over it. I was just trying to help the conversation forward. I do think there is a way forward there.
Thank you.
So great to see something in there. So Lisa?
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I'm keen to progress the thought that Gav and everyone's backed up around a Trails Trust getting involved in determining a route that might be able to come about quicker than an LTNZ outcome. But the other bit with the Southern Corridor plan, and one of the submitters came to us with the idea of investigating the road around the front face of the remarks and a crossing into Alec Robbins Road, and whether that became an active travel bridge or link. I was thinking about that overnight around what if we investigated a crossing that came into Lake Hayes Estate, Shotover country. Ideally, I picked up some feedback with discussion with Mike yesterday that it'd be really hard to develop a road through that front face of the remarks with no development kind of opportunity. I'm looking at a map in front of me as well. I'm looking up to the right at the moment, but with no development opportunity through that kind of front face of the remarks. But if somehow we were able to open up either an active travel route or a vehicle route around that came across the river into Lake Hayes Estate, shot over country, that would just give us so much resilience as far as getting out of those communities with better transport access and just all of those bits of congestion that keep feeding back into that Frankton node and that Queenstown node and that Southern Corridor node. I thought that idea, was kind of worth a little bit of thinking around that Southern Corridor plan of, is that an actual option of bringing another road around there with a smaller bridge crossing earlier than Alec Robbins, but into the Lake Hayes Estate shot over country community. And if that started it as an active travel route rather than a full road, but it would also give us that utility capacity of having some lifelines, being able to be pumped across another bridge. Yeah, so off the Route 7 thinking, but just going, what else is going to bring some looping to these communities to ease congestion and future-proof us. So, yeah, thanks.
You're talking about Brian Fitzpatrick's submission, Lisa? Sorry, I just...
Yeah. He had it coming into Alec Robbins Road, and I think my thinking on it is that's a bit far along, but if we could get a crossing over after the shot over, but as early as possible across the Kawerau into those communities, so you divert any Southern Corridor traffic. It wouldn't even have to come into Frankton if it was coming to Arrowtown or out to Gibbston or over to Katrona. We'd just create another way to open up or loop back. You're coming out of Lake Hayes Estate, shot over country. We're looking at so much of our population moving around that area, and I think all of our conversations about CABs in Frankton or wherever else are really short of the conversation of the whole thing's congested. We need another route around the back somehow soon. And that, I think, should be in our 30-year strategy, if not our LTP. But yeah, off topic. Thanks, guys.
So, it's not off topic, it's off the specific topic, but it's not off topic. And I think what we've seen there and what you've described, Lisa, is, has been considered on a number of occasions, whether that's a mixture of cycle trails coming across and then coming back across the river. There have been roads like that considered in the past. Council's looked at that itself in the past. I think one of the key things we have to think about is our future in building new roads, is our future in building good public transport. So there's a whole heap of questions. So the QITS work, the Queenstown Transport Integrated Business Case, did actually consider a lot of those options, and happy to get Tony to drag those out and give you a refresh on them. So that's not to say that we shouldn't be continuing to look at transport. We know that transport long term is a real struggle for us as volumes continue to grow. But I think we should just avoid trying to sort of pick some winners without really fully going in and understanding the options that are there, because all of those options are very, very expensive, and none of them are proven to date to be easy to achieve. So yeah, it's not off topic, but it's not something that I think that we can answer through the course of this LTP deliberations.
Could we look at the strategic land acquisition side of things? So obviously we're doing that with the arterial too, just preserving options. That was all that was put on. I don't know what the land's like.
So I'm aware of at least, I think, 3 or 4 different proposals. May recall when the Cora Bridge was being upgraded, there was a big group talking about a second crossing of the corridor, which would take it into the bottom of, I think, Frankton Flats somewhere. If you wanted to do any work, it would actually require a bit more stepping back and going, so what are the alternative routes and what would they look like? That would actually be quite a significant piece of work to give you an answer. Most of those, I think, have faltered because of cost or practicalities or other reasons. And even the active travel route, there was one of the active travel routes, and the other one was actually a crossing point below Lake Hayes, I think, at Queenstown, and would then, and then back across the Frankton. There was even some designs done around the bridge, prohibited in terms of the cost. There's a possibility of that also being a pipeline for the wastewater. All of them have failed at the practicality cost sort of level. And I think even Councillor Guy's suggestion, if we were to answer that, it would actually require, for them to do it properly, it would be quite a significant piece of work.
Probably massive.
It would be huge.
But our problems are massive, like, look at the Shinoka Bridge, I mean, nothing's cheap, so I'm just.
You know, so if you wanted to do anything, you'd have to get, I think, funding into the LTP to have us funding, because we don't even have the capacity to do that now.
Be worth taking to the group, to the region, to the.
I mean, when I saw that proposal, and that's the first time I've seen it, for a road on that true right bank of the Borough, I mean, that seemed to me to be more of a new state highway under the Transport Agency.
Yeah, totally.
It's never gonna happen.
So one thing we have done is some of what we've described in the last couple of minutes, you know, that's been a bit of work that staff have been doing. We have actually, I suppose, gone back to NZTA, our colleagues at NZTA, and said this does need a much more comprehensive look at things again. We need to update quits. I mean, I think they're challenged by the fact that they don't have funding to do that. So, you know, the whole transport network, and I think, again, let's not confine ourselves to Frankton and the Southern Corridor, because this impacts on Arthur's Point, it impacts on the bridge, it impacts on Mulligans. It's a complete network look, because we are always constrained by the fact that squeezing more and more transport into a very narrow set of corridors. And then, you know, that's when, you know, if we think about the latest Queenstown transport, integrated transport plan, you know, that always had sort of mass transit solutions. They were always slightly outside the planning horizon. We need to try and bring some of that discussion. Look at the counterfactual is, what are you not doing if you're not putting a lot of roads in? And I think we need to really open up that conversation. And I think when we start to talk about what they call offline conversations, which is your cableways and your gondolas, which have some attraction to some parties. So there's a good understanding of the challenge. There's not a good capacity at the moment to actually address that, and certainly no funding to do anything more than we're currently doing.
So no funding to do that investigative piece.
That's quite a, you know, as you can imagine, it's quite a major piece of millions of dollars worth of work, even as a piece of OpEx.
Do you think it's an NZTA thing to do?
I think it's a collective thing to do. You know, it's the sort of thing that we should be aligning ourselves with NZTA, ourselves, the regional council. I mean, and the private sector, because we see a lot of initiatives from the private sector. So there's a real opportunity to look at that. And dare I add anything more to the regional and city deal list at once? But, you know, to me, that's the sort of thing that actually, you might actually say, actually government, this is a wicked problem for us. If actually we came together through part of a regional deal to look at really courageous long-term transport options for QLDC, or for particularly for the Queenstown area, that's something that actually could form part of that, in my opinion, especially with the private sector.
Just on active travel, just those other little smaller pieces. So from the wetlands through to Boundary Street that was raised, whether there's anything we can do there. I don't know. I mean, I can see the only option that comes to mind is removing car parks and putting a green paint strip down the side of the road, but maybe it's something that we want to have a think about.
I think there's some practical things we can look at.
And the other one being Lucas Place. It was mentioned that we've got rental cars on what is effectively QLDC land, and Amanda said the piece, I don't cycle it up, obviously out in Glenorchy anyway, but that piece from the New World roundabout through Lucas Place and down to, I don't know whether link up, you might know.
I think it's from there to the airport.
Yeah.
It's not a big desire.
Like a kid rides it every day.
No, I mean, I ride it all the time. I don't see it as an issue, but I think there's some improved traffic management there. Like, anyway, that's a different story, but one way, so that you can't turn right on Lucas Place to all those rental cars, because it is really dangerous.
So maybe we could clear out.
So that you'd have to go round the roundabout and come back round to turn into all of those rental car places.
Yeah, there's a line coming out of.
I know.
But they still cut across.
It is quite dangerous.
Oh yeah.
Like the cars reversing into you quite often, but that's not because of the reason that was stated in the submission. That's from just the car park.
Are there rental cars that are on our property, or?
I don't think so.
Well, that's on.
Not that.
Road is it?
I think it's
Which doesn't mean they can park it, but.
Yeah.
Oh no, because the chains are up on that side, and it's not. Probably said the chains again.
So I think,
But maybe it's a non-capital sort of thing.
yeah, I mean, I think I don't really understand the Lucas Place, and we can certainly, on the back of Lightfoot submission, go and have a look at that. I think the Gorge Road one, I think that's something that, you know, we will get some funding hopefully for some things out of the ZTA. I mean, to me, that's more of a transactional, what can we possibly do? It might not be pretty and it might not be perfect, but it might be something that's an improvement. Because I think we'd like to join that up, and if you recall, that's part of again, another government funding program that disappeared on us.
Yeah, because it was originally funded, wasn't it, until we rented it out because of other work too.
Yeah.
No, I support some back as well.
Yeah.
Just from a travel perspective, Arthur's Point, the Community Association, if you might remember their submission, minor stuff, they had no grandiose plans, but they did talk about traffic calming, the impact of traffic maybe coming through the Arthur's Point area, and also the Moa track, which is the track from Atley Road down onto by the bridge, which is like an access track that just talking about connectivity and in terms of low hanging fruit. Is there any comment around that at all?
Is it fit low cost, low risk?
Yeah.
I think that's something we just,
Soon minor
the
improvements.
Tony's team to look into their work program, some of that stuff.
Okay,
Yeah, I thought that was a useful submission. I mean, it's the biggest gap in is crossing the river, right?
Yeah.
That's the biggest gap in the whole network there. Yeah, that's not going to really be resolved until we get a bridge.
And that's company that relates to the plan.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Conscious of time, we've got half an hour on this, so left. Anything else?
There's the Arrowtown master plan.
I've got one little one as well, which follows on from Community Association, and that was that case Shotover Country talking about their park in Lower Shotover. So I guess is there any way we can make that happen in current budgets or? So it's a park in Lower Shotover, a park, so there's no playground. So there is actually already a park there that there's a design for it and everything, it just wasn't done as part of the development, and I don't know what the history was. Apparently they ran out of money, or I don't know why it wasn't done, but it just means there's no playground. They got 10 grand for doing some planning in the
I think.
in the community.
Yeah,
They had
it's really
figure.
raised.
Yeah, they've got a figure that now they've got a price and everything, so I guess is that something we can look at using, I don't know. Where does that sit?
600,000 or something.
Yeah, that'll be great, I
Playground
think.
part of the
It's-
program, so.
Yeah, and if you do,
I think.
if you look at the long-term plan in terms of population and how far people need to be, it definitely fits into that. Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
Just checking there were no LTP directions. Right?
No, no funding, no.
Capital 6 to 8 Beaton Street, that was that submission that didn't come through. Just wanted to raise that one. Justine Byfield, I think she's just sent through. I don't know if it's just to me or whether it's to everybody. But that was looking at dealing with that backyard at 6 to 8. They've used part of the backyard to stabilise the wall rather than putting in a retaining wall.
Yeah, so that's currently in mediation, so there's probably a sort of a legal process we're working through.
Yeah, it's true.
There is some provision put aside for that, but as you say, we're in legal discussions with hearings now, but there is some provision to try and remedy something.
Is there you think it's enough to do what?
Not sure yet. We need to come back around that further. But we do have some funds that have been aside for that.
So if we needed to, it could be reprioritised and it would be available. We don't need to do anything.
Well, if we get to an agreeable position, we'll just deal with the consequences of that in terms of costs.
Well, whatever we resolve between the parties is what we will need to address.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Maybe.
So like a four-wheel drive club and there's.
Oh, yeah, that one.
Look, the Mason Road.
So is it an actual road?
That's my question. Is it a legal road?
It's a legal road.
I think it is. So do we actually have the power to shut the legal road and actually charge someone for it?
Well, I think this is another one where I think it's an idea. We're not going to answer through the LTP. We can go away and do some conversations, but it is a legal road and it's kept to a certain standard. There are a whole lot of issues around basically assigning a legal road to a private.
But they have got a valid issue that vandalism and destruction of these potentially jeopardising
They've got
these really old steps.
a lot of support letters.
If it's a legal road, can we toll it?
No,
No, because no, under the current rules, you can only toll a road as an alternative non-tolled option.
Can we think some work in that at the time? Around a response for these guys or?
Yeah, but we can certainly pick it up and have some dialogue with
Right,
them on that.
The other ones are the Kelvin Heights infrastructure question and the what's the other one, the Pier Paddock?
Oh.
So the 1.2 k's of pipe, which is presumably down Board Road somewhere or beyond? No?
Yeah, I have that on my
And-
list as well.
And the other one was, Kelvin Heights, the me subdivision.
So the questions around infrastructure enabled
To enable
capability when
housing
we've,
development.
when we've upzoned somewhere, or if it's zoned.
Yep.
That don't.
So
Have we got money to do that? Like what's?
all of these things are basically effectively negotiated outcomes.
Yeah.
But we will be, as a council and any council will not want to throw in trunk infrastructure if there's no certainty of development. And if we'd invested at the time when this land was rezoned, we would have basically be replacing that now because it would have been unused and completely depreciated. So, I mean, this to me is, in the case of the Mees as an example, just an example, they've had that land for a long time, they've chosen not to develop. They've chosen now to develop, but they're developing at a very slow pace. We will work with them as we do with every developer, and they're no different to any other developer around what is the timing, who puts in the infrastructure, how that's paid for, how that's recovered. I honestly don't see anything special about the Me case. It's just part of the normal transaction of council when it comes to infrastructure implementation. And that applies the same to Universal and anybody else who made those sort of statements.
The same for the 1.2 k.
And I don't understand the 1.2 k because no one could tell me where that.
Yeah, no one can tell us where that.
So,
But
but
we-
I'm sure it'll be. Oh, sorry, this is to help support.
But our point.
Stuart. Yeah,
Need to upgrade.
Again, I mean, I'm presuming that's a more recent outcome of a subdivision and a rezoning.
Yeah.
So again, it'll be a negotiated outcome about how and when and where that's developed.
But we don't have sufficient capacity coming down Board Road by the sounds of it, because we've got the holding tanks which regularly need to be pumped out just at the bottom of Industrial Place. So I didn't know this either. Someone from infrastructure might know about how Simon knows about it, because we've had discussions about it.
Well, we're also upgrading the network down through.
Rollins Road, projects to provide increased load on them. So, we know we've got some constraints, but it is a timing issue.
Yeah, so is there anything in the 10-year plan to deal with that or not?
For the Robbins Road extensions and the 10-year plan. Upgrade.
So are you saying that once you've done that, those holding tanks won't be needed? They may stay there, but they wouldn't?
I'm not totally sure.
Because it just seems odd that we've got.
Into stage 3.
I think that.
Lisa, you had your hand up and then you put it down.
Thanks, guys. Mel and I kind of messaging to see who's going to bring it up, but we're probably both looking at the Arrowtown key moves document and around the community's concern that without a plan moving forward, we tend to lurch a little bit haphazardly without a plan, and that the cumulative effects of the urban solutions that we're putting into Arrowtown are at risk of eroding the very golden goose that lays the heritage tourism egg for us. And it touches on so many points for them around things like the Butler's Wall restoration. Hearing our conversation about the Maystown Road, there's different points of view around the classification of that road status, whether it is a paper road still or in private ownership. I'm hearing different things in the community. The historic area is well protected, but we've got this wider reserve footprint that really touches on the Cribby aesthetic with Wilcox Green and the river reserves. And I understand there's moves with development planning around some of the river reserve stuff. But the Millbrook Corner as well is quite a hot topic in town with the increase of volume of traffic using the rear route into Queenie, but really conscious that it's a heritage town entrance, and there's a real desire to work in synergy with the community around recognising that heritage and culture value when we are constrained with what we can do budget-wise. But so they really want us to work together and collaborate around a master plan of some description or key moves, and proceeding without it is getting us in strife. So yeah.
Do you know why they need 200,000, Lisa? It just seems like quite a lot. I mean, it might.
No, I don't. I haven't been part of that. What they've done is they've put together a working group from from all the community groups, and are saying that for I think what they put in their document with it for a couple of coffees over the price of the long-term plan, we could actually move forward knowing what we want to do for that area, recognizing what it is a draw card to our visitor industry, but at the same time having to get that right with the fact that it's a working village that houses 1,200 plus employees and probably 4,000 plus residents, and creates a lot of jobs in the district too. So yeah, I guess they just have lost trust in us moving ahead without a plan, and that whole trust consideration of us, I know we're addressing it with some other trust ID measures and considerations for the next term, but I think here's a way we can work with the community to not stuff it up, because it's something like the Cribby aesthetic could vanish really quickly in the next 5 to 10 years, and yet it's something that the Lakes District Museum do showcase around our whole district, around Wanaka, Queenstown. This is what we came from. So understanding what our heritage looks like in those places.
It's just it took $8,000 for Howie to come up with a plan, and there's different scales of plan, and but $8,000 versus 200 is a lot, and you can employ 2 very good staff for a year on 200,000.
And I don't think we should get too hung up on the price in there. I think what they're asking for is a commitment for council to work with them on developing a plan. And at the moment, I know that the growth nodes are flagged for priority on that. And of course, we don't even have a Southern Corridor plan yet. I get that. The concern is that proceeding on small decisions without a plan is ruining the place. And that's where you come down to the tiny little arguments, like losing a vintage sign might appear nothing, but on the cumulative effect of it, the TikTok hits on that Wilcox Green, Arrowtown Echoes, it was a heritage feature, and a taonga iti, a small treasure. And I just think we need to give the community some faith that the bigger treasures like the Butler's Wall are not going to fall down while we don't know what we're doing.
How much do you want for it? And how much would it do? Like, if you were the amount, but we were asking for
Whoa.
I don't think you've got the checkbook, Nikki, as much as I'd like to think.
No, I know. I mean, I'm just wondering, like, if not 200.
Hang on. So what are you actually indicating here, Lisa? What do you want, or what are you looking at in the? I won't say what, but what are you wanting? What are you after in the LGT? Yeah, what are you trying to drive here? What do you want, Cody?
I'm going to tell you, but I went into.
When do you want it?
Yeah. I think it's in hand with a lot of Anita and Michelle's team. They've already started the conversation with the working group, and I think it's around giving the community assurances that it'll get the priority as soon as it can be got to in that hierarchy of things. And the little bits that we've been able to chip off and start on, things like giving consideration to the Macedown Road bit, the Mahu Whenua Gateway project piece. If we can't attack it en masse, chip bits off. But yeah, don't go ahead without a plan, really.
Certainly don't need any money.
No.
Okay.
The wastewater pipe for Lake Harware, there's obviously been conversation around the infrastructure acceleration fund not accelerating it. But I'm assuming that is the reason it sits where in 2028 in the LTP is from a funding debt room perspective, or is it another issue? Don't know if that's-
Well, the plant's under design at the moment, so obviously there'll be time.
It's a big project, right? You know, we've got to build two major pipeline, station upgrades, decommissioning the existing local planning as well. So actually the budget that's on is really good for time to deliver that project.
Oh, the actual leading up to it.
Yeah, so the funding responds to the deficit of a shortfall we had there. We wouldn't have been able to do that project now without that IAS support. But more funding thrown at that project now wouldn't make it go.
Yeah, understood. I appreciate it. Thank you. It's good to clarify a few other things from Howard. It's just there's appetite for increased hours at the library, and it's a small thing. But there's a lot of usage, and it also supports a community centre that's there in terms of renting the space. I'm just, yeah, I'm making those 2 points.
You're looking
One
at me,
in front of
Matt?
you.
No,
Okay.
I'm just giving you the eye.
Oh.
Well.
They don't look like it.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say one thing, just to answer your question about that. The Arthur's Point pipeline upgrade, it is in the report, shows that it's basically from the bridge down to the Oxon Bridge Tunnel Road pump station and all the way up to, once you've gone past the camping ground, before you go up to the next level of Arthur's Point, so it's 1.2 k's from the bridge up pretty much.
Up past the top 10.
Yeah, just past. So it is in the report. Oh, I submitted as part of it.
WCG, can we, instead of doing grant after grant after grant, look at starting at 500 and then increasing with inflation? That's their request.
Well, we've already decided that one as a council.
Sorry?
We've already decided that as a council already.
Oh, did we? I can't
Yeah.
remember.
Okay,
That's
the grant
different.
exercise. Yeah.
So it's not, won't be in grants, it's going to be part of our normal operational budget. So I think that,
It's already agreed to for the next 3 years.
yeah, but what I'm saying is there a way to, because I think we do for some other organisations, we take it out of the grants process.
Yeah, it's not in the
And
grants
we put
process.
it into our operational, who have we just, we've done that for startup.
No, but we've actually did it for WCG as well, but there was a move by this council to take 50k out and give it to the Wanaka group, which we've done.
So no, well, there's confusion here and there. I think there always is around whether they have to apply for their funding or whether we make it operational and they continue to get it without having to, the uncertainty of those rounds.
Where is it?
Oh, Maurice, thanks, Marie.
Yeah, so the, up at the bottom.
Yeah.
So, the parks team are looking at what it will look like for the next 3-year cycle. The moment that is still.
Yeah.
But yes, absolutely, there is some discussion around moving that into.
So for the next LTP,
Correct.
it would be, and that's awesome. Thank you.
Ask another question whilst we're running the room.
Yeah.
The water supply upgrades for, well, the water supply for hardware as well is another one that I've been talked to a lot in terms of the intake. Just when I look at the LTP, there's obviously renewals and level of service improvements and other stuff. Is there any clarity around additional water supply for fresh water into the power in terms of the actual timeline of where it sits? Just because it's, I find it hard to translate the line items and the grouping of funding.
So the major nugget supply scheme budget that's in the plan provides for intake treatment, reticulation and storage. And we are actually working up an option to bring to council in October that would look at accelerating that project.
We're talking about how we end up.
Oh, sorry. How we are, we investing in upsizing fuel capacity of the water field in the very short term. That's the Howea level of service improvements project.
Okay, great.
And then the scheme upgrades project picks up the balance. So any increases in treatment, storage, and potentially remaining of the scheme as well.
Yeah.
Then there's one other water supply budget there, and that's for the extension of the Capoeira water supply.
Yes.
Line.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Happy man.
So So just while you're on the water, were you starting to talk about the Luggett one? Oh, right.
And is now regretting it. I think it was just an open door on Luggett.
No, switching that, they, just we're gonna do some good messaging to explain why, that it's not happening as soon as they want it. We're gonna be told several times based on the detail and the statistics, but, they're talking about, they say years ago they were promised that their need would be met, and they don't think they have to.
What party are you referring to? What party are you referring to?
Oh, what like a water supply?
Oh, the water supply.
The new water supply, we've done part of it.
Yeah, so as I mentioned before, we're looking at an option to potentially leverage the UV deployment project to actually deliver the permanent water treatment and some of the storage early. Earlier than what's in the plan, so we're going to do in October. And then as well as later, the plan was to do an extension.
Thanks, Jesse.
Thanks, Jess, that sounds good.
Number one, and this is a tricky one, and no one wants to talk about it, but I'm just going to read Sharon Byfield's or some words from her submission. Affordability is top of mind for all of us as we look ahead to the next 10 years. Getting the basics right is indeed a priority, but that should not be limited to external service provision and the capital investment program, but also internally with council. Few targets or strategies in the document properly inform ratepayers about the level as to how efficiencies and operational expenditure are being achieved to lessen the burden on ratepayers. And I guess it's these ongoing high level rate increases that are going to effectively double rates within 5 or 6 years, depending on what happens at the next LTP. And it doesn't affect everybody the same way. People that have a job, it may be a good job, maybe they're fine. But we've heard from one of our, I've got a quote from him as well. He obviously lives in a decent house, but he's saying his rates bill will double to close to 8,000 per annum, and he's a retiree. And their wages are only going up, or their benefits are only going up with inflation. And I just don't think I haven't, what am I trying to say? Through this development of this LTP, we've focused a lot on CapEx, and we've gone over and over and over the CapEx program, which is great. But we haven't done the same thing with the OpEx program. We haven't dived into the numbers in any area and looked at where we could cut those costs. And look, it's us that agrees the plans and the strategies that might then enable us to happen. And, that's how the resourcing develops. We've got lots of plans. We've done so many plans over the last 5 years. And they all need resourcing. But the question is, with those level of rates increases, to what extent do they need resourcing, and to what extent can we cut back rather than growing our staff capacity to deliver the things that councillors have definitely agreed to. So it's on us, but we haven't always agreed them understanding what the cost impact would be. And the latest one was that economic diversification plan. They said it was funded in the first year, but there were no dollars attached to the plan after that. So I'm really concerned that as councillors, we get the opportunity to look at some of the programs and things that drive operational costs that aren't depreciation, interest and insurance and so on, and look at whether there's an area that we want to scale back on to reduce costs. And it may be that we decide that it doesn't have enough of an impact and we don't want to, but at the same time, I think we should be able to go through that.
Is there an appetite for it?
Can I just speak? Well, from my point of view, I think I come at it from a slightly different approach. I think the approach I come at it from is about communicating our operational budget and costs and the programs. So I think what we may have failed to have done is to communicate that aspect of it. And that came through in a number of submissions that they can't see that. So I don't think it's necessarily about cutting. I think it's more about showing, like the graph that you shared with us, the table that you shared with us is a good example of communicating, what it would look like at 90%, 80%, 50%. It's just showing that on our average rates, it makes very little difference. That's one aspect of it. So I think it's about how we communicate the value of the work that we do, and I think we've missed that opportunity in our RTP comms. I think we've completely missed it, because I think if somebody has cynicism as their lens, all they're going to do is kind of look for opportunities to attack. And I think we could have kind of mitigated that by, or we still can mitigate that by just communicating better on what we do and why it's important.
Okay, yeah.
That would be my,
well,
that would be my take on it.
well, that's something like that is what I used when I was going around the district talking. And
Yeah,
once,
but
and
it's-
once you
it's
put the
not-
overlay of we've
Yeah.
got legislative requirements to meet a certain level of service.
Yeah, I think it's about making that really clear, explicit and transparent to our community. And yeah, sure, people can pull it apart, but at least it opens the debate and it shows what we're doing and why we're doing it. So I think we just haven't done that at all. And that's actually more what people have complained about, is that they don't know what that looks like.
Well, there's been a
Partially,
lot of
that's-
people,
yeah.
sorry, asking to cut costs and cut our cloth to fit the times, and I don't agree. I think because we haven't seen the figures, we can't know
But that's the
whether
point,
it's,
right?
yeah, exactly, I agree. Yours is the first step. Do make sure it's transparent, and then you can decide whether or not there's room to cut. But at this point, we don't know, and that's the point.
I disagree. I'm quite across the OPEX.
Yeah, you might be, but
You might be.
But I'm using the same information that you
Well,
will
then you're not actually, because you've got a figure for, and I gave it to you in the email the other night, under the economy section.
Yeah.
So, hang on, I'll bring it up again. Do you want to know what page it is?
Well, that's happening.
What's that?
I think you've conflated two issues. One is the rise in rates to OPEX. So OPEX is made up of a number of different.
Please don't patronise me, because I fully understand what OPEX is made up of, and I'm challenging the.
No, it's just be finished, question. And part of the OPEX costs are related directly to our capital program.
Yeah, of course.
Yep.
Yeah.
So depreciation and interest are the biggest issues for us as we go forward.
And insurance.
In terms of those increases.
Yeah.
The other major factor is debt repayment.
So when you,
Funded from rates.
so when we're looking at,
So OPEX doesn't cover off either of those three things I've just mentioned. They're the major components.
yeah, but when, okay, look at it in practical terms. If we've got any, sorry, Peter, to use your example, but when I started, I think we were 2 people operating in the economic development team, and I think we.
Yeah, so just go on to what you're going to talk to me about.
So, well, this is what I need to give you a practical example, because otherwise you're talking in high levels. We need those people to develop the plan, and to implement the plan that we've put in place. There's a lot of actions. And the climate biodiversity plan will be the same, and the destination management plan is the same, although largely being delivered, I think, by the destinations on the lakes. But we did have a submission from them, and they said, you need to fund us because we can't deliver the plan without it. So all of these plans, they take money, they take resources, they require staffing. Staffing require desks, they require computers. We grow and vehicle travel, and so there's flow-on effects. And all I'm saying is we need some, there needs to be some transparency around those costs. I think that's what the government's saying as well. So for everybody who cares what the government thinks, I think we need to drill into those numbers a bit more so that we can understand exactly what's happening, because wages and supplier costs definitely drive rates increases.
We had a session on staffing, a whole session on staffing.
Yes, we had a session on staffing, and it was probably a year ago, and then there were no follow-ups. We didn't get the detail on these programs.
Asked for any follow-up.
I did.
You asked for detail.
Look, why do we get into this position? I mean,
Hang
we're
on,
fighting over, I'm just asking for
Hang on,
transparency.
but councillors, is there any appetite for this?
Well, I'm just trying to understand exactly what we're appetite for, because.
Yeah, there's kind of a few different.
Yeah, I know.
I can see at the high level what the issue, the point you raised. You know, we have scrutiny, we get to oversight on what's happening, and operational and capital. Yeah, I'm just trying to understand. Yeah, right at this stage, what we can actually do, what we're actually wanting to delve into in this LDP process. I think going forward for this issue, the things that we need to get on the table and have better understanding of as we work through some of developing plans and things like that, that's where we need to, I've raised it already with Parks, and I had a concern about the cost of doing development plans, reserve development plans, and how we do that. So, but I know, I'm not sure what we're expecting, what you're wanting us to do right now, on the OPEX side. I can, we can go into there, we can delve into figures and questions. We can start questioning staff on how you come up with this thing here, but I'm not sure what it's going to achieve right now.
Whether it's too late or not now is a thing, I guess, and that's, I make my decision on the LTP, and I know what I've tried to get out of this process, and where there have been blocks. And there's been no block to discussing CapEx, but there's been a lot of blocks around discussing the detail of operational costs, including staffing. Sorry, staff, because you're all amazing, but this is what we need. We need to be doing this. Our rates rises are absolutely unsustainable.
That's what I was trying to explain to you. It's not driven by.
It is partly driven by.
It's partly.
Yeah.
It's not the major.
No, I understand. Like,
interest.
I understand, Stu. I'm not silly. I understand, but we also have.
There's effort and reward.
Yes, yeah, and we just need to see the details.
So I think Niall wants to say something.
I had one, which was hopefully just one we can pop to one side and kind of round out, which I think is to respond to your point, Hester, around an external understanding of operational costs. Like, I'm really open to having some conversations around that and how we might improve on that. So whether I'm having a working party of one with you just to download your thoughts and maybe see where we go from there. So I just kind of wanted to say, like,
We do that with more of us than just one, because it's not just Esther that's got an issue with it. So we can have a discussion.
Happy to open it out to a large.
Right.
Yeah, and so
Well, I was just going to ask quickly, it might be a bit simplistic and you might not be able to do it so simplistically, but do we know out of the rates general increase, what percentage of that is made up by operational expenditure? And so we've got interest, insurance, depreciation make up pictures. Inflation. I'm imagining that the percentage of the rates that are made up by operational expenses.
Depends which year you're talking about. Because from year one, we're increasing the funding of depreciation, we're increasing debt repayment quite significantly, and they're coming out of rates. So past year one, there was a growing emphasis of those items. In the first year, it's mainly depreciation and interest, about 50% of the rates increase, and the balance is things like escalation of current expenditures.
I guess what I'm thinking about in my mind is if operational expenditure changed by 5%, what percentage effect does that have on rates?
Other than those two elements.
Yeah, but very little. I sent that thing too. Yeah, that's quite nice. Yeah,
it is.
So
Because it was like, I think it was salaries and wages made up roughly 20% of the actual rates itself. So when you play around with that, I think it's when I worked it out, 0.15 for every 10%.
at 9%,
It's
average
0.15% in the rate.
15.28, and then it goes down to 14.96 at 8%, and then at 50% it's 13.99.
So, yeah, my view is we're playing around at the margins, but severely cutting the capacity of risk out to the certain community.
Yeah, and the comms piece around that, which isn't about just lip service for me, it's about some transparency around what that looks like, so that our community can then judge themselves based on the information that they have, and if they have, questions around that, then it's the same as the questions we have now.
So
at least they've got
ours, we don't have the information.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah. Well, you say we do, but
Well, I got that out of it. You can actually go onto the council website and get that piece of information.
I've given you that information on probably 6 different
times. Yes, I just pulled up the handouts that I got from Stu.
Yeah.
I think, if I can say something, I agree with this point. I think the challenge is the devil's in the detail, and depending on how much our ratepayers want to go into the detail, they'll probably discover for themselves that the OPEX isn't going to make a heck of a lot of difference, and it's not going to move the dial if we save a penny here or there. It's just how we communicate it to the community, and I think we've sort of retrospectively sort of missed the boat there on being able to do that well. And I remember Lisa actually coming up with a graphic, which was really easy, which showed where all our money gets spent. And it was a real basic graphic, but it was so useful. And I thought, geez, that's a bloody good idea.
And look, we started at 21. I think we got to an average of 15 And then we've dropped down the average to 7 over the 10 years. So we have, over the course of this, we have severely cut OpEx and the rates over that whole 10 years quite significantly. I think if you look back at where we started to where we are now, I think we've done a pretty good job.
And I'm not arguing with what's been done, it's just how do we communicate?
And the first 2 years, 3 years, yeah, they're tough and they're eye-watering. I don't want to be in the position, I'll be in a mayor that will give 3 plus 10% rate rises in my term. It's a pretty good position to be in. But when you see the back end of it, because we're paid more up front and actually you get a better payoff in years 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10, I think we've done a pretty good job.
So how do we get the community to understand that? That's the question.
It's always hard because they always look at the headline figure, right? Once you get past.
But even if the chamber doesn't understand that, you go.
Well, the chamber's not stupid. The chamber understands. They're not silly. So they're not wrong. If we wanted to give the one, let's say it doesn't matter, it doesn't have that much of an impact. If we wanted to give the Wanaka Wild and Control Group another Wild and Control Group, another $500,000. So let's say we want to give them $1 million. I mean, what would that extra $500,000? What impact would that have on rates increases?
0.8%.
Exactly. It is significant. $500,000 is going to be 0.8 of a percentage increase.
That's not poor expenditure, is it?
No, and what I'm saying is some of what we do, some of the other stuff we do is not core expenditure, and we all know that. We all know that. We all know there are cuts that could be made, and I'm not saying we have to, we should. I'm saying we should be going through the exercise of looking at it. Because $500,000 makes a difference.
Question why you say we all know it's not core expenditure, because it's earlier you said this is all the
it's not
investment that actually council want.
No, you're talking about baseline and getting back to basics. And that's what our submissions say, that's what our long-term plan says we are doing, getting back to basics.
That's right, delivering basics in the capital area, but we've also had a council that has wanted to move into a much more comprehensive strategic type of environment. So, you know, we didn't used to do submissions to central government. Councillors want us to do that. We didn't know whether it's economic development, whether it's welcoming communities. Yep, there are things that we're doing, but they're also part of actually being a modern, urban, comprehensive council. That's what you've asked us to do. That's what we're
But this
doing.
is the point, Mike. I get where you're coming from, and there is value in those programs. But that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying we should. They are things that we have decided to do that we didn't do, and we should be able to look at it in tough times and go, do we still want to deliver those, or do we want to allow ratepayers to have a bit more money in their pocket? And I can't believe I'm saying that because I am not a national voter, but it's tough when you're not earning a lot of money. It is tough out there. So, you know, it's all fine if you've got a lot of money in your back pocket, but I really feel the people who haven't, and I know how it feels. So just, these are all extras and they're nice to have, and we're picking up on well-being, but are we delivering more hardship through our high rates, trying to deliver well-being? Would it be better to look at reducing our rates increases for people who just can't afford it? Anyway.
Lisa.
Thank you. Hearing and feeling the emotion in the room. I'm picking up on the fact that our OpEx costs are predominantly, excuse me, fixed costs. And there's not a lot that we can move the dial on in those areas. And they're generally there because we have committed to these programs of work through various council resolutions over time. But if we look at the amount of information we have been given, I have to push back on that a little bit, Nikki, because we've had many steering committee discussions. I was just looking through some notes last night around our strategy around OpEx, and many of our strategies actually tie us into our fixed costs as well. We pay a living wage to our staff, that fixes a cost percentage in that bit. We meet market on our remuneration because we're competing in a competitive place where people have to be able to afford to live here and all those sorts of things. So we're talking 600 staff, but we forget 300 of those are frontline librarians, lifeguards, you know, people required to deliver the legislative requirement service level delivery. Sure, we heard submitters pointing out to us that we may have one or two too many glossy pages in our consultation documents. And as we all know, we can be more prudent if we really put our minds to it. But the long-term plan itself was over 400, 500 pages. To condense the information, to bring our community along with the narrative on all of our work. I know our staff are trying really hard. And in fact, our staff numbers haven't kept up with the growth of our council. We're trying to deliver $2.4 billion worth of capital works in a market that can deliver about 180, $190 million worth of work effectively a year. And we're relying on that team to bring in $4.5 billion worth of revenue through their administrative functions or whatever else they're performing over the course of an LTP. Whether we allow them to have a cup of coffee in the staff room or whether we're ever going to build them a building to work in instead of cramming them into quarters that our staff surveys came back with showing us the most challenge that they face is the conditions that we require them to work in out of unfit office spaces. Sure, we can get in and amongst the detail of OPEX, but in my view, that's not my job. I'm a governor, I'm not a manager. And I'm seeing cuts from our managers all over the place to keep us in line with it. And I just think we need to recognise how fixed some of these costs are. And that, yeah, there has been a lens over it. We're seeing cuts, but it's still an expensive business to operate in the unsuitable conditions that we're trying to do it in. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. Quentin?
I mean, as I said before, I mean, I do think there are places where we can save money, and I do think Startup Queenstown Lake is one of them. And I'm not going to harp on about that, but honestly, we are not. I don't believe we're getting value for money. The other areas where we are hemorrhaging money is places like the NZMCA wasting ratepayers' money by taking us to the High Court. So there are things that happen outside of our control that are costing us ridiculous amounts of money, and that continue to cost our ratepayers. So I mean, that just a couple of throwaway comments, but I don't understand why we're not prepared to look at startup, because I don't think it's got measurable benefits that relative to other investments in operations.
Okay. Any further discussion on OPEX?
I just want to check where we're going next.
Sorry?
I just want to check where we're going next.
I'm just going to ask, do we want to just discuss this any further before we go to DC policies?
DC one, just, can I just, well, yeah, I know there was a lot of submission, a lot of stuff. Just want to get some sort of understanding. I know in the past you get back to most of the submitters, but there's quite a few smaller stuff that's come up. Just wanting to check whether it won't require a lot of action, but they do need some sort of response to the submitters or to the thing. So just wanting to comfort that what is the process for giving some sort of response to some of the submissions? I know there's a lot of submissions, a lot of them are very same or much the same, but
yeah.
So the things like for the sportsmen, they are hundreds of bloody submissions. Yeah. But some of the one-off things, people wanting the cat policy and a bloody dog park and a few other things here where we got. A few other things.
I mean, not largely been around LTPs for a long time, so I mean, they've become a forum for all sorts of people's well-intended ideas and expectations and hopes. So we will be going back to people. We will be giving them specific responses. Some of these are things that simply fall inside our operational framework. Some of these are things that basically sit outside what we do and deliver. So we will try and make sure we give as much a tailored response to individuals as we possibly can.
I had a couple there that just popped up here, or wanting 100% remission. What the hell is that? Is that so?
So they said they want 100% remission on DLCs.
Yeah.
So
so if they build something, they don't want to pay anything towards
it. Yeah, so the rate payment had to pick it up.
And then they don't pay any rates.
I don't know, would they?
Well, the government department.
Now. I mean, the reality is, I think, Quentin might have reflected that, in the discussion today. we have a very straightforward policy. I mean, DC, you know, if they don't pay their contribution to DCs, then somebody else is paying. And it'll be the ratepayer who subsidises development.
And we're about to talk about DC. What about the farmers wanting rural differential? I'm sorry for that.
There's only one of our rates that's got a higher rural differential. All the others are much lower. So they've failed to look at the overall way that we treat rates. There's one rate, I think, that is high for rural, and it reflects things like emergency management and other things. So it's they get a good, generally they get a good deal from us.
Well, we can write back and tell them that.
I'll make a point of it.
Mine was actually kind of a response to Nikki. She's not here, but I'm just going to say it anyway. In terms of the operational costs and where we could cut costs, the reality is where we would cut costs are kind of quite minor, but they actually do make an impact on those that are struggling the most. So I do feel like that is a way that we can spread the load rather than. Does that make sense?
Around that one out. Well, the only thing I was going to say was just, when you mentioned that this is the chance where people go to the council and say all the things they want. And I mentioned it last year, but I wondered whether we couldn't try and direct that side of things more to the wellbeing survey, where there was a good response to that, and whether that's a chance to say, tell us all the things you really want, think the council could do. Because it's earlier on in the process, and then that could potentially feed into the annual plan and long-term plan.
So is that the quality of life?
Well, yes.
We did some pre-engagement. I think, you know, it's.
Having people involved.
I think one of the important things from the LTP is it's one form of point that people who wouldn't necessarily want to engage take the opportunity to do that. You know, we need to be open to listening to all those.
I think you're right. A lot of people do see this as the one big opportunity, and they go with everything.
Yeah.
And it's too late to do most of it. To fit it into
Let's hand out some council phone number.
Yeah. It's on the website.
Land on the comms piece with the operational.
So I think I'll comment.
We can share conversation with the
Okay.
council and just start that conversation.
I thought in this month's Let's Talk, we actually, for the first time, I think, spotlighted some of the submissions we've recently made to government as a way of starting to communicate some of the other things that we do apart from parks and roads and wastewater pipes and poo.
Stories. Yeah.
Yeah.
They go on the Facebook page or anything like that when they're do off Facebook. Well, I'm not on it either, but I mean, if that's a place where people see what the council are doing, do they?
Well, we've
There's
also.
things we sort of steer them towards LinkedIn, for example, right? Slightly different audience.
Okay, and we put stuff on our website in response. I think it might be the suggestion that Nikki made a couple of council meetings ago around submissions and website connections, connecting people to what the government's doing. So yeah, it's all, there's always opportunity to improve what we say we're doing. I mean, the hard thing is probably a lot of people want to engage with something that's actually quite meaningful to them and only meaningful to them.
I guess for me, it's about the themes and the patterns that have come up through different types of submissions, and comms obviously does come up quite a lot.
Always.
And it's just about, I guess, taking those on board outside of the submission content, if that makes sense. Yeah. And pulling those themes together and then, making it a priority.
Yeah, we're about 15 minutes. So, Dan, you want to talk about DC policy?
Yeah, we're on to DCs now.
Sorry, can I just address one point? I mean, is Kayanga Ora even active in our district at the moment? Are there any new Kayanga Ora projects on the cards, or is that just a bit?
No, they've got, well, it's in that 13 property, but I mean, they've not been an active player, and QLDC isn't part of their current investment portfolio for the next 5 years.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
But they have been, and we have been encouraging them, and they have been talking more closely with the housing trust. So part of what we've been encouraging them to do is to see the housing trust as potentially a vehicle rather than KO itself.
And the Kiwi build were slightly a precursor to KO, weren't they?
Kiwi build Kiwi Bill was sort of a, yeah, an effort that sort of basically founded with Minister Twyford. Yeah.
Okay, so we're on to DC's, do we need a break? It's been 2 hours, isn't it? Do we need a break? Can we have a quick break?
Yeah, go for it.
We get 5 minute break, and we need one, but do we need one as a group?
5 minute break. 5 minute break.
consulting on the DC policy, the DCP, parallel with the, LTP, included in the document, as we, like to do, and it had its own separate signposting. We have a number of internal submissions that we'd like to present, just tidying up of some wording, and then we can go to the external submissions that we received. So I don't know whether you want us to go through each one, but these are just tweaks essentially of existing text, just to provide greater clarification or certainty of meaning. Want to speak to any of those, Bob?
No, most of these were sort of informed by discussions with the team that administer the DC policy, so the likes of David Smart and Irene and David Wallace's team, so it's the basis.
I've just got one query about, where you've gone, definition of a bedroom, an area of a residential unit that may be used primarily for sleeping. I don't know if it makes any difference, but why use the word may? No, why is it not is primarily used for sleeping?
Well, it's to get away from architectural plans that have 2 bedrooms and an office and a media room and a rumpus room.
Yeah.
And that's actually 5 bedroom.
Oh, so the word is it could be used
So this is
primarily
taken
for.
from Hamilton City's policy, and they've long been through the ringer on how.
Right, okay.
And it's,
Because we've gone to a bedroom approach.
so to get away from, trying to.
We're able to look through what it says on the plan.
Yeah, that makes it, it could be, yeah.
Looks like a
Got it.
bedroom and it walks like a bedroom and it quakes like a bedroom, it's a bedroom.
Yeah.
It's a bedroom.
Yeah.
It's a bedroom too.
Yeah.
Parents are primarily using sleeping.
Yes, it is. Blind.
Yep, keep going.
Yes, sorry, you've got a question.
Second one was just a change to a map. We went down, this is Hawea. Was suggested by our policy, strategy and policy team that we move to the proposed map, because it incorporates all of the potential development area rather than what we have on the left. So they're the ones that know better than us, and we changed it. We're actually going to tidy up the map so they're all the same format, but not change the boundaries anywhere. And the one on the right will be the sort of standard format we'll be moving to. Any issues with that?
He's got his hand up.
Yeah, so I was just confused by that because what you've shown on the right-hand side is just the zoning map under the PDP, but the right-hand side, the water supply includes the stuff up on the hill. When you tidy it up, are you intending to include those areas that were on the left, the blue map, as well as those areas to the south of the town on the right-hand map, and sort of merge them together? Is that what you're intending?
Well,
You're missing the bit out to the left.
Yeah, no, the water supply, that's probably the proposed wastewater one we'll use as an example, and the proposed water supply one will have that, will include that. Essentially, I think the campground and those properties on the hill that are serviced.
And up the hill and a bit to the right past the cemetery. Why is the cemetery in the scheme boundary?
Irrigation, we think, maybe, I don't know.
Okay, anyway, council, it's a council reserve. Council reserve, obviously. I don't know whether it needs to be in the scheme boundary or whether it's, anyway, just
we'll check it out.
All right, and just jumping back to the previous question about so I hadn't picked up that there'd been a change. So you've introduced a per bedroom option for smaller residential units. So what's the minimum what's the minimum dwelling equivalent you could apply to a 1-bedroom flat
0.5.
under a bedroom model?
0.5.
Sorry, 0.5. Okay, so it's a minimum, whatever size the unit is, it's a minimum of 0.5.
Correct.
Okay, that's good. I just didn't want to, and so that also just that elderly care thing, and appreciate the response from Kirsten was, but is that a new thing? Have we introduced a new category for retirement villages, or is that just an existing thing that fits under the PDP?
So we'll just move on to the
Okay.
external submissions. That was one of the externals. So in the background, we have done a special assessment for one of the earlier rest homes to come here, and we've got some. Essentially, they as our policy works at the moment, they get charged as per the policy, and would come back normal with a but we're special and you're overcharging us. And we've got a table that we used for this original rest home that has a more bespoke way of assessing the aged care part of the facilities. And we generally use that for that purpose. There is an option to actually disclose it and include it in the policy. We could do that, but it would end up with the same result. So we could have a new category called aged care rest home.
At the moment, the policy assesses a 1-bedroom retirement unit and a 2-bedroom retirement unit. We could add a third one, would be aged care room. But we've already assessed, bear in mind, we've already assessed North Lake, we've already assessed Queenstown Country Club, and we've already assessed the first one that Stuart referred to as Mount Aspiring, original one in Wanaka about 10 years ago. So some councils do, Auckland City and Christchurch City Council have specific one. Auckland City got in a bit of trouble recently with their one, but they've taken the learnings out of that. So we don't charge reserve land to aged care rooms. So it's really a policy. It's if we're going to get lots of these consent come in the next 3 years, it will be useful having the policy.
It doesn't create any loopholes for other people for flats and things to not be charging as much for dwelling equivalents.
We hope not. I can't really see an instance, but people are quite
creative.
I mean, I presume they'd have to be registered as an aged care provider. So that's where the
definition.
That comes. So it's actually their definition as an aged care facility, which then enables them to use whatever parameters we use for that.
So we're comfortable to leave it as it is.
But we'll monitor it.
Yeah, and we'll monitor it, and you know, if we're getting a lot more applications, it might be prudent to actually put in a category so there's some visibility around it. But we get to the same result through either processes.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's good that there's a minimum. I mean, 0.5 is a reasonable minimum for any, you know, granny flat or apartment, but equally, you know, I wouldn't want a 2 or 3 bedroom to still be at a 0.5. I don't think that's particularly.
No.
I want that to elevate to the scale of the dwelling. So anyway, I'm not. Yeah.
Just a quick question before Stuart carries on. The government's new desire to use the term granny flat specifically in the change of legislation. Would we just pick that up under our generic interpretation of the small unit, or would we? So
A residential flat.
Yeah. Well, they're not using the term granny flat. Yeah, but the government is. No, they're not. No, we're using a completely different term, but it's only Minister Bishop that's using the term granny flat. I thought it came from Minister.
No, I think it wasn't some of those central government communications where it was just in conversation, whether it was actually part of it. But no, we've sort of tried to make the policy stand on its own 2 feet, regardless of what the district plan says or what central government legislation says. And if we say it's a 1-bedroom residential flat, we can call it what we like.
Yeah. Look, I think you're on the right track. I do think that we should be consistent in our definitions between the district plan and we always get into trouble when we start making up new definitions that aren't consistent between the district plan and other things.
No clear themes in the 9 submissions that we received. Most people saying, well, some people saying we charge too much, some saying not enough, and obviously some that are just pushing their own barrow in terms of their own development. There was a question around the remission of DCs for affordable housing. That's somewhere where we've traditionally never gone. We treat DCs as a cost of development, regardless of what type of housing it is, they should be paid for by the developer, and we'd rather support the affordable housing providers through a system of grants or provision of land or whatever else. I think it's important that we're as consistent as possible with most applications. The outcome of giving a remission would be that that cost is simply picked up by all of us, and it's indirect and it's not so obvious. So we're comfortable where we sit with that.
Can I just ask a question on the
I
process?
support that principle that we apply consistency. Yep.
There were just a few submissions that didn't come through that were on DCs. So I think Somerset was one of them actually, that isn't in the DC pack, but it was in normal submission. So are we still assuming they're part of this? Any comment
Yes,
at all on
can
DC?
reference any of those.
Anything
Any of the
that's-
ones that were through this portal, we've counted as just DCs, but you're right, there were others that.
There were others, so we can talk to anyone who's said
Absolutely.
anything about DCs. That's great. I just wanted to, thank you.
Steve, can you clarify then the one that, I can't remember whose name was worked for a developer, but going on between about the DC's brief for subdivision versus apartments or at the time the DC's
Say Somerset.
Yeah.
Somerset, was it?
That was the one that was asking.
Oh, that was just talking about the time.
Yes.
I thought
Yeah.
it was a general. Oh, it was
It was the aged care definition.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay,
And the
sorry.
aged care category, so.
Okay, sorry, I thought it was a non-aged care.
So universal developments, they had a question just around IAF funding, and are we double dipping? Just asking that question, like what's your interpretation of it and why? Why is that our answer?
Because of the IAF.
Yeah, but what they're saying is that it shouldn't be, they shouldn't be
That's a
covered.
common misinterpretation.
Interpretation.
Yeah, so part of the actual, sorry to jump in, but part of the actual contract, as we've had a
Thanks,
look at
Curtis.
this, was that the developers should pay as if there's like their fair share regardless of the funding that's there. So just not.
No,
that's great.
It's definitely not a double dip, and they should know better than that.
Yeah, they're not subsidised.
Well,
Yeah.
that was my point before, is that I was surprised that, and I mean, I had misunderstood it earlier, but Tim Williams obviously misunderstood it in his submission, which was interesting.
The other one's the Glen Panel submission, which is focused on the cost of stormwater out there, given their understanding of what they're supposed to be already doing, and then what we're saying we're going to do. Have you got some clarity? Because they've asked some specific questions that they actually wanted before the hearings. Just wondering.
It was James Hopkins, yes.
Yeah, for Mark Tilden.
So
Yeah.
we're going to need to follow up with them individually. There's more information that our teams have on those costings that's not in the LTP. So I don't know when they asked for that information, but I'm not
Just
sure
when they
whether it's been
submitted.
responded to, but we'll definitely follow up.
Yeah, so they've just asked that you can explain what stormwater infrastructure is being funded and why it's necessary in light of the TPL and variation provisions that have now been recommended. So that definitely needs some clarity. And will that be tidied up in the
We'll just
final
follow up with them.
document?
Yeah, providing that information. But
So you're saying the figures are correct?
the figures are based on our budgets, but they need to understand what they're made up of.
And what they're not having to deliver?
Yes.
Yeah.
And it may be that, there's all sorts of shared approach to delivery of that infrastructure.
It's a common misperception from developers that I've done some stormwater retention on my site, why should I have to pay DCs? That was the angle essentially that Back and Save tried to take all those years ago around.
I don't know if that's what they're saying. It's just that there's a lack of specificity about what is being provided elsewhere. And clarity.
Holding submission, flagging an
Right.
issue and wanting information, and we're happy to go back and explain.
And there are a couple of submissions around KVL. And I think the panel might have mentioned it, but I'm not sure, and Ross Copeland as well, looking at the difference between Ladies Mile, similar costings for
Not
things.
taking into account targeted rate.
Explain further.
There's a capital targeted rate. It's not in the DC policy.
Ah,
It's
that's
quite
additional.
important. That's additional, yeah.
Got it. That covers that.
Lisa?
Thanks. Hi, Walt. Couple of questions I'd noted down from submitters, but I've kind of written my notes between Willow Ridge and Tim Allen and Alan Dippy, so I haven't made a specific reference who these came from. But there were some questions around transport calculations, Hawea, and look, asking whether the policy had been peer reviewed. And I raised a question earlier, which I'd be curious what your thoughts are, Ree. How is it panning out? Like, how is there a gap between what we thought we were going to collect and what we have been able to collect? So those are just my notes from yesterday's hearings.
Well, we've been tracking ahead of budget for the last few years, quite a significant amount this year. It's a very difficult thing to try and predict when a DC is actually going to become payable because they're tied to the consenting process. So I'm confident that we're collecting as well as we can, given the information that we have. The policy is always an important milestone to reset to the LTP, and obviously we've done that, and generally our contributions are going to lift quite significantly. So I think we're recovering well, but there are, as we've discussed, there are issues with the whole DC model that our policy can't fix. So those difficulties will continue as long as the legislation stays the way it is.
I'll go Q and then I'll go K.
Yeah, and look, I suppose you said it just then, but I mean, I still, and I've raised this previously, and I suppose still hoping for an answer that makes sense, but I still cannot understand how our projected DC income or revenue is a declining proportion of our total revenue, and that's still a major issue for me, and it's not keeping pace with the size of our program, and yeah, so I still haven't been either understood or been justified why that's the case.
I think it'd be more sensible to look at the total 10-year value of DCs and sort of assess it over a 3-year period. Those estimates in terms of income, are only estimates. As I said before, we don't control the consenting process and when projects are applied for in terms of consenting and when they're actually given effect to. So in any year, we will have income from maybe 2 or 3 different versions of the policy. What we have done is to inflation proof it as much as we can, given the legislation. So we'll be updating contributions at the end of the 12-month period, so that they're not lagging behind as much as they may have done in the past. But we're comfortable with the estimates on a 10-year basis, and there's bound to be variances on the way. But overall, I think we're on track. The contributions are definitely a lot higher, and you've done some sense checking with other councils in terms of where we sit. We're certainly not at the bottom of the table, and we're not at the top. But
no, but I suppose the reason, if you look at the submissions we've had from Flint's Park and also from Universal and others, where they've basically said, look, when we started it was this amount, by the time we get there it's going to be this amount. I mean, surely we can indicate that, that's actually an incentive for them to develop earlier, which in some cases we want. If they know that if we know that we're projecting our DCs to go up and also our revenue to go up, then that's helpful for them as much as us. I mean, can't we project it like we do everything else, that we know that the cost and the demand and the growth and everything's going to keep going upwards, but they we don't seem to be able to do that with DCs.
Well, I think we've gone through this before, and I don't know that we're going to move it ahead any further. There's a step change in terms of the level of contributions from this 3-year plan, and I'm talking about the DCP, to the last. And we'll be collecting to those higher levels. Whether they turn out in the way that we've estimated, we'll see. If they don't, there'll be ups and downs through the various accounting periods, but we're definitely on the right track in terms of recovering cost. It's just that it's a little bit front loaded, and it may not turn out that way.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I still look. I'll be completely upfront. I still, from a logical perspective and the way that I understand it, I still cannot comprehend that it plays out the way it does. And that's a sticking point for me. It's a sticking point.
My point's more going to be about communities having transparency of how much they raise in developer contributions, mainly because communities like Cadrona and Harware, Englenorchy, when we've got 41,000 in developer contributions, and there's a component of that that's for reserves and for other infrastructure around. And then when it comes to trying to do stuff that we get told that there's no money, I recognise that in our infrastructure strategy, which now includes social infrastructure, we say that councils need to balance neighbourhood needs with the need to invest in certain social infrastructure that is central, strategically placed, multi-purpose. So the point being is that what ends up happening is a lot of money gets raised from these satellite communities because of high developer contributions, but then it's pulled into a wider resource that then gets spent in the centre. And so you've got, my big point is just not so much needing ring fence, but just visibility to know that how we raised this much, this amount. And so there's acknowledgement that it can be spent back in the community so that the growth in that community can actually be spent locally rather than it being sort of wished away into the more three parks type of area.
Didn't anyone else pay for the infrastructure?
In terms of it being retrospective, or?
We only collect for what we plan to build.
Right.
The difference in
It's deferrals.
the difference is that for reserve land, they have to be provided locally, and playgrounds normally end up on the local reserve land. So at that level, almost everything that's collected locally will be spent locally.
Yeah.
The next level up, when you're at things like aquatic centres and libraries and other community facilities, they are planned on a ward basis, essentially. So Harware may contribute towards facilities that are in Wanaka, and that's just a fact of the matter and the distribution of benefit to people.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's how they're planned.
Okay.
And the other core infrastructure, that directly relates to whatever people are connecting to. So if you're connecting to the water system or the wastewater system, then you'll pay to basically become a member of that system.
Okay.
And it may be that the disposal fields are several kilometres away, but you still pay the same regardless of where your location is.
So it's your ticket into getting all the other stuff that comes with the surrounding house.
But there should be a local provision for those local parks, community parks and playgrounds.
Yeah,
That's not happening, then something's gone wrong.
Yeah, and I think for the most part, it's just having that visibility so that the sentiment is there. Because I think, like we say, it's a lot to do with public understanding of DCs, but also ensuring that there's a pathway that when we are building new houses in areas that people can see that money is being raised to help contribute and spread the cost.
It's more the rating though, because if you get rated for something and it's in the plan, and then it doesn't happen, it gets deferred and deferred and deferred, your community is funded and paid rates towards, and then it gets pushed out. And I would say that's more of the case than DC's probably, isn't it?
Yeah, there's not a lot of rates involved in most capital funding, unless you make a conscious decision to do that. That's in repayment of the debt that's drawn.
Yeah,
So the rates don't come in until you actually spend the money.
The thing is, I follow on.
you spend it on something else, but you still rated those people as though you were doing something else.
The transport one locally is one where I'd like to see a bit more visibility on sometimes, because that gets a bit, especially when you start to talk about travel. But on the, you mentioned about the reserves and the playgrounds. I've got one we're dealing with at the moment, because in the local government act or previous glossary of terms included playgrounds, but one that they're going for at the moment, the parks people say no, playgrounds can't be included. Reserve land, a playground on a reserve land. Then in the end, they said, oh, it'll be Stuart will make the call anyway. So I said that. Judy said that.
How you'll have
So I'm just really understanding, especially on the community infrastructure at a very low level, what is actually enabled now. I know the reserve land side of it, and
there are three components in the
reserve infrastructure. Yeah,
there's reserve land, reserve improvements. Those two are pretty tied together closely.
Reserve
community infrastructure.
Okay, reserve infrastructure or community infrastructure?
Community infrastructure.
Okay.
And that's more like, you know, your built form. At the lowest point, it's like toilets.
So yeah, QLDC is splitting that into three as ones that's unique, but a lot of councils just use reserve land and improvements as one, and community infrastructure is two. So that's probably where you've seen that vary from the developer. But yeah, we have two. We have three, sorry. So community infrastructure is the big, think of them as the big swimming pools, the big event centres, big libraries. And then your local stuff, which should be done locally and is done locally, is your neighbourhood reserve land. And that includes the likes of the improvements to it, which is walkways, furniture, playgrounds. So that's why those.
So they can get
an offset against the reserve improvements.
What about the
playground? Already given them. That includes the playgrounds. They're basically over provision. They provide a very high level of service for a large sum of money, and they want to get more of it back through the community infrastructure. But they haven't provided us a big swimming pool or a big library or a big event centre. So that's where we need to line those up. And the community infrastructure definition and the LGA defines what you can include under that, not what you have to include.
Okay.
And equally, we can include reserve improvements under reserve improvements.
They want us to help fund that by not taking or offsetting their transport contributions.
And if we get in that path, we give away revenue.
Drag to travel, the transport.
Not going to do it. So you can tell them Stuart's maybe one.
I'll talk to Stuart.
Further questions?
Yeah. Just a couple. So just looking at the dwelling equivalent calculations, and I've raised it before, but I just want to go there again because there was a submission on it. Just in terms of the visitor accommodation for a start, so second line down, page 355. There's no contribution at all to local community park, premier sports ground, reserve improvements, which obviously deliver a lot of amenity to the area.
Page you on, sorry, Nikki.
Dwelling equivalents, page 355. So under D per stay unit visitor accommodation, obviously got a lot less for water supply. I don't know, you know, but down the track, there's absolutely nothing for local community park, reserve land, premier sports ground, reserve land, and look, visitors come to attend events and reserve improvements. And you've got the same down here with a lot of industrial, large format retail, restaurant, bar, no contribution at all. Now, when I was reading Somerset's submission, they were talking about where they arrived, and they made a recognition that even though there was not a direct need from some of these people in beds to use sports grounds, for example, that the staff who would be, you know, that they needed to run the place, part of bringing people into an area, part of making sure that you're an attractive place to, you know, attract families and staff to, was, you know, that you have those facilities and you have that amenity. And so they had recognised that, and there was a contribution towards that had been accommodated in the dwelling equivalent numbers, that they acknowledged it. Now here we've got absolutely nothing, as though it doesn't matter that, you know, they need staff to run these businesses. Visitor accommodation, I think visitors directly use a lot of those amenities, but also where you've just got a need for staff who you know what I'm trying to say, I'm over talking it and not saying very well, saying it very well at the end of the day, but how do you get staff if you've got a place that's got no amenity and no sports grounds and there is an indirect and clear benefit to anybody who needs employees in this district. And yet these people are not businesses and visitor accommodation, they're not contributing anything. And I'd just like to see how we could shift the balance if we did acknowledge that, you know, there was an indirect benefit to these categories and a direct benefit in the case of anything with visitor accommodation. And look at what the numbers would look like for everybody if we did that.
It's not just a matter of policy, that's a matter of being able to trace the demand that's caused by a certain type of development to the provision of infrastructure, whatever, it's community infrastructure or core infrastructure.
But I don't think that's ridiculous to suggest that, you know, visitors come and they utilise a premier sports ground if you have one.
The businesses would argue that you charge the home of that staff member for those things. Now you're charging the business.
But that's the point, you would be charging the home of that staff member less, proportionally less, and the business a bit. Because
that's not always the way the courts looked at it.
well, all I'm saying is that this was recognised in that calculation that Somerset did. I could probably find the page if you want. And so I don't know any other policies around the country recognise that.
Two components here. The legislation changed some time ago and said you can't charge reserve land to commercial or to non-residential developments. So that got.
Oh, okay, so that's, if it's legislation, that's fine.
That doesn't mean, so we do still charge community infrastructure, so we still, visitors use our pools, they use our libraries, they use our halls. The Premier Sports Ground's a tricky one that you could go either way, but I think if you're charging it to the residents, it's big enough for when the residents need it and use it, and it also accommodates events here. So I don't see any benefit in trying to make it more complicated. And we used to have very small differentials for some non-residential developments of about 0.02 DEs per house. It's not even worth collecting $20 off of one for that sort of money.
What do they do everywhere else, do you know?
Pretty much everyone's residential pays for the amenity stuff, business pays for water, wastewater and roads. And the business owners are the people that are paid through their residential development, and it's not perfect, but it's simple.
But why do you say the businesses pay for the roads and, because, sorry.
Not entirely, they contribute.
They contribute.
Yeah, they pay.
Residents pay one across the board. It doesn't matter.
They don't pay.
No, but if you come and develop and pay your DC through your house, and that includes the social infrastructure side. When and most of the businesses downtown and CBDs where there's not a lot of, there's green space, but that's already there. We don't need it. We're not collecting development contributions to build another beautiful waterfront park in the CBD. We want development contributions for new green spaces and new residential developments. So predominantly 90-something% of what we're trying to collect is for the residential areas. Existing areas and the likes of the commercial areas have enough green space. The argument that most retirement villages take is that because their aged residents, especially in the aged care, cannot travel far, they provide all that in-house, and that's where they've successfully challenged councils on the fact
No, I
that
get that.
you're charging me for it. I'll just finish.
Oh, sorry.
They've successfully challenged councils saying you're charging me for a DC for something down the road that my residents don't use because I've given them all those social amenities here. So that's, as soon as you go down that path of trying to get it just perfect, you're going to give them.
They have talked about the indirect benefit and they've included that in their calculations, and I can't understand. I mean, visitors to the area, they use green space, they use everything, and yet we've got nothing. We're talking about wanting a visitor levy and wanting to charge visitors, and yet we have tools at our disposal where we could be collecting more. And yet we don't.
It's non-residential. You can't charge for it.
You're talking about in the legislation, because I'm not across the legislation, so if that's the answer, that's fine. If we're not allowed to, it just seems odd that you can't charge visitor accommodation for.
It's non-residential.
Is the fit the definition of non-residential definite of commercial? There's no separate for VA.
The VA one. The only one you could include would be a very small contribution towards the Premier Sports Ground. I think you'd even struggle to justify that on a peak demand aspect because they're all at capacity from the residents, regardless of whether or not we're hosting visitors. Would be out on, you'd be out on your own there, I think.
Yeah, it just seems, it does.
You have another
wrong.
question?
No, that'll do it. That's
The
fine.
visitor levy's not got any of those restrictions on it though.
No, I realise that, and like I said, I don't understand the act, but it just seems like there's gaping holes here where the residents are paying, you know, an awful lot. And others are not picking up quite the same.
There's rationale to it that follows previous court cases, and that's why they changed the law.
Sorry, just to round up, one of the issues that you would face, I think, is that you would be charging incredibly small amounts to these other activities because their actual level of demand on those facilities is very, very small. So you almost get to a point where the administrative cost of recovering is actually quite high for proportion to the benefit you'll be receiving.
But you're collecting everything together, so you'd just be calculating the whole lot. There's only one collection, isn't there, of the whole lot? What we do with DC. One assessment, so it wouldn't.
But in terms of in terms of you're relying on that to fund the construction of a new reserve or something, you know, the vast majority of your income is going to be derived from residential, what you're actually deriving and what you're saving residential by taking a small portion of other types of activities is probably
I
relatively
think
small.
cumulative effects is sort of the issue, but anyway.
Moving on, anything further? That's it.
Well, is there any talk about any response on the collecting the 35% upfront?
We talked about that right at the beginning.
What do we?
Yes.
Top three.
It's been a long day, I know that long.
Oh, I got it. Oh, I got it.
Pretty hot and trying to not repeat conversation, but anyway. All good.
So just to confirm then for DC's direction is for the internal submission changes.
Yep, that's fine.
That's
Yep.
okay. And were there any other directions for the DC policy?
Nothing.
Okay, thanks.
Good. Yeah, you said 30 seconds, not 30 minutes. We're hold this team.
It's no extra financial and recap to make. I mean, we've made various recommendations, I suppose, in terms of how we progress certain elements, but they're all within existing budgets. And we're looking to follow those up with the process if we'll adjust the budget outside of the LTP. So we can progress to finalising the LTP and setting the rates.
Right, so could you account for option or proposal 2?
We've got a scenario that reflects that, so we can pick that up and flow it through the final document.
And so what 1B is simply a reallocation of the cost of the
1B doesn't take effect until 25/26.
That's true, and 1A is where it's proposed.
We had that in, and if we had to take it out, we would have done that.
Next steps, Dan?
Yeah, so that's great. So we've clarified 1A, 1B and 2. And there were no more
Thank you.
material changes to the LTP, apart from the slight ones in the submission. So it's my final, then we can let you go. Thank you, Joe. Just recap of where we are. So given that, I think that gives us some confidence we should be all track for getting things ready for next Thursday, where we need to get the information ready for AFR audit report. Tuesday will be busy on planning for striking rates as well. Ready for AFR on the 12th and then adoption on the 19th of September at the council meeting. So I don't think I've seen anything today that would jeopardise that timeline, which is good because it's pretty tight anyway. So I think that's about it. So it's probably the last session from the LTP team.
Take that one forward to the parents. Yes, it's long day, long 3 days, sorry.
Yeah, and just to finalise it, it's been 13 months, 15 sessions, workshops and steerings.
13 months, 15 sessions.
Yeah. So
and a few late nights for the finance and the property and infrastructure team, a few other teams out there as well. Strategy team, especially when the minister threw on the curveball just before Christmas.
Several.
Yeah. But yeah.
But no,
Thanks,
thank
guys.
you very much.
Thank you.